watched it myself. Made an impression in Spanish TV, of course, but yeah, it just took a little bit of energy to be able to do that. But more importantly, I just saw that Belgium put a rider up there towards the front. So Belgium are here with the triple world champion and the time trial double Olympic gold medalist Remco Evenepoel, and I really do think he's
super motivated to make the race hard and to try to do something, and let's see.
What can we expect from the race? Because it's been curious races yesterday, the day before. What can we expect?
Well, we can of course expect a super hard race by the circuit, the weather, the kilometers. Will be terrible for sure. So it will be a strong winner, and I don't see a lot of guys at the finish.
Well, he's assuming bad weather is going to roll into us today. I hope that's not the case, but it's a great possibility at some point during the day that we have thunderstorms. Julian Alaphilippe then decided to think better of this quite clearly. Sometimes I think he can't quite help himself. He just has the sheer joy of cycling in his head and in his legs, and I've loved watching him. Twice a world champion, of course, as you well know, Brian, but always a great animator of any race he comes to, and he's already making us talk about it.
I do not have a clue what he was doing there.
I don't think he did either. That's what
normally
I'm trying to say.
You come to the World Championships and it's a case of just saving as much as you can for the final battle in the last couple of laps. I still believe it will be down to the last couple of laps, but for Julian Alaphilippe, he sometimes can't help himself. He's a former double world champion himself, and he knows how to ride this race, but the fact that we're talking about him now and seeing him at the front, it's not normal for a World Championships.
Ahmed Orkin, I'm afraid, suffering all kinds of issues, and it looks like he is out of the race and first to go. I actually thought before we came to air that Ahmed would be up the road. Enjoyed watching him over the years. In fact, he is an erstwhile breakaway rider, but something not right. It looks like it may well have been a technical issue by the look of it. Meanwhile, should we go and play with some mountains? This is the Volcanoes National Park. And this is where a great project to look after the mountain gorillas has indeed helped their population reinvigorate itself, which has been wonderful. This is the King's Palace Museum in Nyanza, and kind of a look back to times of old, and some of the great settlements that we had here in the past. And this is a spectacular place that honours the heritage of Rwanda and has given us a recreation of the King's Palace made of woven pandanus leaves, and it is absolutely amazing. The tonnage that needs to be supported under this roof is spectacular, but it's the great meeting hall where the original settlers, of course, would come to discuss and indeed potentially plan how their nation was to be formed. And we have loved it as a playground, but a reminder of just how historical this great nation is. Some indeed have been busy indeed getting themselves prepared for the tests that we have here, but I don't think anyone could have prepared us for the warm welcome that we've had by the good people of Rwanda and the city of Kigali itself. It's been an absolute joy. If you're only just joining us, my name is Carlton Kirby, and if you'd like to drop me a line, you can find me on social media. Just put my name all together, so C-A-R-L-T-O-N. Alongside me, twice British national champion, Mr. Brian Smith. We want to put the history in front at least once. And you can find Brian as well. That's Brian Smithy, B-R-I-S-M-I-T-H-Y. Meanwhile, check this out. Busy. you've got to love the world champs here. Sometimes you can get caught out. Campenaerts himself is just about to take a drink, just about to bottle it, and he can't get it out of his mouth at the moment because all hell is suddenly breaking loose. This is great. I'm loving seeing the vim and vigour that is on display at the moment. And Paul Seixas, starting off as one of those that is an outside favourite, is wrestling the terrain and causing worriment, particularly from Slovenia, who've set 2 to mark this out, because Campenaerts is a phenomenal breakaway rider, great engine. Tom Pidcock at the back in the cars, having a little chit-chat here. I'm not sure whether he's got a problem already, but a few have potentially been found out, including Alaphilippe, who's off the back at the moment and almost getting into the barriers. Nobody said this was an easy game to play, and I do worry sometimes when you see a flash of brilliance from Alaphilippe, or at least a bit of showboating, as to what that is indicating to us. He doesn't look happy, Brian.
This is very strange, very strange, but it's very clear that France might want to make this as difficult as possible. You know, we just saw want to make this as difficult as possible. You know, we just saw an attack there from Valentin Paripantra, initially for France, and then Seixas decided that he wanted to go, but just watching the left-hand side, Paripantra and Seixas, they look as if they're trying to move and go alone. The lime green jerseys of Slovenia, where they're kind of marking everything out. So was Belgium there with the Campenaerts. So it was Vermeer, so it was riding on the front. So very strange here. Tom Pidcock just back here speaking to the GB coach.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, more towards my capabilities than perhaps another course. So yeah, of course I like it. I think it's going to be super attritional.
Do you think that's where it's going to happen, Mount Kigali, 100 kilometers from the finish?
Difficult to say. I think have to be ready for anything at any moment, and yeah, like we saw last year. Also, the previous World I did in Leuven before that, the race starts really early. So.
It starts early, it might well end early for Julien Alaphilippe. He does not look well at all, I'm afraid. Maybe that was his way of just Alaphilippe, who's off the back at the moment and almost getting into the barriers. And a shake of the head tells you everything you need to know. A bit of an open book in situations like this. As to what that is indicating to us, he doesn't look happy.
This is very strange. You're
going to stop? Yes.
Very strange, but it's very clear.
Yeah, just too much still to go. He says it's not going to be his day, Brian.
You know, we just saw. You can clearly see that. What I said before was that I didn't have a clue of what he was doing. I don't think we just saw an attack there either. Maybe it was a little bit. I don't feel too good. I'm just going to test the legs, just try and open up the legs. Sometimes you come here, you do all this travel, you come to altitude, either the heat, the humidity, and things like that, and you just feel absolutely dead. And you know, if you feel like that at altitude, sometimes you think, well, I need to open up the body, open up the legs. And it's probably the same in many other sports. Maybe some sports like motor sports as well. So you just have to open up the engine. So I think it was a case that earlier on we saw him have a little bit of an effort to just kind of test his legs out a little bit. That test was done, and it wasn't a good test.
No, it wasn't. I also think there's a certain part of him that just wanted to say almost hi here, but now I'm gone. Raul Garcia Piana, terrific rider. When he's in his element, good track rider as well on occasion. And right now, a man who was national time trial champion in Spain, indeed a couple of years ago now, but nonetheless still functioning extraordinarily well. Just looking here at Ahmed Weiss, who's from the refugee cycling team. He's been very much a feature of the World Championships for some time. The downhill section is an introduction to the cobbles. This will be the second time that you have seen them, 11%. But as we go up Kimagare, there's a fan zone at the top, and you'll hear them cheering them along. Nice and proud. The rough surface, as we indeed have recognised, is a magnifier really of the difficulties that you have to face. So to me, this is the more difficult climb, even though it has the slightly lesser percentages within the circuit. As it stands, you can see the forearms and the wrists are acting as shock absorbers and indeed taking the hit here. Taking one for the team is Raul Garcia Pauna as it stands right now. Meanwhile, up front, it is still 6 being chased by 1. We often say that 8 is an ideal breakaway. I would say that on a day like this being so long, you'd probably expand that number to about a dozen. If you get a dozen up the road, there's quite a few that would like to be part of those proceedings. We've seen the police force that is Slovenia having to mark out several moves, including notable ones from France. They've already got Julian Bernard up the road. Had they managed to get Seixas and indeed others to the fore, that would have been something spectacular.
Well, Seixas is trying to come across to Garcia Perna, so it's not shut down. France have already got a rider up the roads. I'm kind of surprised that they're not, because this is such an unpredictable World Championships. It's one of these situations where you come here, it's kind of hard to describe. You come here with a view to do it. We just saw Mauro Smith there at the back for Switzerland. He's a very, very strong rider, and to see the likes of Alaphilippe and Mauro Smith and various riders having problems so far, it's just the conditions. You come here for one reason, either to help the nation out or to do the job yourself, or like I said a moment ago, that some riders are here just to try and kind of get themselves a little bit of limelight, like Red Walters did earlier on today. But this is such a hard circuit, and when we're starting to see some of the strongest countries in cycling put riders in front, it's causing a major reaction.
Just trying to see who it is that's coming over from Belgium. Someone like Florian Vermeersch would be a... Is it? No, I've seen Campenarts before. I'm not sure whether that's him within that camp. Cool. Let's see if he makes it. He's been marked out by Slovenia. He is a massive danger in a situation like this, isn't he?
You will not want Belgium. I think the two strongest, the two major competitors, I've actually got 3 in my head. The 3, I think, are Ayuso, Evenepoel and Pogačar. And I really do think that wherever Belgium goes, Slovenia is going to mark them out. You will not allow... This is you have a meeting beforehand and it will be said, do not let Slovenia go up the road, do not let Belgium go up the road, because they are the kind of 2 main favourites. And you can see it clearly as well that Garcia Perna of Spain isn't going to be allowed to go either, because Spain have got a real contender in Juan Ayuso.
Meanwhile, at the front, Menno Risi leads them over this crest. Julien Bernard and his Voldanger. We have Ivo Oliveira, who almost started the move, Fabio Christian and Marius Meyerhofer. Raul Garcia is trying to make the bridge at the moment. We've had several little hits and hopes, the likes of Paul Seixas of France, Julien Alaphilippe. Unfortunately, his 200th race day, it's all just got a bit too much, and likewise you could possibly say the same thing back here. Tom Pidcock does not look good. He's been back to the car, he's been taking on fluids, he's got an absolute pocket full of gels here. Maybe that's just him waiting for the campaign. Maybe he's introducing himself gradually into the remainder of the day. Here we go then, we've got a quality group here, including Campenarts up over the top, and indeed Great Britain also involved.
Yeah, but more importantly, the Mexican Del Toro is there as well. Fred Wright is there for the UK. The pressure really is on this race.
That's massive. If Del Toro makes it over there, he's got the sort of youthful exuberance. Sometimes we question his strategy. If he makes it in, this is going to be absolutely massive. This early on, 238 kilometres to go, and with those kind of principles up the road, Campenarts as well as part of that vanguard. No wonder they're strung out, Brian. There's panic.
In the past, the World Championships have got not a rule book, but a set of guidelines those guidelines have been ripped up and thrown away. This is not normal in the World Championship. We're starting to see some of the top riders feature so early on in this race. So many riders in difficulty at this moment in this race.
Well, the calling car's out of the gap here. You can see them just going to the access road at the side here. That's our 6 up the road. Garcia you'll see next, I assume, and then this phalanx. And look at the chase that's being invoked just behind. Del Toro has a look over his shoulder, the Mexican, and just thinking to himself, have I bitten off more than I can chew? Raul Garcia is part of this group. He picks up and goes again. Campanar's backing out of this. I think they've had a test. They've had a probing run here, and now they realise that this is perhaps not the best idea today. So Garcia goes again out of that group, having been collected by Campanar, Fred Wright, Paul Seixas, Tejada and Del Toro. And the pace that has been put into the chase by Slovenia has indeed neutralised this effort. They've kind of set up just a little bit. And just look at the cavalry coming over the hill here.
Yeah, it's intriguing, really, really intriguing. You see Quinn Simmons for the USA over on the left-hand side there. It's all happening. Guevara looks like, you know, he's the rider that is at the front for Slovenia. But more importantly, where is Tom Pidcock? He was one of the favourites coming into this race after a fantastic La Vuelta. But yeah, Alaphilippe, well, he's not going to be winning this race for the 3rd time. He said to us that he is stopping this time round, which is a big surprise.
It is a big surprise. Somebody's going to thrive. Might we get a surprise today, Brian, with so many of the big name favourites here? I guess we said that in the women's elite race as well, and they got unpicked by a spectacular performance by Canada.
Yeah, but we are going to have to wait and see. I think the main favourite still for me is Tadej Pogacar. Yeah. He's come here, he wants to double up, he wants a World Championship jersey, he wants to, you know, own it again for next year, and you can see his team are already riding, but yeah, we could possibly see, I think if we're going to see an upset, we're going to see a counter-attack, and if that counter-attack goes in the middle of the race, gets across to these guys here, and Pogacar is in every pole, and these guys, Pidcock, are all kind of marking each other out. We could see something similar to yesterday, but I don't think we will.
Tom Pidcock's back on. As you can see, he's joined by Rwanda's Eric Mahoza. And as you can see, he's looking a bit second-hand amongst those that are on the road. Oliveira, lovely guy, the Portuguese, just part of now a 6-man group, hoping that Raul Garcia can come and join them. The Peloton still only at a minute margin. Meanwhile, we look back here at some of those that tested and probed and find themselves reabsorbed. Is the golden helmet of Remco Evenepoel. Remco himself, absolute genius football work while we look at Lake Kivu, part of Africa's Great Rift Valley. It was 2,700 square kilometres of surface here. In fact, when you're at lake level, water level, not sea level, of course, we're high altitude here. It's freshwater lake. It almost feels like a sea. It's absolutely beautiful. It has its own colour as well. Sort of an emerald green. Possibly reflective of the land around it. It's absolutely beautiful. Just throwing our mind back to the time trial, Brian, the manner with which Remco Evenepoel took his hat-trick of time trial titles here, winding in Tadej Pogacar from a 2.5-minute margin. Is that Tadej Pogacar not wanting to absolutely empty the tanks on the time trial, or is that Tadej Pogacar not on the best of form?
I don't know, to be honest with you. You know, I believe that Alaphilippe was sick after Canada. He was even contemplating not coming here. Apparently he said that he wasn't feeling that great yesterday, and that's what I was saying, that you don't come all this way, you don't make all this effort, you don't want to let your country down, you don't want to let yourself down, you don't come here as a former double world champion just to do one lap around here. So he's come here, he's been under the weather, he's been hoping that he'd feel a little bit better. Yesterday he didn't feel too good, he said in an interview, and then today he's tested himself out and he still doesn't feel good, so he's stopping. It's a completely like that. So he has to come here as a principal.
At the end of the day, for me, it's always nice to be here in Africa, especially in this kind of big event on cycling. Yeah, it's his first time in Africa, so for me, special, also for the continent. So yeah, it's a pretty special day.
And very inspiring for a lot of kids from Africa, from Rwanda, from Eritrea, from the continent.
Yeah, I think it's nice honor for me, to be honest, because yeah, when I arrived here, I saw a lot of kids. They already shout my name, and they are coming to say hello for me. So it's pretty nice for me, to be honest. And yeah, it's nice. I hope to continue like this and to inspire more African talent kids, and to see more professional guys in the peloton.
But today the course is maybe a little bit difficult.
Yeah, indeed. I think not just a little bit, it's too hard. But yeah, at the end of the day, like we said, it's good to be here, especially in Rwanda. It's one of the nicest country for cycling culture. So for me, it's already a while since I've been here. So I'm just happy, enjoy my my ride here, and let's see today.
He has wisdom beyond his years, does Binyam Gama. He's still only 25 years of age, can you believe that? Last year, of course, not the last Tour de France, but the one in 2024, he famously took the green jersey, which was just a blessing, I think, for all of cycling. He comes here not expecting to win, but very much to be part of a superstar roster from, indeed, Eritrea. Tesfatsion is probably their best hope. Mulbahan, Mahawi Kudus, himself, Gabishabia, Zohei, Eritrea, they punch well above their weight in the world of cycling.
Yeah, they certainly do, and I think Girmay had to be coached to come here. He didn't want to come here because he wasn't, it didn't really suit him, this course here in Rwanda, but I think, you know, the World Championships of Rwanda needed him here, and it's good that he actually came. You know, he said in his interview there that this is too hard. And that says a lot coming from, you know, a great champion like Binyam Girmay. As he says, green jersey went on the Tour de France 3 stages last year. Hasn't had the best of season, but good to see him here. And like you say, the Eritrean flags are. Any race you go in the world, you're going to see at least one.
I love this running course, actually. It's a cross-country training course, so it rises and falls. It's just on the... I mean, why not have four lanes of running track? Great distance athletes, of course. Africa have provided us with Ethiopia and Kenya, of course, foremost in our thoughts in that regard. The West African nations of... Morocco and Algeria also producing great distance runners. Some indeed have been brilliant at marathons as well, as you well know. But yeah, so have a running track that has rises and falls and 4 lanes as well. Why not? I think it's just such a great idea. Staying with the idea of getting off up the road is Ireland. They have Eddie Dunbar, they've got Ryan Mullen, Darren Rafferty, Rory Townsend. These are very familiar names to us, but Ben Healy, we often refer to him as the Terrier. He is somebody that turns himself inside out on a breakaway and occasionally delivers. Could he be a big outside pick for us today?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Going in performances recently, coming into this race, I was covering the Tour of Luxembourg, and I think he showed there that he's got the capabilities. You know, that's his first.
some of it may well have come from Rwanda. There's multitudinous tea farms here. They were established back in 1952. I believe it was Germans who indeed brought the tea plants to what was deemed to be, because of volcanic soil, a near perfect growing environment. I mean, don't get offended by that at all. The Brits did exactly the same by taking Chinese tea plants and moving them to India. So why not take Indian tea plants and move them to Africa? It's the spreading of tea, and we'd love a cup of tea. And a biscuit, please, that would be nice. Meanwhile, they have coffee here as well. Neither of those drinks appeal to Brian Smith. He likes water, especially on days like today.
No, I'd like a black tea and honey. That's my go-to drink, yeah. 100%. Every day.
Look at you. I'm finding out more about you every single day. Don't be so grumpy about it. But anyway, just on a tour of the academy. I don't know where that high pitch came from. Watch that. Ireland, a mustering, and there is Ben Healy in wheel 2, and the attrition rate goes on. Ibrahim Jallo has indeed abandoned. He's in good company. Julien Alaphilippe likewise, but I haven't seen Alaphilippe off the bike yet, but he was about to call it a day. A few others as well. Ahmed Orkin, the attrition rate will be high. We lost around half, possibly a little bit more of the women's elite roster yesterday. It happens, and if you get tailed off, you are in danger of being overtaken on the circuit. As a result, you get gated. Might be a little bit less of that, because we will leave the circuit itself for our big loop. And that big loop, is it loopy, Brian? It feels that way. We do 150 kilometres of racing, 156 actually. And then, all of a sudden, we take on Mount Kigali. It seems unkind.
Yeah, it's the only race here that is actually going off this course. And of course, yesterday it was announced Montreal was we knew that anyway. It's going to host the World Championships yesterday. That was why yesterday's winner was so prevalent. She's going to go there as defending champion. So with the courses being announced for next year, a lot of them go off the course and come back and do their loops in Montreal, but this is the only one that goes off east.
Meanwhile, off for an ice cream is Julien Alaphilippe, I'm afraid. Double world champion is not going to be a feature at the end of today. He tested himself, it was too much, he's not well, he's off the bike. Sensible, I think. Even at this late stage of the season, he might have something like Liège-Bastogne-Liège in his mind if he recovers in time. A bug, apparently, that he picked up in Canada. So a lot of air miles. I imagine he has possibly open access to the executive suites at the airports because he gets around the planet. Indeed, so does cycling. And we're here in Africa and we're playing in Rwanda. And we've been playing various tunes. And this is Alfredo, who indeed absolutely fabulous kid. But his day is done. No shame in that, Brian. It's great to have so many national representatives. Oh, that's not good. That is not a good look. Fred Wright just dousing Tom Pidcock here. He did it himself, and then he offered up some help to Tom Pidcock. If he's not feeling great, that's another fabulous name that might well be in trouble. We hope that he rides himself into it. Don't forget, you're still only 27. He's got a massive career still ahead of him. They say you don't reach your physical peak until you're 28. Should we be scared?
The only thing I'm seeing from Pogacar, the only kind of weakness I've seen is his mentality. He was supposed to go to the Vuelta straight after the Tour de France. He said, no, mentally, I need a break. A little bit kind of too much for me. And, you know, seen kind of up and down performances. Not a great performance in the time trial, of course, but then again, he was only just over a second off the podium. It was just an incredible performance by Evenepoel. So I don't think, he's won, 16 races this year, Pogacar. So he doesn't race too much or all the time. So it's, I think he's definitely super motivated for this one. Whether he came, I'm just looking at this Rwandan. That was a good take actually.
That was
from
really good.
Rwanda.
Should be an outfielder in the baseball arena. That was amazing.
Yeah, no, that was a really good take there. It was like a low catch there because he couldn't get in front of, I think it was James Knox for Great Britain there just to take that. But back to Pogacar, it's for me mental burnout. 2 words that is I think come upon Pogacar this year. And it's hard to believe that someone that's so good like that suffers sometimes from that kind of mental burnout. He doesn't race too much, as we've already mentioned, but it's every race he rides, he's under so much pressure. But you saw him on the sign-on, he jumped onto the podium and he told him, what are you doing, you have to sign on, and he had a kind of fun and joke about it, so he had to go back and sign his name as the protocol, but he seemed in high spirits, and I think the big thing that motivates him here is something that big champions love. They love riding for the country. They absolutely love it. Having it doesn't matter if you're World Championship bands on or anything like that, you're national champion, riding for your country is something special. And I think Pogacar is so proud to be Slovenian. It's a small cycling country that punches way above its weight, and I think he wants to do the country proud. I have to say, at the same time, we do have 11 riders from UCI Team Emirates team. Right? Sometimes in World Championships, you get trade teams getting involved.
Trade help.
Yes, you do get, and I'm not beating about the bush here. It's sometimes we get that. Some federations, and we've talked about other federations not sending a lot of riders. They don't have a lot of money, but some federations put a bonus scheme up for the countries. Everybody gets the same if they win the world title. So there's a bit of that, but it was interesting to hear from Del Toro what happens if you find yourself in front with the
Loving it, trust you are too. Home, Manzabayo, just trying to get off and away from the peloton. That sets a 2 minutes and 46 margin to our breakaway. Just a brief one on Sao Tome and Principe. It's a West African nation, 2 islands off the Gulf of Guinea. Absolutely beautiful, natural beauty, rich in culture, and indeed they've sent 2 riders for us. Unfortunately, Alfredo is one of those who is out. Do Rosario, I think, is still riding. But it means some very unusual and rare cycling kit here. I've got to say, some of it is absolutely gorgeous. Sadly, not available in 3XL for me. But it's one of the gifts of going to a place like this. They used to... you will have experienced this, Brian, pin collectors. Remember pin collectors when you went to the Atlanta Olympics? They were absolutely everywhere, and nations would swap pins. And I think that's kind of ebbed a little bit because people don't wear blazers these days, the pins have gone. But coming to the World Tour, you get access to some fantastic and really unusual kit.
Yeah, I've been quite fortunate to ride a few Commonwealth Games, and I got introduced to them when I was 18, my first year at that level in Scotland. I was given these pins and I was like, what are they for? And then all of a sudden people were coming up to me, you get any pins? Swap. And I was like swapping pins like, I was a veteran at doing it. And I've still got a lot of these pins at home somewhere, and then you go to the Olympics and exactly the same thing, a little bit kind of collector's item. I've not been to the Olympics or the Commonwealth Games in recent years, so I don't know if that's still the case.
Yeah, pins kind of almost a thing of the past, really, but some collectors ended up with thousands of the things. But yeah, coming here and getting the badges from some of the smaller nations here, it's a badge of honour that says you've actually made the trip. Will Tom Pidcock make the trip? He's still hanging at the back, Brian.
I think he's okay. Let's see how this race develops, but a lot of the riders, this is what they do, just ride in the wheels, save as much as they can. But I tell you what, for Manzi Bayo, he is really and royally entertaining this crowd. You know, if they're not singing and dancing and having a party atmosphere before, they certainly are now, because this is what they want. They want to see a Rwandan cyclist on his own off the front of the peloton.
Yeah, take the picture quick with lots of star riders behind him. That's the way. But yeah, Manizabayo is going for it. 26 kilometres an hour is a decent old pace when you're on these cobbles, just coming up to the crest, and we come up and over the top, and then start heading back down. Brian, in 23 kilometres time, there'll only be 200 kilometres left.
Yeah, look at these riders, they know what to expect. They've done this before. Sometimes in stage races they have big long stages, especially the Giro d'Italia in the past. But just looking at Garcia Perna from Spain, that's been a big effort, especially early on in this race. Look at the riders at the front, they're having a chat with each other. Garcia Perna, head down, trying to come across.
Still going for it. Bless him. Meanwhile, this man, Manizabayo, is about to be tagged. Double elbow flip there. Can't quite see who the Slovenian is who's on the front. He's trying to ask for some help. Not going to get any. Belgium absolutely locked onto the wheel. Listen to this man being called to the top into this fan zone.
You were here yesterday.
I love that guy. Whoever he is as a line announcer, I want him to come to my next birthday party.
The thing is, he did it every lap yesterday, and he's doing it every lap today. I know as a commentator, sometimes when you do 4.5 hours commentary yesterday, it takes a little bit of effect in your larynx, but he has an amazing larynx.
Undiminished. I don't know. Maybe he's a cheerleader elsewhere as well. Great Britain then, just dwelling on them momentarily. Pidcock and Onley, clearly they are going to be the principals. Joe Blackmore, oh hello. Do you know, there's never a good time for this, Brian, but you know, if you're going to have some bad luck, have it early.
Yeah, of course. In fact, yesterday we didn't see any major problems, punctures. The conditions here are fantastic. I think there was a little bit of rain earlier on today, but you know, you can clearly see it's great conditions at the moment.
Oh! And a couple as well, I'm afraid. Ollie Knight is one of those, and on the deck, can't quite see who it is for Belgium. We'll get downstairs in a moment, I'm sure. That is a nightmare, a touch of wheels, and it can happen at any time. And it's happened right now. Nothing benign about this, I'm afraid, and Van Wilder is one of those that they are struggling to get comfortable. To be honest, let the rider do it himself. Trying to manage that kind of situation. Let's have a look at it, Brian. Here we go.
Yeah, I see from here, it looks as a touch of wheels, and then a secondary one in the right-hand side. Just looking to see is that Marc Soler there in the left-hand side for Spain. Yeah, Marc Soler for Spain. That's a big loss for Juan Ayuso, a very, very talented bike rider, and unfortunately, when he crashed this fast, don't know what happened, couldn't see from where we were, but you know, a few nations caught amongst the casualties here, unfortunately.
Trying to get his bike straightened out, but he's clearly not ready to remount. There's a whole sequence of burgers on display here from him, I'm afraid, and he's saying, don't touch me, just leave me alone, let me settle myself down. I mean, the help here is trying to help, but to be honest, riders just need some gathering time sometimes, don't they?
Yeah, it's really not ideal, the situation here. You know, one of the riders that crashed here is obviously obviously Bjorn Coates, the young rider from Picnic Post NL. I just saw the Picnic Post NL and I thought, oh no, I hope it's not Oscar Ornley, who you've just mentioned. In fact, talking about Oscar Ornley, it's his mum's birthday today.
Happy birthday, Mum, but gosh, that did not look nice at all. When you get this stretch out and then a recompression, Brian, there is often a call for manoeuvring, but you never know where such a touch of wheels is going to happen within a bunch. But it's more likely to happen if indeed the asphalt is at a premium. When there's a lot of riders very close together, it takes just one small mistake, one little bit of collision, a little bit of hooking of bars, you just never know, rubbing of shoulders, wheels. It gets reflected into a bigger incident, and some have really been through the mincer. Look at this.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see whether it's a touch of bars or coming together of wheels or coming together of handlebars. Very difficult to see from the pictures. It happened in the left, and a secondary movement on the right-hand side caused this with Van Wilder. Van Wilder, well, third in the time trial, he'll be deeply missed by Belgium today. And there's another rider just in front from Italy as well. So a couple of the strong nations have already lost some really important riders.
Yeah, Van Wilder looks hobbled. Soler looks very second-hand. Alaphilippe is out. So Belgium, France, Slovenia already struggling, and it's very, very early days here.
You know what, as a young man, I played the trumpet, and I always used to think, I wish I was a drummer, because as a trumpet you put a little bit more energy in because you're having to blow
all the time.
And I used to look at the drummers and think, what am I doing playing the trumpet? I should learn to play the drums.
Oh, there we are. It is done, I'm afraid, for Bjorn Kurt. Absolutely roughed up out there. Not good, right?
Well, no, there's not a lot you can do when you come down heavily. I think Van Wilder will be the next in the pits. The World Championships is not a race. When we come down this heavily, what else can you do? You can suffer through. Van Wilder is here to help Evenepoel. He's kind of one of the right-hand men for Belgium. He'll be a big loss. He's continuing on in this race, but I think it's forlorn. I don't think, even if he gets back, he'll be much help for Remco Evenepoel today.
Let's see. When you're on a small circuit such as this, Brian, as well, you're never that far away from help, or indeed an escape option, I guess you might say. But equally, if you're not at your best, and another shake of the head here, I'm afraid, and Marc Soler, that is another big name that is clearly not going to be taking much further part in this. It's a real shame because he's such a live wire and a great entertainer, Soler.
I said at the time when he was there, you know, for Ayuso, in my mind, is a major contender, and to lose someone like this, a teammate for the moment for Spain, trade teammate as well, although Ayuso's gone on to Lido Trek, it's Marc Soler could have been a big help to Juan Ayuso.
Not anymore. Back to the pits. Shake of the head says everything. So we've lost Alaphilippe, we've lost Marc Soler, we've lost Bjorn Kurt, we've lost quite a few out there, and there'll be more, I'm afraid, to go. Nobody said this was easy.
It just goes to show you, Carlton, just a moment of maybe lack of concentration, touching the wheels, locking the handlebars, and you're talking about 3 or 4 good riders there that have been hobbled, and 3 or 4 teams, the nations. It could happen to the best riders in this peloton.
Agreed, entirely. And unfortunately, the attrition rate is including some very good riders that would have been part of the battle plans for a lot of our principal teams here. Look at this, you take yourself a roundabout. This is the Kimi Harura roundabout park. How lovely is that? I mean, we love the Arc de Triomphe, but what a spectacular rendition of a thing to do with a roundabout. There's a few in Glasgow as well, but we'll talk about the empty Glasgow in a minute. It's 2.5 empty. I'm going to tell you that Sometimes it's not earned breeze, isn't it? But anyway, let's move on. 2 minutes and 16 is our... 2 minutes 16, 216. 2 minutes and 34, I should say, is the gap. To a decent breakaway, but it's almost a holding pattern at the moment. And within... we're circulating, Brian, around about 24 minutes for this lap. In fact, we've got our last lap time for us. We'll have a look in a moment. We will be racking that up as a graphic for you. But it kind of gets into a sort of a vortex whirlwind. It gets quicker and quicker and quicker, it seems, towards the end. Here's Jai Hindley, got himself back here after a very brief technical. Super strong team from Australia. They have Hindley, they've got Jay Vine and Michael Storer. We have Luke Plapp as well. Michael Matthews is here. Bling is doing his thing.
Yeah, but he's had a crash in training before this race. He's got a few bandages and he's kind of hobbling around a little bit. So he is a rider that has featured in the past in the World Championships. But I don't think... let's see how he gets on. But if you've had a crash in training before this and he's limping, then I don't think he'll be a major feature in this race.
Great to have somebody with that level of experience, though, Brian, almost as a talisman.
Exactly, it's good to have him here, and when he is here, unfortunately having that wee incident in training, we don't know too much detail about it, but looking at the front, I thought this would be purely just Slovenia on the front, but Belgium are clearly up for this with Vermeers, but also United States.
Yeah. Niels Paulus, I guess, disappointed. That we had indeed that cancellation. But with Quinn Simmons here as well, they've got an option. He has turned himself into one of the feistiest indeed contenders. Van Wilder does not look great, and I think this is me just going over to the exit road, and I think that was the sign here. Still testing himself out. He stayed on the bike, but surely it can't be for much longer because apart from anything else...
I think everyone's an underdog compared to Tadej, aren't they? So, yeah, it's a nice course for me, and yeah, I think we saw in the women's race it can be an unpredictable race, so yeah, I think it's a nice one for me.
The only difference is that on your course, there'll be the Mount Kigali, the Mur de Kigali. That could make a real difference.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's such a hard course anyway, whether it's in or out. It's yeah, I'm not sure it would really change the race too much, but 100% it's definitely going to be a bit of a focal point, and yeah, it's just a super hard climb.
Did you wake up with the dream of being world champion?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be here if I didn't.
I like that. I also like Ben Healy. I think he's brilliant. He's brilliant for cycling, and he's made plenty of Irish eyes smiling in his direction.
Well, Ireland have done it before. I'm going to say this in a possibly surprising fashion.
Go on then.
Well, I just said it in a surprising fashion.
No, you haven't. You've got to do it in a surprising fashion. What are you going to do? Go on a tutu? Go on.
No, he did it.
Oh, I see.
Surprising fashion.
I thought you said, I am going to say this in a surprising fashion. The fashion I was thinking, how are you going to say this in a surprising fashion? But I misunderstood.
Not for the first time. Yeah, with Stephen Roach, he was there supporting Sean Kelly. Sean Kelly was the rider that he was looking after during that World Championships. He came into the final throw of the day, and he went through a gap in the inside and became world champion. A good world champion, Stephen Roach, quality bike rider. He won the triple that year with the Giro d'Italia and the Tour de France. So you could say that he's a good world champion, but he won it in a kind of surprising fashion.
Well, yeah, I mean, Sean Kelly was the year that Greg LeMond won it for the second time. LeMond had been saying all day, apparently, to Sean Kelly, who's in that he was feeling terrible and his legs were bad. And he found his legs through the day. And I'm hoping that such a thing happens to Tom Pidcock today and other riders that may be feeling a little bit out of sorts, that don't be tempted to go out. The race can come to you, can't it, sometimes?
It can, but I'm not too sure in this course, Carlton. there's no hiding in this course. Normally you come to a World Championships and just try and hide, just get through the day and, you know, feel better and better, because you're talking about a 6.5 hour shift here. And not everybody feels great for 6.5 hours on a bike. I don't know anybody that has.
What about on the mic?
Yeah, I don't think anybody even in the mic has felt great for doing 6.5 hours commentating.
Come on, Brian, my company, sure.
Yeah, so, yeah, I'm going to skip over that and continue. The situation is, you have mentally, just look at Pogacar here, he's just small gear, drifting.
Did you see a few moments ago, he moderated his entire team. It was like, right, let's get together, have a chat. We're doing too much here. Let's see what happens to the country.
Well, I'm surprised that America actually riding. They've got 5 riders here. And I know Quinn Simmons, well, he did it as a junior in Harrogate, but you know, to put, excuse me, it looks like Will Barker here on the front. To put Will Barker on the front here, 5 riders. When you're up against Slovenia with 9, you're up against Belgium with 8. I think down to 7 now with one Wilder gone. But it's quite a bold statement to come and ride at the front. And I don't think they really have to do this.
I think the word there from Pogacar and Slovenia was like, if they want to ride this, let them ride this. Here's the Kigali golf course. Have you been around that yet, mate?
No, I wish. I quite fancy. I'm not. Everybody thinks the Scottish do play golf. The first question I get is, the Scottish? Yes. Yeah, of course I do, all the time. The Scottish, yeah, we're from Glasgow. Rangers are Celtic, no, neither. I support St Mirren. And they go, who? And I just pass over that part. But they say, you know, golfing's great over there. Do you play golf? No. I've played a couple of games in my life. That's about it. But the thing that I'd be interested in is that green rubber track, 2.4 kilometres round the golf course, and I fancy doing that in a few laps. Maybe not at this altitude, because the first time when after retiring from cycling, I got coached into doing the New York Marathon in 2008, and I got asked just the week before the Tour de France, so I went over to the Tour de France as a guest of one of the teams, and my first run ever was up to the airport. I tell you what, I could feel it burning in my lungs, and I thought, I can't do this. But yeah, I did 3 months later.
And that's when you took up table tennis.
Ping pong.
ISIGANYWA, superhero when it comes to Africa cycling. Not his kind of course at all today, but he's certainly good enough to keep up, at least for the time being. There we are, thumbs up. Good to see him. Good to see him. You know what? He's got a real sense of authority, and I just think maturity about him now. We watched him come up through the ranks as a youngster. He's grown into the role of a hero of Africa cycling really well.
He is, but I fear a little bit with ISIGANYWA. I've worked with the first African team that went to, is this Eric again? I worked with the first African team that went to the World Championships and I think we saw many years ago when the Russian came down, and the Russians never became the kind of dominant force they were in amateur cycling. I'm not too sure if ISIGANYWA still has that same fire in his belly this year that he did last year, and I hope he finds that fire back, because he needs that fire to do what he did last year by green jerseys, three Tour de France stages, we need that winning command.
Circuit, then you are amazing kit that is here at the Beehive, which is our convention centre here in Kigali. Absolutely beautiful building. sense of modernity, but also nodded to the past as well.
Well, just to let you know that it's 15 minutes they get taken off, but the last rider is one of the Mali riders, and he's at 14 minutes and 52 seconds across the finishing line the last time. So most riders are climbing off. Red Walters has climbed off 12 minutes and 25 seconds.
There you are. Beyond the halfway margin of the average pace stage. What is our pace at the moment? Let me just
the last lap is 40, just over 43 kilometres an hour.
Yeah. Well, they're not hanging around, but it's an average from the beginning. Just after the flag, and it was a little bit modest before our breakaway went up the road, but yeah, we're just under 41 kilometres now, is where we are seated at the moment. 42 as an average so far. So we've covered 15 kilometres, as it stands. We're having some pushes out. Eric Zabayo, I think he liked the part of the last time up the rise at the top of those cobbles, actually. You start to hear our friend on the PA with the leather larynx about to start screaming them over yet again. This front group on 7%. Union Jack stuff, known as the Union Jack. Perfectly. To call it a Union Jack, the Union flag. Got it wrong again. Bringing the gold helmet up towards the fore. It wasn't a humiliation for Teddy Pogacar because Remco Evenepoel was absolutely in his popular time trial, but to find 2.5 minutes, basically just tagged Teddy Pogacar was something incredible, and Frank van den Broek is what's broken for Frank. He gets himself back on. Just a little bit of biscuit, just a shift chain. You've seen chains chucked off on this surface, Brian.
We've seen a few, especially to the entry. I think, unfortunately, for the young Scot, Erin Bisman from Glasgow, she had it in the junior time trial, and the same for the junior road race. And if you inch up your chain or pull your foot out or anything on this climb, you lose a considerable amount of time. But yeah, look, I don't think it was a humiliation for Pogacar, possibly the first time he's ever been caught in a time trial. But he finished fourth. He's only over the second off. I just think Evenepoel was totally dialed into the effort and, was head and shoulders above everybody else.
Well, there's no shame in finishing in the top 5, but the expectations were that Tadej Pogacar would indeed medal, possibly indeed take the wrestle to Remco Evenepoel. Different, of course, perceptions when it comes to this kind of distance. And as you said, Tadej Pogacar, if his head's in the right place, then he's absolutely bang on. There is a sense that after a few sort of withdrawals, especially a late one for Vuelta, which caused all kinds of problems for his UCI Team Emirates team. But here he's well supported by former rivals, the likes of Primož Roglič within his team, Luka Mezgez. It's a very, very strong unit that Slovenia have brought to the party. They can manufacture a Marshall, if you like, with 9 riders. That's a big team. It's the biggest team we've got here. 8 plus the champion, which of course is Tadej Pogacar. I think he likes the rainbow stripes. It used to be described as a burden, Brian, but he's carried them extraordinarily well.
Yeah, he loves them. He loves his Slovenian national jersey as well. Although out training to try and kind of be under the radar a little bit round about the Monaco area. He does wear just plain clothing, but he loves winning races in certain jerseys, whether it's a league jersey in the Tour de France, whether it's the World Championships jersey. And for sure he's come here to try and win again, and he's always thinking about creating history, and his whole team are here to support him.
we talk about the burden. Better explain myself, really. It used to be that when you wore the rainbow stripes, that essentially you were a target, and some riders felt that they were dialed out of success in other races because they were almost immediately jumped onto, and their attacks and their effectiveness really as a winner. You stand out, as simple as that. So it was regarded as something of a curse that would stop you winning other races to carry the world champions bands, but I think ISIGAN possibly put that to bed, and a few others as well wore them with great pride and efficacy, and Telebogadje, it hasn't diminished him at all, it seems.
No, because there's not a lot you can do when he goes on the attack. It's as simple as that. So for a lot of riders that have been world champion, yeah, the cost of the stripes is because you can stand out in that jersey, and then you're expected to do more, and that's the problem. You are world champion. Wherever you go in a race, you're seen whenever you go on the attack, you're chased down, and whenever you're in front in a breakaway, you're expected to do more. It's as simple as that.
Like Kivu. Always love the optimism of a long boat. It's actually for moving goods around the place, but when you see a long boat going out fishing, you think, oh, they're going to fill that with fish. You go out in a massive boat, and you come back with a tiddler. So you have a big boat, I thought you were going to fill it. That's the teasing you get. Meanwhile, teasing us into expectations, I think, Slovenia. They've not been that far off the front. Van Wilde has indeed called it a day. It was clear that was going to happen. Some injuries due to nudges of wheels. And for those of you that are perhaps joining us a little bit late, a lot of the major teams have actually suffered some significant blows to indeed their roster. Spain have lost Marc Soler. Van Wilde you have just seen. For Belgium, great time trials would have been part of the entry to try and help Remco Evenepoel to rainbow stripes here. So he's lost. So Evenepoel has lost Van Wilde. Bjorn Kort is no longer at the disposal of Tom Pidcock, who looks a little bit second-hand himself as we look at Evenepoel as he crosses the line here with his golden helmet. So Kort, I'm afraid, is also out for Great Britain. Really going through the tumble dryer, it seems, or indeed the rock roller. I'm afraid it was a rocky end to him as he went for a roll after a touch of wheels. There's a few others as well that have indeed been gated. Quite a roster actually of those that come into this very, very hyper-elite roster. Possibly just a little bit with something lacking, but it's great to see so many nations represented here. I did love seeing Sao Tome and Principe, a nation that I wasn't very familiar with, I must admit, but an island nation. Just great. I started to look at it myself and thought, gosh, it looks absolutely wonderful, as it has been here. This doesn't look good, Brian.
No, I'm not at all. French dropping, not like flies, but already Alaphilippe down, and yeah, not good for Barret here.
Barret would have been one of the hopes. I think very much an outside hope was Alaphilippe, but not well. Tour of Rwanda itself, of course, is a spectacular race, and indeed it has entertained us and part of the UCI roster. It was the success of this race and others like it on the African continent that have, of course, made the UCI ponder the likelihood and indeed the effectiveness of bringing the World Championships to this great continent. We are here, and it couldn't have happened without the Tour of Rwanda. Cycling festival every single year, and now they, of course, have the right to host the World Championships, and they've done it brilliantly. Minute 52 is our break. We are still playing with our circuit, and we are going to do so for quite a few more laps. And it goes on. Serbia, the latest to declare here, I'm afraid, and it's Monjan Ilic riding on his own, so very much a diminished roster. Now it's non-existent, just a solitary rider. Quite a few riders here, they don't have teammates. It doesn't mean that it's not going to go your way, but it's highly unlikely because you get this kind of service. This is Primožić, who is bottles. He doesn't need that many bottles. Least of all, one down his neck. Water carrier, especially when the days get a little bit hot and we're starting to see some high cloud. The shadows have disappeared. There is a chance today of thunderstorms, but that doesn't mean that it takes away from the heat. We're in the centre of the African continent. It's a landlocked nation at altitude, and we're talking about 26 Celsius as a maximum, but heavy humidity with the chance of thunderstorms. The calm before the storm, you might say, as you look around here at the vegetation, whether that be the palms, indeed the hedges, or indeed the cacti, the aloe vera. Yes, they're not moving at all. And as it stands, our pace today is a modest one. We're just underneath 42 kilometres per hour. This will get a little bit quicker. I've got a feeling that we won't see the full-on pace until we get possibly to the foot of Mount Kigali. We play with the rib, the Côte de Kigali, constantly within, of course, a small circuit here, but we do go on a longer loop. The definition of this longer loop, Brian, it's very, very tough, and I suspect that that's really where the first huge slice of attrition is going to be taken out of the main favourites today. We may lose a few at that point.
We may lose a few. It depends on whether they race it or not. It's the highest point, of course. The climb itself, 5.9 kilometres in length, 6.9 on average. So it's whether they want to play. I'm not too sure. Watching the World Championships last year in Zurich.
I mean, well, we'll have to see. It's my second Elite World Championship, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It's a very hard course, and I think it suits me quite well. So yeah, I hope I have the legs to be here in the final.
Because you've been showing very impressive things these last few weeks. You have the shape.
Yeah, I think so. I think from the Worlds, I carried it here, and I hope it shows.
You like the course?
It is a really nice course, and I think the climb the Elite do, which is the Mount Kigali, is going to be decisive. So yeah, I hope. I think the race is going to explode, and I hope I can be there at the front.
Well, he thinks it will be on Mount Kigali. Let's wait and see. It depends entirely on the complexion of the race, how it's been raced until that point. But it is potentially an axis on which this race may pivot. Looking at the clouds, Brian, some of them look extraordinarily threatening. When we get to the high ground of the mountain itself, as opposed to the coat, the little bosses that we're dealing with as part of the short circuit, if we do get a thunderstorm, it depends on how heavy that is and how long it lasts, but it will really be surely something of a shock on such a long day.
100%, and especially on the cobbles and traction and all that. But you got to remember the Kigali, the Mount Kigali is about 100 kilometres from the finishing line. Last year, Pogačar went with just under 80 kilometres to go to the finish, and it looked at some point he was paying for those efforts, still managed to kind of hang on. I really don't think we're going to see that today. It's such a hard course, this here in Kigali, that I think it could be a little bit kind of later. So yeah, they're kind of half expecting it. I'd still be very surprised if we saw Pogačar and some of the favourites really go for it. But then again, I was surprised by some of the riders that were up there earlier on. Del Toro was following moves, earlier on today at the start. So I think 100 kilometres in this sort of course is still going to be very, very difficult. And I think what Pogačar will do is definitely use his team. I still believe this will be a little bit kind of later, the development of the race, rather than last year when he went from just under 80 kilometres to go his first attempt.
Well, it's all about Pogačar, of course. Roglic, he might come into play. I'm not quite sure what the national management is going to be like. Roglic would love to be world champion, of course. And race too difficult for Matej Mohoric, I would have thought. Great classics man. Luka Mezgec as well. Having a classics mentality is something, but of course translating that to such a long day, it's a very, very long day. Brian, are you of the opinion that this is one of the toughest world championships that we have ever seen?
I can remember when I was growing up, the World Championships were in Solange and Bernardino, just ground everybody to a pulp. I can remember watching that because the commissaire in the car behind was Scottish, Arthur Campbell, and of course in that breakaway was certain Robert Miller. So I was a young lad at the time watching that, and that was just an incredible course. Very few riders finished that year, and we're looking at this course today, and we heard from Alain Philippe thinking there'd be very few riders left. It's just going to be terrible, he said. So I think it will be really attritional today, and yeah, I agree that's one of the hardest ever courses that we've had for World Championships.
Brian, there is a sense as well that on occasion riders can ride themselves, I think I alluded to it earlier on, they can ride themselves into form on the day itself, especially on this kind of distance. Greg LeMond, notably, when he won for the second time, beat Sean Kelly in the Worlds. He described being absolutely empty and was declaring himself, and he was encouraged to stay with the race by Sean Kelly himself. And he goes on and beats Sean Kelly in a sprint, to, of course, the great detriment of Sean. He never quite forgot it, and neither did I. I never forgot the anecdote, let alone the action. But can you find yourself, even if you are struggling just a little bit, I'm trying to give myself some encouragement for Tom Pidcock, who's not looked great at the beginning here today. He looks uncomfortable. Can he find himself? I'm not asking you, will he? I'm saying, is it possible?
Yeah, look, you have to have the form coming in here, so it's not a form guide, it's a feeling guide. It's one of these situations where it's a long day. Everybody here's got good form, otherwise they wouldn't be here. So I think it's just a case of some races, and many of the races that I used to do, I used to prefer to feel not so good at the start. Because if you're not so good at the start, you think more about how you can conserve energy more than anything else, and you don't waste energy. The worst thing is when you do feel good, you waste energy, and it's about saving today.
This is the Kigali Genocide Memorial, just located not that far from the centre of Rwanda's capital city. And it is, of course, in commemoration of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. It came 10 years after that. A terrible time. And a reminder, really, of how dark the world can be. It doesn't matter where you are on this planet, and how, like Rwanda, you can indeed recognise it, acknowledge it, but also move on and indeed form something rather wonderful, which is Rwanda itself and Kigali. They have brought us this phenomenal festival. And despite the darkness of the past, it almost acts as a measure by which to experience and appreciate the joy that something like the World Championships can bring, without ever forgetting those who are departed within that darkness that was. We've got ourselves a breakaway. It is, of course, the World Championships, the men's elite road race, here in Africa for the very first time. I've got a feeling we'll be coming back, which is something wonderful. And a lot of cycling being spread around the planet. Right now, not much love being lost between these guys. 7 up the roads. Raul Garcia Pera did make it over for Spain. And the teams represented up front have got some principles that might have a shout later on. Denmark, Anders Foldager has made the trip. They'll be thinking about Mathieu Helmose. Great Ardennes rider. Might suit him today. Julien Bernal is up the road for France. They will be hoping to slingshot someone like Pavel Sivakov, possibly Paul Seychelles, but they've lost Alaphilippe and Louis Barret, but they do have Bernard up front. Mano Rissing for the Netherlands. Short-handed team by some of their own standards of the past, but they have Timon Arensman, and they also have Volker Mollema. Ghana's John Britton, I'm afraid, no longer part of proceedings, but he's no shame in that. Unfortunately, we have lost quite a few more in that moment. Back to our breakaway. Raul Garcia has made it up to the front for Spain. Spain, unfortunately, now without Marc Soler, leaving Juan Ayuso slightly hobbled, I would say, majorly hobbled, I guess, without Marc Soler. But we'll have to rely on indeed to support the entire team, who will be falling in behind Juan Ayuso, who has got himself a long contract over 5 years. I think he might be 7 with Little Trek, which is great news for him. So a little bit of settlement. He comes here with Gagger up, which is great. Says he's on form after coming out of the Vuelta. Ivo Oliveira started the move for Portugal. He, I would say, is one of the favourites within that group. They've got Thiago Antunes, they've got Julião, and they also have Morgado. Strong team, Portugal, but a quarter of their number are up the road. Different rosters and different amount of personnel. Fabio Christian has made the trip for Switzerland. His namesake Jan Christian is also in the team, so is Mauro Smith and Mark Hershey. Any of those could be surprises today, and we've seen that surprises can win prizes. As we saw in the women's elite race, Switzerland looked to have really nailed themselves on for a medal in that race. Might happen today. Fabio Weiss, the rider I didn't mention from Switzerland, but they have Fabio Christian up the road. So a Fabio and a Fabio. Maurus Meyerhofer of Germany. It would be a surprise if Germany were to thrive, but you never know. Meyerhofer, handy rider, Jonas Rusch, Jörg Zimmermann, who will hope to be bringing it all back home and keeping it with a musical. Engelhardt Humperdinck, Felix Engelhardt is indeed also part of a 4-man German team. The rosters are varied. The biggest team here is Slovenia. The gift being you're allowed a maximum of 8, which has been brought by Belgium, also by Denmark, also by Great Britain, also by France. Their rosters, of course, diminishing. But as a world champion, Tadej Pogačar allowed to come here as well. So 9 for Slovenia, which seems a little bit unfair because they are so strong. When you look at Goretzka, Zizgets, Mohoric, Jovac, Jaka Primozic, Primoz Roglic, Atish Zuma, and Gal Greva, as well as Tadej Pogačar himself, you realise just what an amazing force they are. Right now, they've not been forced to do too much chasing. Other teams have actually come and started to help out. The United States have been busy, but Quinn Simmons will be their secret weapon. The least secret weapon out there, other than, I think, Ireland's Ben Healy, who we know will have a go. It's a question of when and from how far out. What's Ben Healy going to do? Well, we know what he's going to do, but when's he going to do it, Brian?
Well, that's the question. He always goes from a distance, a problem for one of the riders here. I think there might have been a bit of a gear change on the corner there, but yeah, it's always a question of the unknown. Victor Campenaerts it was for Ben Healy. He does go from distance, so I think he'll choose. He is the sort of rider that could possibly use the Mount Kigali to his advantage. But looking at the front here, Carlton, it's interesting to see that Mexico are helping out. You've got 4 teams riding in front. Belgium here with Vermeers. You've got Slovenia with Zuma. Barta there for the USA, but also adding into the mix one rider here from Mexico. Of course, they've got Del Toro. He could be a feature. He's come into these championships with great form. You know, the Belgians, they've got the numbers. Fortunately for them, they have got the numbers to be able to help Evenepoel. Unfortunately, they've lost Van Wilder in that crash that happened a couple of laps ago. But the race has really settled down now into the formula I think that we've known from the past. But it just surprises me a little bit to see that Mexico are riding. Just as I say, Barta, well, his day's done. The Mexican rider as well that was involved here, he's gone backwards in the cobbles. So Vermeers, following Vermeers, causing a little bit of concern for some of the riders that were already riding at the front.
Yeah, also concern, I guess, for Victor Campenaerts. Didn't look too flustered. He chucked a chain, made sure it was back where it needed to be. He was in the wrong gear, lifted up the saddle, spun the back wheel. Looked really kind of just a bit irked by it rather than troubled too deeply. Lots of Australians peppered throughout the line here, and Campenaerts is making his way back in. Not too much fear by the pace that we've got for the time being. We're averaging just over 41.5 kilometres per hour for the day so far. Just over 42, I should say. Just updated my screen. Still got none too small matter of what, 3 3/4 laps, 4 laps to complete, in fact, before we actually go downhill and then head out of town. So at 4 laps time, Brian, suddenly things are going to get very, very uncomfortable.
Well, they're uncomfortable for a lot of riders already. You know, Barta, that was already riding at the front for the USA, he's gone backwards. You can see that Florian Vermeers is putting a little bit of pressure on, even though that Campenaerts is in the cars trying to come back to the race. But a few of the riders, even Zuma for Slovenia, starting to get distances. Goveka is at the front for Slovenia now with Julian Vermeers. So Zuma is gone, Barta's gone, the Mexican rider is gone. So the pace is pretty decent on this Corbin Blind this time.
European mountain bike champion, Tom Pidcock, and more than that, so the biggest success of his career was actually 3rd place in the Vuelta, proving to himself, apart from anything else, he's got the endurance to take on a Grand Tour. There's Evenepoel just coming through here with his golden helmet, Del Toro not that far away, and indeed Tony Bocaccia himself just coming up over the rise past this fan zone off the cobbles. Lots of checking over shoulders to see who is where. Denmark, that was Asbjørn Kjelmors just looking around, and these Skjelmors they're looking for. That's a wonderful shot, just showing you the roller coaster that we're dealing with. Sometimes of emotions, and sometimes, quite frankly, just a roller coaster of form, and just hoping that Tom Pidcock is not struggling too much. He's probably, it could be that he's just riding wise and just holding himself back and then delivering something deeper into the day, as Brian was pointing out a little bit earlier on. If you start the day on great form and you're all guns blazing, then there's only one way to go, and that's to have your form diminish through such a long run. I mean, it's huge what we're having to deal with, what the riders are having to deal with. There's still 191 kilometres of the day remaining, and we're not that far off 2 hours of racing already. If you talk about attrition, Brian, it's already happening, but this could be a very thin on-the-ground peloton by the end.
I think it will. The way things are going at the moment, and you know, to see the riders that were already riding at the front now disappearing off the back. You know, one was Will Barta. I still don't understand why USA were riding, even with Barta. I don't think it made a huge difference, and I don't think they're too worried about the 7 riders that are in front. However, the 7 riders that are in front are from strong cycling nations. But just look at the lime green jerseys here. They're well in control of this. I possibly would have lent on them. If I was one of the national team managers, I'd have lent on them more so than anybody else. but they do have some support from Belgium today. They did have USA and Mexico helping them out, but definitely they have got good support from Belgium, which comes from the coaches. The coach here, very respected, Serge Pauls. I know Serge pretty well, and they've decided that they will support every Paul, and the best way to support them is to put a rider in front to help Slovenia.
Ollie Knight just comes to the right-hand side of the road, gets himself a rear puncture exchange here, not wanting to swap bikes, not that much pace in the day. It may well be that it takes longer to get to his bike because it won't be one of the principles. And by that I mean, if you are one of the favoured riders, let's say somebody like Tom Pidcock, you are likely to have a spare bike on the edge of the car, which is very quick to get to, because at the pointy end of the race, if you do get yourself a puncture, it's easier just to get a new bike absolutely fettled exactly to your requirements, size-wise, in every regard, off the car, and then you get back onto it. Riders do have their favoured bikes, however. Even if you do make an exchange for something that apparently looks exactly the same, it can be that you have a favoured bike and you'd quite like to get it back, thank you very much. So call it luck, suspicion, you name it, but riders are so really dialed in to the geometry of their favourite bikes that even apparently exactly the same bike, one will feel better than another. Here's Byukusenge of Rwanda, one of those that has abandoned. If you find yourself 12 or 14 minutes off the front of the race, then you're going to be in trouble. And you'll be gated, asked to leave the course. We're seeing a lot of that happening. We're also seeing riders having left due to injury, I'm afraid, and sometimes sickness. Alaphilippe, who looked sprightly, possibly testing himself out to see how unwell he was, didn't like the answer he got, and he is off the bike. Others have departed due to injury with some touches of wheels. Campanazzi was part of an early animation. The potential really to get off up the road caused so much panic and worry that it was a very busy start to the day, possibly down to this man.
Yeah, I think he was just marking things out. Nice to see back to Campanus, such a family man. He's got his boy's picture on the top tube of his bike there, and I was in communication with him when he left the Vuelta with a little bit of sickness, and the day after he said, "Oh, my job's not done, I'm on daddy duty today," and he sent me a picture with his lad and his kids in one of these chairs, small, the small kids' chairs and things like that, and he's looking after them, so his job never stopped.
Well, there's no better privilege than being a parent if you're lucky enough to be so. That's what you're here for. We're here for the World Championships in Africa for the first time, and the sunshine has come out between the clouds. Some clouds gathering for those who've done a lot of work early on, and Will Barter is taking a well-earned sit down. He's going for a nice drink, nice water. No, I'm going for the old red label, he says. Why not? Now a chance for these guys. These are Sierra Leone's. It was a 1,000-yard stare, wasn't it? Thinking about what might have been. Well, what was is great representation by a whole raft of different riders. Sierra Leone with Jello and Kahora, you saw them both there. Just taking in what they've achieved, and they have ridden in the World Championships. You know what that's like, Brian?
Yes, indeed, and it's the first. I think maybe the stare was the fact that we were playing Albert, but at the end of the day, Sierra Leone was the.
I like Albert.
I'll continue. Sierra Leone was, debuting here, and it's just the fact that they've got an opportunity to ride the World Championships. So I think they have to be proud of them.
The winner takes it all is, of course, an Albert track. I might have to bring a few more before the end of today. So who's going to meet their Waterloo? That's what we want to know today. Stop me. France. I don't know. What about Pavel Sivakov? Let's dwell on a few, shall we, Brian? Sivakov comes into this race with a lot of plaudits.
Let me just have a look. Sivakov second, well, in the mix really, second in the Grand Prix Quebec. Apart from that, Tour of Britain 10th overall, so yeah, he's okay. 87th in the Tour de France. Of course, he was there working for his team leader Pogacar. So yeah, he's one of the riders that even last year when Pogacar attacked it just under 80 kilometres ago, he was the kind of last man or the rider that tried to go with him. So I think with France having Bernard here, I think they knew that Alaphilippe wasn't possibly feeling that great, that Sivakov could be, a feature. But again, it's one of the other riders that rides for UAE Team Emirates. Where does his allegiance lie? We've seen this happen in many World Championships. But I think Sivakov definitely, France are here. I know Vauclair wouldn't want it any other way. He is the manager here for the French national team, and Thomas Vauclair will make sure that they all ride for France today.
I love Tommy Vauclair, of course, with his face pulling whenever he was on absolutely the limit. The tongue would come out, starting to lick at an invisible ice cream that was hung in front of him. Fantastic. Like a donkey turbo, I think you might say, which was hanging a carrot on a stick in front of a donkey, making it go faster. That old cartoon. Not that from Winnie the Pooh. But anyway, yeah, less literature. More poetry today, perhaps. 184.8 kilometres from home, and we got to 2 minutes and 39. Everybody's doing a good job of actually moderating the day, but we don't want moderation, we want action, and we're going to get plenty of that, I think, by the time we have completed 150. We're in about 30k's time. 2 more laps, Brian, and then we leave the city, and that'll be the first time that we have departed in these championships.
Yeah, exactly. The time trials were a little bit kind of out and back. And then came on to the circuits, to the finish, and of course the circuits have been quite consistent in the road races that we've had, and it's kind of hard because normally you come to the World Championships, you can watch the other races, from the junior races under 23s, the women's elite, and I think they've all been very different in their own unique way. So very difficult to see how this is going to kind of play out, but I think everybody knows that this is going to be super hard. It's we've already seen some riders at the start making, and some big riders making little bits of an effort. We've seen a crash and taking out a couple of key individuals for the different nations, and I think this is going to come down to a very small group. Like I was saying, with the World Championships in Solange in the 1980s with Bernardino, was it Baroncelli? There was only I think 4 of them left at the end, and I think very few people finished that year. But it's whether Pogacar is on that kind of dominant performance. He's got plenty of riders to be able to help him, of course, and he's used them now. Belgium are prepared to help. USA did, Mexico did as well, but this race is down to Belgium behind Slovenia controlling.
Volcanoes National Park, of course, it is the home to the big beasts. So that statue of the gorilla, I can't help but think it looks like it's holding a microphone, which puts me in mind of another silverback that I'm sitting next to. In 2005, Rwanda began officially naming mountain gorillas. It became something known as a celebration of nature, and of course they all look extremely different. And I've seen the book, actually. We just focus on Isaac Del Toro. We'll come back to him in a moment. But yeah, they named all of those majestic animals, gave them value currency almost, and the personality of each of the creatures is clearly on display, and it's a great idea. The Kwita Izina ceremony is an opportunity to thank the communities, of course those that help out in the Volcano National Park, to look after the gorillas, whose population has expanded dramatically over the last 20 years, and for that we are very grateful, not only to those volunteers themselves, but also to the nation of Rwanda, who've brought us this brilliant World Championship as well. courtesy, of course, of the UCI, a governing body that look after cycling so well. Meanwhile, through the feed zone, easier take from the breakaway. You really only get one bite at this, but yeah, make sure you get what you want. Sometimes it's not to your liking. You take a bottle with some gels strapped to it. And look at this, Brian. This is how the race is being delivered. How lovely.
Yep. We see this pretty much throughout the world, whether you're in Italy, France, and they all watch it on local TV and then jump out to the side of the road to cheer the riders on. I was just, looking at Eric, the Rwandan rider, climb off there. I was quite fortunate to work with Adrian Niyonshuti, who is kind of pioneer of cycling in this part of the world, of course. He's 38 years of age now, and he was national champion in 2010, 11 and 12. One of these breakout riders from Rwanda, and having spent time with him over the kind of years with MTN Quebec, he just seeing his drive as an individual inspired me as well, because when you hear the story of his family life and where he's come from, and I met him at the 2012, I went up to Stratford to meet him, and he was just so proud. A bit of a trailblazer for Rwandan cycling, and I suspect a lot that the riders from Rwanda here at championships have been inspired at some point by Adrian. When you consider, when we see the memorial to the genocide that happened in this part of the world, he lost 3 brothers during that, and that was the kind of motivation for him to try and kind of break through in sport, and he did. He was a super rider, and a lot of respect for Adrian, and he's doing wonders for Rwanda, and he must be very, very proud to see the World Championships in his back garden.
Well, we do, of course, have the Tour of Rwanda. We have the Misso Bongo in the Tropicana in Gabon. The Tour of Burkina Faso as well, which in the past has provided some fabulous racing. Racing, of course, down in South Africa, where I guess the main success in the past has indeed come from. But Africa has still got so much potential, and I think in recognition of that, the World Championships had to come here, and this year it finally has.
Yeah, no, it's great. I know that Visit Rwanda, is it Arsenal they sponsor?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I've seen it around in other kind of sporting platforms, but Africa, I've got so many races. I've raced in Africa.
You're right, like Arsenal.
Arsenal, yeah. Not that I'm a fan of Arsenal, but one of my family members is, so that's where I've probably seen it. But just looking at lots, I was fortunate to be part of the MTN Quebec team, which is a lot of African riders, Algerians and producers Regigi. And they've got the Tour of Algeria, there's the Tour of Morocco, in the north. There's a lot of racing here, of course. For a lot of these riders to come to Europe, which is still the hub of world cycling, and that's what the UCI have been trying to do over the years, is trying to kind of globalise cycling. I don't know how we're going to get away from the hub of Europe, but you have to. Even in my day, you had to go and live in Europe, and for a lot of these riders to come here and race in Europe, I know for a lot of the African riders it's so important for them to get home, to see loved ones and have that home environment, and that was always the trouble sometimes with visas and various other things. So yeah, just hopefully this will continue, that we'll see more and more races and more African races on our TV screens.
Felix Engelhardt clearly struggling. You never know whether it's just sheer exhaustion on the day, just get himself on his feet, or indeed a little bit of illness can happen absolutely anywhere. So, yeah, I'm afraid Germany down to 3 with Meyerhofer, Rush and Zimmermann, hoping to bring it all back home at the end of today. Meanwhile, I'm afraid that Felix Engelhardt is no longer part of proceedings. This is Fabio Christian that you are looking at right now. Been busy, but not as busy as those who find themselves off and up the road. Foldenegger, Bernard, Wissen, Garcia, Oliveira, Christian, and indeed Meyerhofer. They've got work to do, and you're looking at them right now. This is a band of brothers that hope to make an impact today, but 2.5 minutes is nothing, especially with the sort of distance that we have got. I mean, we've seen maximum gaps on breakaways get up to 15 minutes sometimes and still get paired back over 180 kilometres. And with the sort of terrain that we've got here, I'm afraid, getting up the road, it kind of has a whiff of the foolish about it, but you never know. Never know what's going to happen with the weather either. If we do get a dousing of rain, it's likely to be very, very heavy. And there's a suggestion that there's some moisture in the air at the moment as we come back to the cobbles. And we'll be seeing this section for 6 laps at the end. We're completing 9, by the way, before we exit and head out into the countryside. We are on lap number 6. We'll be starting lap number 6, I should say, once they pass the start-finish line. And this cobbles introduces you to it. It's the last test, and it was proving to be a decisive one in the women's elite race yesterday when Canada had a dramatic victory, but it had to be achieved on this, and it's almost a heartbreak hill, this, isn't it, for some?
Yeah, no, I think this is the main feature, this climb up to the finishing line. This is pretty much shaped, you know, the World Championship. Remember this cobble climb up to the finishing climb for years to come, but yeah, it's not easy at all, and you have to add in all the other kind of layers, the humidity, the heat, the altitude, you know, everything at all. And even some of these riders coming from Canada to here, you know, the travel, and we believe there was a little bit of kind of sickness in the Dutch camp. Sam Oman never started. Of course, we heard that the junior team had that illness, and they were in a different hotel to the elite riders. And yeah, of course, you come here and you know you have to kind of look after yourself. We're hearing a few people that have come here sick, hoping to get better. We believe that some people have got sick when they've been here. It's you know, it's difficult for these bike riders to be totally 100%, and that's what you wish for. You know, one-day races are, when you target them, it's always very difficult to get everything spot on. You know, one of the races that I used to really kind of concentrate year and year was my national championships. I won it twice myself, but within 4 years I was never outside the top 2, and I thought I was very, very good at getting everything right on the day, and not everybody can do that. We see in stage races that you don't have to be on form going into the race, but you can kind of ride into a 3-week race. But in a one-day race like this, you need everything spot on to get the best out of yourself. Pogacar, well, we know that he can do it. There's various other riders that can do it, but it's a skill in itself. Even at the last ride, when you do your last ride, because believe me, a lot of these riders have probably in the last 3 or 4 days probably done a 200-kilometer ride. So it's, and when I say that to people, some people are saying, why would you do that so close to a major? This is what you have to do. So everything from your nutrition, everything, even at altitude, it suppresses your appetite, and you've got to remember to keep on eating. You know, taking your gels, taking your nutrition, your hydration is so important. Keeping cool, we've already seen early on that Tom Pidcock was getting doused in water. So there's a lot of elements to this race you have to get spot on, and then you have to keep on telling yourself, keep the gears down, keep twiddling, save, save, save. That's all it is. The World Championships is about saving the whole time, and of course there's a lot of riders in here not trying to win the race. Of course, we said it at the start, Carlton, that there's a lot of riders here. Just to get here was their goal. Just to ride a few laps round this course was their goal. To go, imagine as one of the African smaller nations, when this is your first UCI race this year, and you're on the start line with Pogacar, Evenepoel, all these big stars. That's something in itself. That inspires a lot of these other riders to try and do that little bit more in training. And but for a lot of these riders that are here as workhorses, we possibly only have maybe 10, 12 riders that are capable of winning this race today. Everybody else in this race is here to support them.
Evenepoel fans, side of the roads. Kalmaratov, we just saw as an exit for Uzbekistan. Certainly looks that way. Coming up to the rise here, some riders have decided to keep their trade helmets, but the golden helmet looming large in our consciousness. What chance Remco Evenepoel today has got a very good one. He's already got the bragging rights over Tadej Pogacar of having beaten him in the time trial, and indeed caught him as his 2.5 minute man. Can you believe that? Well, it happened. Could something strange happen today? I'm actually wondering whether we might get from a side quarter somebody that could produce something of a surprise. Well known to us, of course. It's a busy cycling season that's not over yet. Even after these World Championships, it seems to roll on almost in perpetuity these days. It's never that long before you're getting busy down under. I might actually be coming down to Australia to visit some of you, by the way, as part of my stand-up show, Tales of the Tour de France with Carl Kelly. I look forward to seeing some of you. More details for you on social media the closer we get to that, but that should be fun, and today will be as well. It will also be torture for quite a few riders, I'm afraid, so let's wish them the very best. You know, a team that's been quiet so far is Italy.
I was just about to say that. I was waiting for you to finish.
Well, here we are.
And I saw them towards the front, and I said, there's one. I think we've mentioned every other team. And you can see them in the dark blue Azuri kits, and you can see Ciccone there towards the front. But they've started with a strong team. They have got plenty of history in this race, of course. They've got Baggioli, Cattaneo, Ciccone, Fortunato, Frigo, Masnada, Garofoli, Sobrero. They've got a really good team. And it's when you were mentioning then that, you know, we might have maybe some kind of outsiders, so maybe some teams that could feature in this race could surprise a little bit. I think the Italians could be in the mix here.
No Giulio Pellittari, he withdrew, and that means that we have an elevation of Giulio Ciccone. This is Tadej Pogacar just being brought back as we speak, and I guess you might say in good company, but I'm not quite sure what the issue is. It may well simply have been a comfort break, and let us wait and see. But no panic and no real feisty attack going off at the front. We won't worry too much. But a job to do. Was it a technical? Looks like it might well have been. He's just stopping by the pits here, but gets himself back on the bike. Got two riders around him, and marshalled nicely by Mohoric and Novak to get himself back in. But yeah, Tadej Pogacar, as we say, you're going to have some bad luck. Maybe it's just a little bit of fettling. Nothing too much to fear, especially with 174 kilometres to go. And there we are. The whip hand is up. Is he calling for help, or is he calling for pace?
No, he's calling for the convoy. The convoy is important. It was very quick there. Was that a Portaloo at the side of the road there?
Might have been.
His teammates had stopped. There seemed to be a Portaloo in the pits area as you normally have. But the waving is calling for the rest. We're going to see it? No, we're not. No. Are we? Will we see it again?
If it was, as we call it, a comfort break, which is basically a toilet stop, then, you know, he's got that ballast dealt with, and he'll get back on with the task of the day.
But he's calling the vehicles to come past. Normally in a pro race you'll get the convoy, but you're talking to the national teams here, and some of the times the national managers, this is probably the only race they do.
I was going to say not as dialed in.
No, there's certain protocol. So he's waving up. He's wanting the convoy to be very, very tight so that they can just jump between the cars and use as less energy as possible, just like in front of them. But Shimano Neutral Service here are helping them a little bit. They understand that there's a lot of kind of ex-pro bike riders involved there. But I think it must have been a comfort rate, maybe a Portaloo, because on this circuit, where can you do that? And the fact he stopped in the pits area, you can see clearly from the pictures there that he was at the front of the peloton. So having that slippage room, stopping, having a comfort break and then continuing his effort, and now they're making their way swiftly back to the peloton.
They've got Eddie Dunbar with his Jayco, as you can see, plum-coloured trade kit helmet. There is Tadej Pogačar, nothing too stressed. Not giving us a wave though, I note, but he's pulled the tresses of hair out of his helmet. And there was actually a helmet that was sold with tresses of hair already attached to it, I think possibly just for a laugh, but I didn't think about it. You know, to recreate the glory days. Joining Eddie Dunbar on this trio, which includes Tadej Pogačar from Slovenia, is Chao Chang Wang of Thailand, who's still very much in the race. Good for him. He's been tagged off actually as they get into the cars here.
Actually, I was talking to a good friend of mine, Joe McAleer from Met. She looks after the sponsorships and marketing of Met helmets, and I was saying, surely not these helmets are, you know, designed like this. And he said, no, he puts his helmet on and the tufts automatically come out. It's not a fact that, you know, he pulls them out himself as a bit of a trademark. It just happens when he puts the helmet on.
Well, let's hear from Tadej Pogačar, who spoke at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, I mean, definitely you need to have a feeling today. It's a so long race and so hard race. You need to have a feeling for your body and for the race. And yeah, you can talk about the tactics and everything like all day, the day before the race, but in the end, it can be so many factors, and yeah, you need to have the feeling for the race.
You have the same feeling as last year.
In terms of shape, I think I'm really good, and in terms of motivation and energy, I think even better.
Is it going to happen in Mount Kigali?
I think so. We're gonna see some sparks there because it's so hard the climb. So I think we cannot avoid that climb to go easy over. I think a lot of people will try to attack even before, maybe to get an advantage before the climb. So yeah, it's gonna be hard.
Luke Plapp has exited the race, so Luke will be watching us, I hope. But yeah, that's part of the engine room of Australia. They have Jai Hindley, of course, Jay Vine, Stora. Plapp was very much part of what is, I must describe, as one of the most exciting teams here, Australia. If you're looking for a team that will not be afraid to go very deep and have the weaponry to actually handle themselves in just about any kind of scenario, Jai Hindley will be their principal, but some very strong other cards to play. I would have had Luke Plapp down as possibly within that top vanguard of 4 riders that they want to work for. He's out of the race, which means there's added importance to Great Jay Vine, Michael Stora, and of course Jai Hindley himself.
I think so. I think the 3 kind of principals have been really impressed with Michael Stora recently. He's had really good performances. Jay Vine, of course, a teammate of the trade team of Tadej Pogačar, but I really do think that Jay Vine, Stora, and as you say, Jai Hindley can really feature, because both of them, both Jai Hindley and Jay Vine, had some good form in the Vuelta, and so when you've had that Grand Tour, you come out it, you put the preparation in, and I think, you know, they are the 3 from Australia. Michael Matthews, however, he's got a bit of kind of bandage, a bit of a limp before the start. It's not been, I don't think, advertised anywhere, but it looks as if he's had a little bit of an off in training.
On the way back from Michael, it was good to actually, very much good fun to work with him during the Tour de France. Looking at, so if you wonder where the Hirondelle, the swallows go, you've just seen one skimming the water here, which is absolutely lovely, in the ISIGANYWA National Park. Indeed, this is where we soon will be heading out towards the great mountain itself, Mont Kigali. We have the Côte Kigali, the Côte meaning a rib. If you get Côte du Boeuf, if that's what you're going to ask for, it's basically a big rib, sometimes a T-bone. But the ISIGANYWA National Park is one of the beauties, one of the treasures of this part of the world, and really something that you need to visit if you're coming out here. I mentioned it earlier on in the week about taking a local guide, and that is really something that you should do. Best thing to do is get in touch with the local universities and speak to the Students' Association quite often. They will provide you with somebody who will know an awful lot about the flora and fauna, sometimes from studying zoology, who knows, but it's a lovely way. I've done it myself in the past. It's a great idea because it's a surprise to them because it's not pre-arranged. You're not getting too many other hands in the pot, if you see what I mean, influencing the decision to take a guide, or indeed the guide themselves. So it's nice to sort of spring it upon a young person, really, who can then give you a fresh view on what is a spectacular country from their own inside perspective. And occasionally, you might get invited back to their home and just experience the culture as well. It's a way of just really finding out an awful lot more that's not on any kind of official roster. Sometimes you just have to do it yourself. And to my mind, occasionally, going freestyle is the best way. Will Jay Vine go freestyle today? That's what we want to know. Yeah, he's a fabulous rider. He has some exceptional results, not least of late in La Vuelta. Will he get the call? At least only ringing in his head, perhaps, in a finale if he's up against Pogacar.
Well, I think there's no secret that I haven't done many one-day races, and this is one of the hardest ones on record. So, yeah, I think there's definitely other favourites higher on the list than me.
But the legs are there, and the course is hard.
Yeah, I mean, the legs are there, but yeah, it's still a different story with 7 hours of racing compared to the 4-hour, 5-hour stages we had in the Vuelta. So we'll see how we go. We've got Jai in really good shape. He did GC throughout the Vuelta, so we'll see what happens there. And yeah, we've got a really good, strong 8 guys here to put on a good race.
Thank you very much, Jake.
Here we are. I don't think we found out too much that we wouldn't have expected. He played the PR straight back there, didn't he? Will the team get involved? Can you imagine Brian Smith, Tadej Pogacar, Isaac Del... Doesn't matter. Hear the question. Isaac Del Toro, Tadej Pogacar, Jay Vine, in each other's pockets in a very intense finale. And let's say Jay Vine wins it. And every day, coming down for breakfast on the Grand Tours that he shares, of course, with Tadej Pogacar, he's wearing the rainbow bands. How annoying will that be for Tadej Pogacar?
I think you just have to take it in the chin. Not a lot you can do. From what we've seen, the strongest rider has won this race. I think yesterday you could say, the strongest and bravest rider won the race. And I think if there's someone brave enough, then they could, really be pulling on that World Championship jersey, and why not for the Australians? And this is what we were talking about, that getting yourself 100% for a one-day race is a little bit different. And not everybody's the best at doing that. We just heard from Jay Vine there that, he doesn't do many kind of one-day events. There was a little bit of criticism about why is Vingegaard not here, because he's another rider that some people have said that he only does stage races, Grand Tours is his thing. He doesn't do one-day races. I think one time in the past they rode the World Championships for Denmark, but we were talking earlier as well about, you know, how these riders, what motivates them, and to ride as part of your national team is such an incredible moment for everybody. But to ride stage races where, you know, some of these stages take up to 5 hours, but this is a different beast in itself. You're talking about 6.5 hours, so on average of the World Championships. It could be a little bit longer today, but getting everything right on the day, that feeling, that thought process. And that was the thing that we talked about with Tom Pidcock. Tom Pidcock was never, or hasn't been the best at, and he even admitted himself, concentration, keep, you know, every day of a Grand Tour. That was always a question. Well, he's proven that now in the World Tour. He's managed to do that. It's something that he struggled with, and that's why he does multiple disciplines. So it's a very different kettle of fish here to become world champion. You have to be totally on it. Even hearing from Pogacar there, he's saying all the right things. He's saying the things that I don't know what you got from it, Carlton. That
not much. It was more PR speak.
His last bit was the fact it's motivational-wise, he's really good, because that's what he's been criticised with since the Tour de France. The last week of the Tour, and then afterwards, that's where people have been looking at the motivation, the mental fatigue, that sort of stuff, the burnouts. These are the sort of things that people have been saying. Well, you know, that was quite apt. He said, no, physically he's good, but, you know, mentally and motivational-wise, he's really good.
Just looking back at Jonas Vingegaard, thanks to Pro Cycling Stats for this, but in Lombardia was the last classic day that Jonas Vingegaard did, and that was in 2022, Brian. Of course, he came into 2023, and notwithstanding, didn't have any classics to his name, and then of course injuries started to wash in. He came back to the Tour de France, finished runner-up in 24, and of course went to the Tour this year as runner-up again. But yeah, it seems to have dialed out of Jonas Vingegaard any kind of proclivity or desire to take part in single-day races, classics. Lombardia, long day, finished 16th after 253 kilometres. It is one of the big ones, and not that much of a difference distance-wise to here, and plenty of altitude gain in that race as well.
Yeah, I don't understand.
It was 16th.
I loved stage races, you know, they were super hard day after day after day, but one-day races are, you know, great. I don't understand. He's got the physical attributes to do well in races like Lombardia, the Bastogne Liège, and, you know, Flèche Wallonne, which isn't the kind of big distance, but I just don't understand, you know, why he's not or he hasn't in the past concentrated on one-day races, because you know, a lot of these races that we've been talking about are super special. And I know that Pogacar, you know, targeted Roubaix this year. I wouldn't think that Vingegaard is totally suited to that, outside his comfort zone a little bit, but some of the hillier one-day races definitely would.
Yeah, Drome Classic, I think he's had a go out in the past, and various others as well, that I think could suit him, but not his choice, not for the time being anyway. The choice of these guys very early on was to go for it. Too early for some, you might say. Well, we are just about to enter lap number 7. Indeed, complete lap 7. I think it's fair to say. And indeed, take on the next 2 laps, which will introduce us to our big loop. I'll be happy to get out of town, to be honest, just to see a little bit of variation. I love this circuit, by the way, but unfortunately, this man, Jörg Zimmermann, is going to be taking his bike back home, because he is done. That's Germany down to 2 with Meyerhofer and Rush remaining. We talked about the attrition rate earlier on, Brian, and we are already seeing it. Ollie Knight is just on the back at the moment, and we're still, as an average, today, what, 42 kilometres per hour? We haven't gone deep yet, dare I say it, but that's going to come.
Yeah, it's very different from the elite women's race yesterday. The middle of the race was relatively quiet and slow, but now we're, you know, in the men's elite race today, it's your traditional grind down. It's the team of Belgium and Slovenia that are just grinding everybody down, and I think everybody, you can safely say, that has watched the World Championships, there seems to be more action at the back door than the front.
Schumer here, I'm afraid, possibly part of the early engine room for Slovenia.
Well, he was the only rider riding at the front, so he's done his 100 kilometres.
Good lad. And yeah, no shame in that. And they've still got 8 riders, which is the same as the most populous teams here. What a gift.
That's what happens. You have defending champion, that's the rules. You know, everybody else is allowed 8. You have to get 8 plus 1. And, you know, it does make a little bit of a difference. But, you know, having Belgium here, well, we've seen them do this with the young Wieder in the under-23 race, and you know, he didn't start the time trial. He's a big hope for the under-23 road race. Had a bit of a glute problem. It's more to do with the time trial position than anything else, but in the end, for all the work that they did in under-23 races, they came away with nothing. But I think that Evenepoel's shown that he's form in the time trial, that they really believe that he can win this.
I believe as well. Just clearing his nasal passages there as they go over this rather lovely shot, I must say, that just gives that wonderful rise. There is Tadej Pogačar just disengaged from his teammates. He's got a couple towards the back. Ireland coming through here, Denmark, Norway, Canada. Well, their flag was waving loud and proud yesterday. Spectacular performance, and indeed a wonderful victory, I have to say, for Magdalena Valier. She was fabulous. Not a good day for Ryan Mullen. It looks like he has pulled the pin. She's struggling a little bit on the climb. There's so much altitude gain, and of course coming deep into the season as well. It does demand a great deal of form that is absent from a few, I think. Belgium really started to put the hammer down, and the call went out from Slovenia that they had to start marking this out. Tadej Pogačar is not panicked at all. He's back here. Here he is, just coming through now, actually, sort of mid-pack, allowing himself the luxury of being protected. Meanwhile, as a Norwegian flag, just troubles the camera angle here. Shame in that. It's always good to see the national support. And Turkish flag here, unfortunately, Ahmet Orkan, one of the early exits from today. This is more of a statement apart from anything else from Belgium. It's not a real attack going on, but they're happy to be there, and I'm liking this from Remco Evenepoel. It looks like he's finished the entree, and he's ready for the main course.
Yeah, of course, he's already been a world champion in this discipline. He wants it again. He's on really good form, and because maybe be a little bit kind of disappointed in how the tour went for him. It was the Tour Malay that done it for him. There's another rider here stopping for a natural break here. Portakabin is very busy. This is Masnada now, so this is what Pogačar did the last time. There's very little opportunity for the riders to have a natural break in this course, and they're using the pit area Portaloos for that.
Yeah, the rule is, the idea is that you do it if you have to take a leak, essentially, or anything else. You are supposed to do it out of public view. And so the portaloos have been provided to allow a certain sense of decorum on a tight circuit.
Yeah, of course, and you know, we can see all the way around the circuit. There's people around, and not everybody is going to use. I think there's only 2 there. There's very few. Normally they provide them for the pits area, but for Evenepoel and Masnada, they're definitely being of use.
Here we go. back and underway. I was just about to say, you know, where do you wash your hands? Frankly, just get on with it. But you know, you may want to wipe down the bar tape a little bit later. 2 minutes and 37 is your gap. Just under 160 k's to go. Brian, that's a common distance in Grand Tour stages.
It is. It's just a case of, you know, riding their own race. They want to keep the average pace up. They want to make it difficult. You know, they can afford to give the 7 riders that are still in front. I'll name check them: Foldager, Bernard, Housing, Garcia, Oliveira, Tristan and Meyerhofer. They can afford to give them 5-6 minutes. It's not going to make too much of a difference, but what Belgium are doing with Slovenia from time to time is just keeping the average pace up, because as anybody that rides a bike, if you're riding at an average pace of 42, 43 throughout the race today, it fatigues the legs. If you're riding at 40, 39, then everybody's got that little bit left.
Well, some haven't, and Ollie Knight is now in the pit area and without any hurry to get back on the bike, I'm afraid. Well, he's still standing next to his steed, getting some fettling here. I think he's called it a day, but we shall wait and see. Hasn't exactly gone straight to the icebox there. Remco Evenepoel also having rolled through the sequence of having to take a comfort break. Most will have to do this. It would be a very strange thing with all the hydration that's required if he didn't have to go somewhere. So yeah, just getting himself back in. Once again, up towards the front, not on full attack, but just giving himself some drift room to actually go and pay a call and then get back on with it.
Of course, yeah, I think the start is going to be pretty special and important as we go on the local lap straight away. So yeah, but for me it's going to be about saving energy as much and as long as possible. And then yeah, once we go to Mount Kigali, I think I need to be awake and ready for the race to really open. So yeah, I think it's going to be a very important day, long day as well, hot day as well. So yeah, we need to be conservative, like you said, and choose the right moments.
And focus on one specific rider?
No, it's this type of course that you don't know what to expect, and when some big breakaways goes with very strong riders, it can be very dangerous. So yeah, we need to be awake to be ready from the start, and I think all 8 of us need to be awake and ready for some dangerous moves.
The title of last Sunday probably motivates you even more.
Of course, I think every win is like a motivational boost, and it's exactly the same with this one. So we're going to do our best and make the best of it today.
Very positive from Remco Evenepoel. Of course, won that time trial here in Kigali last Sunday. It's a different race altogether, this one, but he has done it in the past in the Wollongong in Australia a few years ago. And they have been attentive right from the start. All 8 of them have totally been kind of dialed into this one. We've seen a lot of Victor Campenaerts, of course, just kind of marking things out where they don't have a large breakaway. Still a quality breakaway of 7 riders, but I think it's a case, and I think Evenepoel said that in his interview, that it's not about what others do, it's what Belgium do. You know, they're just going to concentrate on what they're doing more than anything. Back to the front, and it's Goveka, the Slovenian rider. Still Florian Vermees. Florian Vermees has been the rider from Belgium that set the majority of the tempo today. This is Bo Pols, the veteran of the Dutch team. Rides for Astana. Of course, many people know this already. No race radio. So this is all about just communication with the car as much as getting some bottles from the car. Bob Paul's a very experienced rider. Not taking too many bottles. Most of the Dutch riders have been getting bottles from the side of the road at the pit area. Of course, the Dutch starting with 5 riders. There was 6 riders on the start line. Sam Oman was a non-starter for the Dutch. And again, the Dutch have featured in these World Championships over the years in both male and female categories. In fact, I think they're still at the top of the medal table, the Dutch. So Florian Vermeers, Quebec, just looking to see the rider in the white. So they've got a little bit of help at the fronts. This is the Australians trying to come back as well. We see this pretty much throughout the whole race. Riders stopping for naturals or mechanicals. Teammates trying to kind of help them back. We know from the Australians who are the kind of principal riders, and they'll be looked after. Of course, this is all about trying to conserve as much energy as possible. The Italian rider here on the right-hand side just taking a little bit of a natural break, and of course we've been talking about that. There is a risk to that. Commissaires will fine you if it's within sight of the public. Portaloos have been used by a few of the key riders so far in this race, but yeah, this is what happens. There's a lot of action in the convoy, the rear of the peloton. This seems to be really kind of settled in. 7 riders in front, with Slovenia, Belgium and another nation riding at the front.
It looks like we're going to have some rain. You can kind of sense it yourself, Brian. It's going to get a little bit cagey, this. We have now, the next passenger of the finish line will be the final lap. You can almost hear the bell before we depart the circuit that we've become so used to.
Yeah, they'll get a chance. They've already been out there riding, and they already know the climb. Everybody that's been here has had a chance to go out and look at this other part of the course. We've had various interviews, and those various interviews have kind of said to us that I think they're expecting something to happen. I still think it's very early, 100 kilometres to go to the finish. This is a very tough course, and of course this is the main climb of this race. But the question is, for me, who's going to take advantage? Maybe Ben Healy. Of course they're going to ride it up at a decent pace, and there's a lot of nations here that want to make this race as hard as possible, but I'm not too sure we're going to see someone strike out for glory for 100 kilometres to go in this race. So I think there might be a selection, but I don't think it will be the selection.
I agree, but I think we're going to get a little bit lively, and I think that's going to happen in the next 20 kilometres or so. There is a couple of climbs that are going to be unusual, and you can already see there's a little bit of impetus that's been built into the peloton. And I think that is precisely because we are going to have a little bit of variation. And if there is to be any changes, at least within the next, let's say, hour or so, it's going to happen, I think, in the next 20 kilometres. So let's get this dealt with. We're going to get onto our cobbles at the end of this descent. We'll pick up to the climb that almost defines our small circuit. We'll then take a lap, and after we have, we're just about to begin at lap 9, we're actually leaving town. We're going to the Col de Péage, then that will introduce us to the Mont Migali, then the Mur de Kigali, it's named after Kigali, and then we'll come back and start playing with the Côte de Kigali, which is the rib, which you are familiar with. But it's almost like an island of respite, not only for the riders, but for you at home as well. And we're going to have a change of terrain. I remember when we were at Richmond, Virginia, the circuit had no variation within it, and I can't remember how many laps there were, Brian, but I've got a feeling it was like 40 or something.
No, it wouldn't be that short. I can remember the circuit there. Of course,
maybe it just felt like that to me.
Yeah, it seemed to be a little bit of a crit, but Richmond is part of the circuit on Swift. I've ridden it a few times myself, and there are a couple of key points in Richmond. They come very much like this. just can remember the climb, the quick descent, and then the climb back up to the finishing line. So there was 2 climbs in quick succession.
15 laps. You're absolutely right. I just remember it being interminable. I kind of thought it was even more than that. Maybe it was just maybe it was my own nightmares that came after that. But
you need to get yourself on Swift and then familiarise yourself with these World Championship courses. Innsbruck would be a good one for you. It's quite hilly.
Thanks, mate. Quite a fancy Qatar. Actually, in Qatar, there was one major turn. That was it. It was like a desert road. Then they turned south.
And that's when it happened.
That's it. That was the only variation.
Crosswinds happened, and then that was it. So I'm just looking here that another team in the white is Mexico. And the Mexican team with 3 riders started. Of course, Del Toro has been, I would say, the man in the month. What he's been doing in the Italian races has been quite incredible. But this is Freya, the Mexican. They've already used up one of the riders earlier on today. So having 3 riders, using up 1 rider already, putting another rider to the front. Del Toro is absolutely feeling as if he's king at the moment, or is it a case of I'm good buddies with Tadej Pogacar, who rides for Slovenia, and we're going to kind of help each other, because there's absolutely no reason why Mexico would ride. The problem you've got here is you use yet another one of your teammates. There's still 151 kilometres to go. How long can you ride at the front? Because Del Toro, come the latter part of this race today, could be on his own. So what happens if he does have to stop for a natural break? What happens if he gets a puncture or anything at all? You're without teammates, and that doesn't help you at all. You may have the form, but I do believe that you really, in the World Championships like this, there are key moments in the race where you need teammates.
You need friends as well. And could that come from trade help? International?
I hope not, but it has been in the past. And of course, it was Great Britain that the coach had to move on because of what happened. There's 2 British riders. I think 2 of them are working as sports directors for a World Tour team, were riding at the front. And I know that happened in the past, that you went to World Championships. If for your country, even if you were, you had absolutely no chance yourself or no chance for anybody within the country, there was a little bit of wheeling and dealing, a little bit of money changing hands, and will you help out? And you went and did your job and got the money at the end of the day. I think nowadays it's a little bit less now, but there's still alliances made between trade teams.
Listen, if you're spending your life in the pockets of your friends, basically, you're possibly going to be given to looking favourably upon somebody who's asking for a little bit of help, even if that extends to taking a bottle from the side of the road. And equally, you're going to find, I'm sure, trade teammates, so those who ride together when they're not riding for their country, looking more favourably on somebody who, quite frankly, is a friend. That'd give you a leg up, Brian.
Yeah, but if I was really direct and personal here, like I always am, I would say that what Mexico are doing here is actually not helping Del Toro at all. If I came here as Del Toro and had 2 teammates, I would want those 2 teammates to get me bottles, to look after me. If I needed a natural break, be there for me. If I had a puncture, be there for me. And just support me as much as I can. Even to the fact, and I did this in the Olympic Games for Max Chiandri, even just moving up in the peloton. If you stop for a natural or have anything at all, getting a bottle, even getting a bottle from the person side of the road, you don't get involved with that melee where there could be a touch of wheels or crash. So keep safe, keep out the way from the feed stations, let your teammates get the feed for you. But what I did at the Olympics for Max Chiandri, who went on to take bronze in '96, was I kept him near the front. Whenever he needed to move up, he gave me a shout, I moved him up in the win. So you do all these things. What Mexico have done today, and I hope Del Toro goes on to win this, is ride at the front for no reason. It's 2 minutes and 39 seconds. You've got Belgium and Slovenia, two of the strongest nations in here. Why would you ride at all? There's no reason to ride at all. So I think they're not really kind of helping Del Toro by doing this. I think it's possibly just a little bit of show and a help, and maybe friends and Del Toro's friendship with maybe Pogacar and things like that, so that they can afford to sit back and look after the #1 asset, which is Del Toro. They don't have to be doing this, because Florian Vermeer's, well, he's doing a terrific job here, you have to say. And you know, he's been riding pretty much from kilometre zero at the front. We know he's very capable of doing this, and he's doing a good job at that, because we've seen Zuma for Slovenia. He's done, what, 100 Ks, now climbed off. There's a few other riders that have been up there doing their job. Finished. We saw Will Barter for USA ride at the front, finish. Florian Vermeer's still there.
Then a bit of a wave, and you'll have a few more of those, I'm afraid. Ivan Romeo, very strong rider, giving us a wave goodbye. Got a teammate up the road, and this is Raul Garcia. Had to work hard to get into this breakaway, and he's been very much part of the push out front ever since he joined them. Looking a bit second-hand is Menno Wissing. He's a big man, and on the climbs he must struggle, and others are starting to show some cracks here. This is Primožić, I'm afraid, and for the last couple of laps he's looked like he's possibly a spent force. We've already seen Zuma having done his job, and there'll be a few more as well.
But that's what I'm saying. He raced for Rinko team, which is a continental team, and we saw him back at the cars, getting bottles, bringing them up, riding a little bit on the front. So he's doing his job, which he should be doing. But this is what I was saying about the Mexican riders. Del Toro's going to need that sort of help, but he's actually using them up at the front of the peloton rather than doing these jobs. So there's a lot of jobs that you have to do in races like this that are very, very important, to look after your leader. Not riding on the front like you know, the Mexico team are doing here. So it's, I fear that they're helping others instead of helping Del Toro in the end. But I really do hope that the sensation, or one of the sensations of this year, you know, tremendous Giro d'Italia.
Yeah, brilliant.
Possibly should have won it, maybe mismanagement in the tactics come the end. But the way he's been riding some of these Italian races has been quite incredible. He's been riding, you know, good riders off his wheel. But then again, this is a totally different thing. 267.5 kilometres, not easy. Certainly not easy at this, in these sort of conditions on this course.
I kind of felt sorry for him at the Giro d'Italia. It was a shoulda, coulda, and woulda. Had he been a little bit more experienced, and do you think he's actually showing that lack of experience right now without actually directing his own team to fall into the role that they would expect, especially in a short-handed outfit?
Well, I think in the Italian races, what I've seen, because we were covering the Vuelta at the time, it's very difficult to kind of keep abreast of everything, but I think, you know, just the form he had prevailed in these races, put himself in the right place and just, you know, rode everybody else off his wheel, and those sort of races kind of really helped him. I thought possibly, and as you would, because he's still a young man, he's still learning his trades, he still wanted to do the right thing, and the fact that you know, he did what he was told to do in these races, in the Giro d'Italia, and the stages come the end, and that was a mistake, and you'll learn from these mistakes. He's got a bright future ahead of him as long as he keeps on the same trajectory.
Govetska goes back to the car, has a brief chat, and I think potentially says, my day is done. The pace has picked up as well. We're still waiting to get, I haven't seen it, maybe it's just me that's missed it, some of the lap indications that we will stack up as a graphic for you, I'm sure, a little bit later on. But it's not been the most sterling pace, but I feel that's going to change, because we're now just coming up to start or to complete lap 8. After 9 laps, we leave town. So when we're on the cobbles, next time by, this is what introduces us to our finish line, a couple of little dishes that we go into. next time by, I think we might get a kick on, especially we're heading out into the countryside here. It'll give us a different view of this wonderful land as well. There you go, 8 laps to go. And it looks like some help as well. Belgium want to make this difficult, likewise. I think they want to be seen as part of that, we often say buying the right to fight. Well, they're doing more than that. They're doing a lot of the work, Belgium. They're certainly staying attentive. Slovenia more disparate throughout the group. Australia keeping themselves nice and handy, but a lot of teams now getting themselves into colour order as they call for a little bit of sustenance. Because their battle plan is about... Oh, gosh. This camera's in a challenging spot.
I think in a good spot, because it shows you how important it is and how dangerous it is at the side of the road. Goveka, well, he was one of the riders that was riding in front with Vermeer, so he's done his job. Look, I've done this myself, where I've gone to kind of major races, and you get given kind of blocks of what you have to do. Your job within, you know, these kilometres is what you have to do, and if you can do that a little bit more, then do it. So Goveka is gone, Zuma has done his job, there's various other riders that have done their job, and that's their day done. But from the cameras at the side, it's very important that you stay safe. I think we've only seen one crash in the feed station, and that was the under-23s. But just to give you an indication, you know, we're still doing 42 kilometres an hour on average. That's 5 to 6 kilometres an hour faster than the women's race in the middle of their race yesterday. That's just to give you an indication. These elite men are not hanging around, although it looks simple and easy at the fronts. But we had a bit of a lull in the action yesterday when the Austrian was in front, and you know, they were just riding relatively easy. This is not easy at all, and this is why Belgium and Slovenia are setting the tempo. They want to keep the average pace up, which starts to take its toll later in this race, and we're seeing it now. Very fast first lap at 43 kilometres an hour, but you know, we are still averaging 42 kilometres an hour. 22, the elite women were doing 25, 26 yesterday.
We're approaching the halfway mark of today. And considering we've already been racing for nearly 3 hours, Brian, that's massive. How close to 7 hours are we going to get today?
I think we will still be within 7 hours today. I don't know by how much, because it's my crystal ball.
It's clouded up.
Yeah, it's kind of cloudy. If they keep this up, then yeah, it'll be close to 6.5 hours. Because these pro races, I keep on saying, the elite races get faster and faster towards the end. But you know, that's the nature of the beast. You know, you come here, you've got teammates, they do a specific job. When their job is done, there's no point slogging a dead horse.
Yeah, exactly. It's part of the sensible nature. When you've got a big roster as well, you can afford to throw a few pistons by having a high revenue performance at the beginning. That's precisely what we've got. Govetska has departed the scene, so has Primozic and indeed Zuma for Slovenia, but that still, 3 absent leaves 6, which is bigger than most teams who are taking part here. They started with 6 Rwanda. This is Shamo ISIGANYWA, who is just back of the cards having a little bit of a chat. Still looks lively. So nowhere near calling time just yet. Getting himself back in. The cars may well help. Mauritius have rocked into our consciousness in the women's race. It didn't quite happen for them. Donna Meyer is here for the men, but they had very, very high hopes, and so did we for
Kim McCourt. She finished 8th yesterday, which equalled the best performance in the Women's Elite Championships, because Milman Pasio finished 8th a few years ago. Of course, in the whole championships in the junior race, Ethiopia got 7th, which surpassed that, but in the elite, Kim McCourt equaled the best performance by an African rider.
Well, there you are. Possibly, I think she was hoping to be part of the medals run-off. Didn't quite happen.
I think there's a few thinking that as well.
But yeah, very much so. And a lot of the favourites missed out. And what's the possibility of something similar happening in the men's elite race? There seems to be too much control, the ability to control as well, Brian, within this race today. It looks like it wouldn't surprise me if we had Evenepoel, Pogacar, Del Toro, and possibly a couple of others of our principal favourites. Actually, Juki out in a very select group of less than 10 at the end. That would almost be the ideal, wouldn't it?
That would be their ideal. I think if it was to be like the women's race yesterday, then we need a counter-attack. We need a counter-attack on this Mount Kigali. If another Belgian rider, maybe the likes of Kia Nutebrooks, managed to get away. Of course, Van Wilder would have been a good asset to have, but he crashed earlier on today. But if you've got likes of Kia Nutebrooks and a few other riders, another maybe 6 or 8 riders go across to this front group, because it's only 2 minutes, and 2 minutes in this climb is not a huge amount. Then you have 12, 14 in front, and then it makes a big difference. And then if you get the cancelling out behind, then it could be a change. But I really can't see that happening, because wherever Belgium or Slovenia go, I think they'll start to cancel out each other, as we've already seen earlier on in this race.
Drum beats continue as we stay on the circuit, but we are now at the point where we're going to depart. I think this is a really good idea to have this extension loop that will take us away from the circuit, because when we come back, we will only have, 6 laps remaining to deliver our champion. And I think a lot of questions will be answered, maybe a few posed as well by the time we get out here. The Amahoro Stadium, apparently it means freedom. It's actually a well-used stadium. It was built before the troubles that we had in this part of the world in 1994, and indeed was a safe sanctuary and was well protected before indeed that dark time was put behind us. This great nation was able to pick itself up, and they've done an amazing job infrastructure-wise. These roads have been absolutely impeccable. It'll be fascinating to see what the roads are like when we head off towards Mount Kigali. I imagine they're possibly just as good. We'll find out for you. Meanwhile, the enthusiasm of the fans, it's been absolutely clear. I haven't heard Mr. Larynx up at the top of the cobbled section for a while. I think he's probably just popped a tonsil. I think he can. But anyway, he's gone a bit quiet, is what I'm trying to say. Meanwhile, as you can see, some of the bashing of the hams going on here, and that is Kagimo of Uganda. Another spectacular kit on display here. And the kids themselves inside the road will be bidding a farewell to these guys shortly. I think we do actually have this climb again after we have completed 9 laps. But it is shortly after this that we will depart and head off to the Côte de Péage, which will give us a different view and take us deeper into the mountains, where Mount Kigali itself, 5.9 kilometres with 6.7%. It doesn't sound too threatening, but with ramps of 20%, and especially as I imagine we're going to have a better pace, because even if there is not an action off the front and a breakaway establishes itself, or indeed a fracturing of the peloton, just the very threat of it, Brian, is going to cause some nervousness, I'm sure, on the big peak.
I'm looking forward to it. I don't know why we're doing this loop. I think most of the World Championships that I've seen in recent years, they do a big loop and then come in and do the circuits. I don't think I've seen a World Championships where they do 9 laps, they go out and another part of the course and then come back. And
I like the idea.
Yes, but logistical-wise for some of the teams, getting out there and getting back, and you've got to remember that feed stations, and it's a little bit more logistical nightmare for some of these nations. But I was just in communication with on Instagram there with somebody that's watching, Sebastian. Hello, Sebastian. And I hope that there's something happening, and he's thinking maybe a Carapaz or Bernal, those sort of riders. He said maybe another train to Sfaxian or something like that. That would be good. If we saw someone like Carapaz or Bernal, we've not really kind of seen them. I don't think they're in the sort of form that can compete with maybe Evenepoel and Pogacar and things like that come the end. But I hope, this is what I was trying to allude to, that we get maybe 6 or 8, maybe some riders going across on that line, maybe to the front group, and that would cause a little bit more of a concern with a lot of these riders. Because I don't think everybody can sit and wait. We've already learned from yesterday that if you're brave enough to go to the front of the race and then there's a little bit negative riding behind, then you can benefit from it. And Carapaz, former Olympic champion, very good rider, and you know, unfortunately he never went to some of the big races this year because of a little bit kind of illness or injury and things like that. And I think that could be a stepping stone this climb for some riders, that in some of the, I say smaller teams, because when we look at the Colombians that are here, there's only 4 of them. There's only 3 Ecuadorian riders here. But it could be a kind of stepping stone to success, and I hope some of the riders, it would be good for us watching it, that if we see a kind of counter move going in that climb without any of the kind of major riders that are, you know, the betting choice for today. I've mentioned 2 of them, Evenepoel and Pogacar, and maybe Pidcock and Co. It'd be good for that to happen.
Bidding Gamay has been lively. Here's the answer from Mexico. I don't think this was a burn down, but Rubalcaba, I'm afraid, is no longer part of proceedings. Eder Frey is the last man standing for Del Toro. Meanwhile, Tadej Pogacar is getting himself up there. We've seen Bidding Gamay. Mohamed Kudus may well have a dig as well. I actually think that somebody from Eritrea is going to go a little bit deep just to get themselves active for today. Al Scottson, back to the car. How much urgency is there about him? He's collecting bottles, so that suggests that bodes well. This will be carrying for others. I don't think he's just going to go to the side of the road and have a drink himself. So restocking, just taking his time to get up and over the rise here. But yeah, I've got a feeling that Eritrea are going to make a bit of a noise as we leave town and get to the climb. And a bit of love watching them do precisely that. Mexico have lost Rubalcaba, but Freya he's on the front, he's still doing that job, so it's going to leave Del Toro entirely isolated. Luke Lamperti of the United States, strong team this. Where their favours will lie at the end, they've got a couple of options, but I've got a feeling that we might see some hit and hopers when we get out and start thinking Quinn Simmons, for goodness sake. That would be nice. This is Fabio Cristini, he's been a busy boy. He's part of the breakaway. We've seen the very early incarnations of it. Jan Christen, though, is, I'm not sure whether it's a namesake or a brother. Jan, Mark Hershey and Mara Schmidt are indeed their favourites.
Put your neck on the line.
Go on then. Let's see. Yeah, I tell you what, these creatures, they've got something. This is our beautiful national park with the Big Five, and the Big Five are hippopotamus, rhino, lion, giraffe, and water buffalo. I still can't get my head around water buffalo being one of the Big Five. I just think they're too numerous, but sorry, water buffalo. Certainly. They are big. I'll give you that. Back to this. The rises and falls. We've got the calm before the storm. We had a little breeze earlier on. That's suggestive of vortexing, which you get just before a storm. So it's very calm, then suddenly you get that sort of whoosh of cool air just before the rain comes down. I think it's because it's actually falling way above you, and there's a sort of a push of the air and a little bit of a rush. Japan with one rider here, and Yuhi Todome is still embedded. good to see. I love the colours that we get in the Worlds. Meanwhile, you want some colour, check this out. Lake Kivu and the rolling hills around it, some of the volcanic areas here, and it actually does look like it's just been thrown up from underground, doesn't it? And it's that terrain which has offered us up. The tea plantations in these parts of the world, you see the terracing, and our own steps have been taken throughout today. This will be the last time we are on the cobbles for about 40, maybe 45 kilometres. So the last rattling test, don't chuck a chain now because there's going to be some respite from it, but there are bigger pieces of geography that we've got to deal with. All credit to our breakaway, Brian. They've worked so hard, and Raul Garcia perhaps more than most, and there are his forearms you're seeing rattling away here. Did a good job to bridge that breakaway, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. A couple of them made a big effort, just getting some information. And 3 of the 4 Germans have abandoned. 3 with stomach issues. Apparently, Lena Lippert also had stomach issues. Yes, yesterday in the race. So yeah, look, as I was saying, there is a lot of riders have to get everything right on the day, and you do rely on good health. You rely on everything, and sometimes you'll come away and to these races without a chef. You get that in a lot of the pro teams. I know that we took David Hicks, a famous chef in South Africa, to the Tour de France, and his biggest problem was he would be in there for hours cleaning the kitchen before he actually used it, because he thought it was substandard in some of the hotels we were in. So if that's the case, they come in here and they're getting a little bit of a kind of stomach problem, whether it's the food, the water, or anything like that.
Could be viruses as well.
Yeah, these small things, these counts, and obviously in the way over, you're sharing an aeroplane with normal paying members, public members that might be a little bit sick, so you never know.
One of the Eritreans, I'm not sure if it's Billy himself actually, let's have a look. Just giving out because he just mashed his mech on the rattling surface here and has found himself back and out of the pack, which means he's going to have to put his nose in the wind. He knows what's coming because up and over the top it's Zerai that's waiting for an exchange here. Might have to wait a little while longer. Naam Zerai. Meanwhile, it still continues to be driven on. Pace has actually picked up. Fastest lap so far was the first lap. I've got a feeling that this lap, which is our bid farewell, will actually be also very, very quick. We'll get a graphic on that for you shortly. 7 riders in the breakaway. The advantage they have is down to underneath 2 minutes now, 1:51. It was 2.5, getting on, not exactly for the 3 minutes, but we were kind of up there, weren't we, at that heady altitude. Here we are at the Flamme Rouge. Our friend with his vocal cords, which have been overstretched, is taking a break. We'll be hearing more from him a little bit later, I'm sure. But we're about to depart and head away for the cobbles for a cobble holiday, Brian, of over 40 Ks.
Yeah, I don't think there's any cobbles in this. Well, there is on this Mount Kigali. If I remember the pictures right, but it's a shame for Araya. He's the national champion of Eritrea, of course, and to have a mechanical at this moment in the course, not ideal. I hope he gets service very, very quickly and manages to get back. It's going to be obviously very difficult. Anybody having problems getting back.
Yeah, and you can see a few just starting to churn. You're going to get used to that. This is Rojas from Costa Rica. Looks like it's got a rear puncture. Can't quite see. You're certainly looking at the chain rattle, which is very much a character of what we are having to deal with. Venezuela. Well, some of the South American teams have a great deal of representation, and it is always a pleasure to see them in action. But Penuela, at the back, just having a word with the car. Richard Carapaz from Ecuador. Of course, the Colombians, strong representation here. Brandon Rivera with Igor Bernal, Harold Tejeda, Walter Vargas. That's a strong unit, to be fair. How far Igor Bernal can go at these Worlds, I expect he'll be at the pointy end. He probably would have preferred it to be a little bit more full-on mountainous. but you never know. It's been a long road back, I'm afraid, for Egan Bernal, and we wish him all the very best in his retrieval. Meanwhile, as they come across the line here, the clock begins to count. It's red, but there's a bit of pace, Brian, because everyone just wants to have their nose into the new road.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what Egan Bernal decides to do. Whether he waits, that's what I was talking about before. Can you afford to wait? Do you want to go toe-to-toe with Pogacar and Evenepoel? Do you want to put yourself in front, take a leaf out the women's race yesterday? So I think Egan Bernal definitely might be of interest on this climb. We know he's a good climber. We probably know he's not at his best, and it might be an opportunity to use the Mont Kigali to his advantage.
I think Dunbar's being brought up here, and good mountains, man. See, so it's not the biggest test, 5.9 kilometres, but it's the ramps within it. It's going to feel like a classic test, I think. But we'll wait until we get there, because this will be our short lap start-finish line that we will take for the last time for a little while, to be fair. So we're heading out into the countryside, and I'm rather pleased about that. Gap's been whittled down, Brian. It was far more significant than this, and I think it's just a measure of, I think, the respect that they're giving the breakaway, but also the potential for others to spring off. They want to keep a pace going so that they can moderate anybody who might go up the road. Somebody like Ben Healy.
Yeah, that would be an interesting one for Ben Healy. We know he wants to go from distance. That's what he does. We've seen him doing that magnificently in the Tour de France to take yellow and take a great stage. And we saw him in the Olympics in Paris doing something a little bit similar. He is the type of person, but in the form that he's got at the moment, I think he can afford to wait a little bit and maybe wait for the final couple of laps. It'd be interesting to see what their tactic is, Ireland's and Ben Healy's tactic. It'd be interesting to see once we come off this and head towards Mont Kigali, who decides to go. I think we will see some action. I'm not too sure it'll be the action that goes all the way to the end, of course.
130 kilometres before we get there. If the camera could just pan a little bit right, we would see a whole raft of grey clouds, and it's starting to kick off. Well, this is nice. Switzerland coming into today. We've seen Fabio Christen doing an awful lot of work up front, but they also have Jan Christen, Mark Hirschi. Never quite know what to think of Mark Hirschi these days. He seems extremely variable, but then again as well, he's also highly capable when the mood suits him, and he can actually go very, very loud. Switzerland making sure that we are talking about them. These look like herons taking flight. Sharp beaks. Generally tend to spear fish. Sort of spear fishes. Yeah, why not? Who's going to land the big one today? It's still too early to predict, quite frankly, Brian, because there's so many riders. I wouldn't be surprised if they did win. But do you think we'll get some that are really off our radar that might actually just take a step forward?
That's, I think we've been speculating. We've been talking about Carapaz, Bernal, others, who would be the riders that would do that. I think...
Really, Quinn Simmons?
I think Quinn Simmons is going to wait. He's been looked after at the front of the peloton. This is, however, Mauro Smith. They have got a rider in front, but you saw how great yesterday the Swiss roads. Okay, they got fourth in the end, but I thought they were one of the team of the race yesterday. They were getting everything right, putting riders in all the right moves, but unfortunately came fourth. But there's a lot of riders that might decide to do something. It might be a case of Oscar Onley doing something on the climb and going, and for Tom Pidcock to wait back. That would be maybe my tactic.
It's a very good shout, yeah.
Or is Oscar Onley and Pidcock going to hold back to the final couple of laps? It's indecision. I think looking at yesterday's race, I think there'll be a few teams looking to try and do something on this climb and try and go over the top of the climb and go to the front of the race to put pressure on the others.
Check out what's happening behind this move here by Mauro Schmidt. There's a lot of teams suddenly mobbing the front, and Belgium have got some company. Norway starting to have a think about it. Denmark are looking numerous, I must say, and they've got a fighting force. Mathis Chelmors, we talked about his Ardennes Classic head and the way that might transfer to this. I kind of believe in him. The team quite clearly do, and they are moving him up. The Intare Conference Centre. Looks like somebody's just landed from outer space. Not landing yet. Mauro Schmidt, not a blow anyway on the peloton. It's still being moderated and it's split into two. Like a large tuning fork at the moment, and at what key it's going to be set to, I do not know. And who's got the key to the door a little bit later on? Remco Evenepoel is, every time we look at him, looks very, very nervous. And look at Slovenia. They've burnt down 3 of their number, but they still have 6. Meanwhile, Estonia and Ryan Taramay, he was here on his own, and he's pulled the pin. Thanks to him, he's been a great rider for so many years. And this vast lake, look at that, it's a beautiful picture. Credit to the director of photography for that one, absolutely beautiful. For today, Beauty or the Beast? Well, somebody's going to be the big beast today. I'm not quite sure who it is going to be. Dan Rafferty just picking him out, just making his way up as well is Ben Healy. I believe Ryan Mullen was in the pit area. I'm still not sure whether Ryan Mullen is out yet. This is Morgado of Portugal. I love the way that they just dissembled the word Portugal on their back. It's great from a heli shot, to be fair, just in case you're wondering. And our breakaway is now just starting to fracture ever so slightly. Check out the shoulder here from Anders Fuldager. I'm just wondering who, indeed, of the trio is going to bridge over. And the answer for the time being is none of these. Fabio Christen of Switzerland's just holding fire. Likewise is Marius Meyerhofer. The gap's down to 95 seconds, and to be honest, it looks like their day is done. They've been up here for a long, long time. And now as we leave town, we're heading out into the countryside, and the first test is going to be the Côte du Péage. I don't know whether that is actually going to be a toll booth. I guess we're going to wait and see. 2.2 kilometres and 5.8%, so not the most sterling climb, but possibly a little bit of a mirror we've already dealt with. We've got our circuit climb to go, and that's after this next climb. You'll recognise it. It's not the cobble climb, it's the other one. We've got 2 major climbs within the circuit, so we're going to enjoy that. And then we're leaving town, and we'll be gone for a good old reach. So we've still got another 30-odd kilometres before we actually get back to the cobbles that are part of our short lap. May well be that we find a little cobbled section within Mont Kigali itself, and that is what is going to define us today. This is a floodplain at overcast 27 Celsius. In fact, temperature has picked up. This is beyond the 9 kilometres per hour predicted. It suggests breeze and somebody kicking up a storm. Mauritius and Alexander Meyer.
Yeah, it's always an honor to represent my country, and I'm very happy, very proud to be here. First time in Africa for me, first time for the World Championship in Africa, so yeah, we are ready.
Can we expect seeing Victor Langelotti in a group?
I don't think so. I will try my best to just stay as much as possible with the top guys and see what's possible in the final.
And your prince is present here, so extra motivation.
Yeah, exactly. Extra motivation is always super nice to have the support of the Prince Albert, so yeah, I'm going to give my best to represent Monaco as best as possible.
40%. This is the Côte Kigali, so the rib of Kigali. We're leaving this. We also have the Mont Kigali and the Peak Kigali. How many more? There's the mountain, there's the peak, there's the rib of what? Kigali. That's where we're heading today. Well, 124 kilometres. It kind of feels a bit doable now, doesn't it? We are, would you believe, finally beyond the halfway mark of today's race. A mighty distance that was, quite frankly, just a little bit frightening at the beginning of the day, but now seems kind of quantifiable. It's not that they've ridden easy, and our breakaway, which is starting to break down, this is Benno Rissing. It looked like he was struggling a little bit last lap and has done so again on this climb. He's done an awful lot of climbing, and we remind you there's plenty for 5,300 metres of it indeed. I've got to tell you, this is 5,393 altitude metres in total by the end of today. That's 1,100 more than last year in Zurich in 2024, 2,500 more than the World Championships in 2023, 1,200 more than in 2022, 3,100 more than in 2021. I'll stop this now. But just to say, the Qatari desert version of the World Championships, we have 5,000 more metres than we had in Qatar. All right, only 300 metres of altitude gain during the race. The wind is the problem, and only on and the heat. Gosh. So well. Polite company. Because of heat exhaustion, it was horrible to witness. In fact, dare I say it as well, there was a lot of dexterous camera work where we avoided the worst impacts of the heat. It was too much for a lot of riders, and I don't think it's going to be any time soon to go back to those kind of temperatures. Towards the 40s, it was too much. Thankfully, the weather here has been perfect. 27 Celsius, although heavy with humidity. The clouds are resting themselves in the attempt to form a thunderstorm. We've escaped that fate so far, but it does feel like pretty stormy. All the region, let's put it that way. Whether they'll race us is anybody's guess. It's about a 40% chance before the end of today, so it's an increased risk. And as indeed we deal with this climb and the exit starts to back up, we'll say farewell to Kigali momentarily as we dip on a leap, if you like, into the coast. I guess the pace just to get into a decent place is starting to take a toll. Rory Townsend it is that drifts to the side of the road. Do you remember how hot it was in Qatar, Brian? It was not kind.
Yeah, I was there on site doing the commentary, and you know, looking at Qatar, and you were just saying about the elevation meters. Can I just say, you remember who won Qatar?
Yeah.
Right, year before, Richmond, which was quite lumpy. You know, very difficult, classic style finish. And then we had afterwards in Bergen, which wasn't easy as well. So those were the 3 years that won the world title. So it doesn't always come down to how many elevation meters we have, it is the wind. And that Doha World Championships, it did come down to a sprint in the end, but it was a hard race. So it just goes to show you how versatile ISIGANYWA was. He could win on the courses, and he could win on the flats. Today, I think he would have been in with a shout, of course, because I think it does really kind of suit a kind of classic rider. So, but for more, I think this is really going to see, and this is, we're just seeing here from Jay Vine and Domin Novak. We're seeing just you see Michael Matthews just a little bit of a bandage on his right leg there. That's from the crash he had earlier on. Whether it's going to have a big effect on him, we'll have to kind of wait and see in this one.
I remember Mark Cavendish being a little bit upset by the result in Qatar. It came down more or less previous to his sprint finale, so it was a dramatic finish. It's going to be thinner down, isn't it, here? That's for sure. Just by you see it in every single race. There's no such thing as one sprint on this kind of circuit.
No, and depends what you quantify as a bunch. Are two people a bunch?
No.
Okay. So what do you quantify as a bunch?
I would say more than 6.
Okay. That to me is a small group. But yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. I don't think it will be. It's going to be really interesting what happens on this climb. We don't actually leave Kigali, do we? Because this is the mount of Kigali.
Well, we do. It just overlooks Kigali, but albeit from a distance, I must admit. But, as you will find out in a short while. But yeah, it's going to change the complexion. Already different, Brian. It's good to see some a different route. I'm not at all fed up with the course. I think it's absolutely brilliant, and I've loved it. But it's nice to have a bit of variation, and I like the fact that we've got this loop in the middle of the day, as opposed to, as you were saying, more classically so, just coming in from distance. Almost feels like the final day on the Tour de France or the Vuelta a España, that you come into town and then do your thing. For others, their thing has been done.
Yeah, just taking part. The Mongolian team here, Batsikan, well, he was in the mix earlier on today. He tried to get himself in the breakaway, didn't manage to get there, and you know he's done his country proud. We're just looking at over the finishing line the last time. We still do have 101 riders still in contention. We've got the riders in front, of course, the main peloton. We started with 164 riders.
Well, that's actually not as bad as it could have been, to be honest, especially if we had some rain. But looking up the road here, you're starting to see clouds just gathering, and metaphorically, at least, I guess that's on our breakaway. Been pared back down to 1 minute and 15. It's drifted once again, and right now they have 2 minutes, but albeit a shorter roster within the break. Fuldeger still here for Denmark. Julien Bernard and Ivo Oliveira, in fact, they were part of the original formation that's eaten into much of the day. Only, dare we say that, 119 kilometres of the day remaining, but we've had 3.5 hours of racing, Brian, and here we go. Mont Kigali awaits. I think that's our peak, Brian. I think we're getting a view from it. Hard to tell, to be honest, in all the roads.
Good crowds. I think most of them will hopefully come back into town for the final laps. But yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier on, about the logistics for some of the teams getting some support out there and then coming back in, and it's even for some of the spectators. You know, looked as if it was you know, it was packed up there on top of the climb, and you know, a lot of people have had that decision to make of maybe looking to see the riders on the course or going up to the highest point of the race today.
Lovely to see the fans here.
It's like the Tour de France.
It is, yeah.
The convoy,
wrestling for the bidons, but yeah, as you were saying, for the promotion, the publicity convoy. I mean, they start throwing out sweets and hats and all kinds of stuff, and seeing grown men wrestle grannies for a packet of jelly sweets is a sight on the Tour de France.
Coincidence?
Not quite sure it is, but certainly a groovy kit.
He's a doppelganger.
Yeah, I think so. Meanwhile, there is Kigali, and we'll be coming back in. We're just going over the Côte de Péage as we speak. And I think this is part of our new course. And boy, oh boy, is it populous. This is great. They've loved having this. It's an absolute privilege. The biggest sporting event that has taken place in this nation, of course, and for much of Central Africa, I'll be bound. I know there's the African Nations Cup, which is a football competition, of course, which is extraordinarily popular. and quite rightly so. It's a brilliant competition. South Africa itself, as you know, has hosted the Olympics and the World Cup as well. But in this part of Africa, this is something extraordinarily special. And as far as the UCI is concerned, it's our first visit. I don't think it's going to be our last by any means.
No, I think it's just a matter of time of, when we're back here. They try and kind of spread it out throughout the globe. So I don't know when.
Eritrea would be nice. Can you imagine the crowds?
Yeah, I can remember after Daniel Teklahimana taking the mountains just for a few days, way back in 2015 in the tour. He went back to a rapturous reception.
Amazing. And tens of thousands of people wearing polka dots as well, Brian. He's on a
scary sight. Yeah.
Yeah, wonderful. 2 minutes and 2, it's gone back up. Oh, yeah, just seeing it's more of the fauna that graces this part of the world, but this is all about the approach to Monkigali and then coming back into town. Is it going to be a launch pad? How far's too far after a day that like we've already had, and how much are you preserving yourself? In the women's race, we noticed how fresh and ready Magdalene Valliere was from Canada. Every time that she came on screen, we were saying to ourselves, wow, she looks very, very good on a course that suited her down to the ground. And despite starting the day at 400 to 1 as one of the rank outsiders, she absolutely rocked the race. I'm just hoping and wondering if we'll get something similar. Looking at the big beasts of the ISIGANYWA National Park with the big five, of course, which elephants are very much part of. Yeah, friendly beasts, but if you ever see one with a sort of a trace line of fluid coming down from the side of the forehead, I'm not talking about the ears, run like hell, because it is a very angry elephant. It's almost like a poker tell before they go all in and start stomping. These are grumpy creatures as well. Not the lions, you understand. They're kind of quite chilled out until you get out the car, eating a ham sandwich, and then you're in trouble. The rhino, the white rhino population here has indeed rocketed, which is brilliant. Part of a very forthright conservation programme. And of course you've got the buffalo, which we have to mention. But it's where your mozzarella comes from. I had some of that last night. It was very nice. 2 minutes and 5. It's not full on yet, Brian. When?
No, but it is taking its toll. We had 7 riders in front. Now we've only got 3. It just means that the pressure has been on the race. If you want to stay in front, you have to put the pressure on. And clearly these are the 3 strongest of the 7. The same can be said about the peloton as well. But I'm just going to pause a moment.
Ah, shoot! Amazing. I'm loving this part of town, Brian.
What did you say? I can't hear you.
How wonderful is that? What a reception. And right now they're going to do it all over again as the peloton comes through. What a reception. Absolutely fantastic. Looks like the market area, to be fair. A scream down into and past that tumultuous crowd. What a welcome. And what a bidding of a farewell as well. Oh, there's more. You know, as a rider, there are emotional peaks that you get with any career, and anyone who's ridden through here is not going to forget this, Brian.
No, you aren't, and we're hearing from some of the riders that have raced already, and just look at how deep you know, the crowds are here. Absolutely incredible. And, you know, we're hearing the riders say how incredible the atmosphere is. The crowds, the fans outside the roads, you know, they're all cheering for the bike riders. They're not just cheering for the Rwandans. They're cheering for every cyclist. And, you know, I believe that the Swiss riders at the back there were just saying, "Can you believe this?"
Exactly that.
And I would be exactly the same. Are you taking this in? This is incredible. And even Remco Evenepoel always said that this is some of the best training roads that he's ever trained on. Just watch this moment here.
How lovely is that? Jan Christen just urging Maro Schmidt to take it in. Well, as if anyone needs reminding, you're kind of forced to. It's lovely. There's a whole, I guess, waterfall, if you will, of goodwill which has poured all over the UCI and indeed the riders in this amazing place. And for that, we thank the people of Rwanda. It's been brilliant. 112.7 kilometres of the day, and let's start playing with some peaks, shall we? The Volcanoes National Park is something very, very special. Once you get beyond the tree line here, provided you've managed to shake off a couple of spiders, I imagine, the views will be amazing. Back over the mountain gorillas of the Volcanoes National Park, part of a conservation programme which, thank heaven, has protected those majestic creatures and given them a habitat within which they can thrive. And if you ever get a chance to go and experience it, please, please do so. They've had various schemes to get people to have a greater care for the gorilla population, one of which was actually photographing each of them and giving them a photographic profile, because just as with humans, they all have very different characteristics about them. They all look very different. They have their own personalities, and it's just wonderful to see them at peace in their own environment. And of course, vegetarians and very peaceful creatures, unless they're sort of busy working out who's boss. Of course, we've already decided at the commentary position who the silverback is, and it's not me. Silverback, silverhead, but gold when it comes to commentary. Brian, thank you very much for being here.
Just don't mess with me.
There you go. That is Brian, just in disguise, going to try and mix it with some of the gorillas. Back to the racing, and this is starting to feel like the pointy end, Brian. As soon as we get into double digits, feels like it's going to get full on, this, and you don't want to miss out. And it's a terrible time to start when the pace begins to climb. And Tesfatsion keeps it calm, gets the exchange, gets back in the cars. No, not too much damage. If you're going to have bad luck, have it at an opportune time. But we're pacing up here.
Yeah, you can see the speed here. Not the best time when we start to head towards the major climb of these championships, but it was a quick change. No messing around and changing the wheel, and you know, it was a quick bike change, and he'll soon be back on. But yeah, look, if you've ever watched or seen the coverage of the Tour de Rwanda, if you haven't, go back and watch it. This doesn't surprise me at all, because the Tour de Rwanda gets these crowds, you know, great atmosphere, and they come out in numbers. And I'm just looking forward to the next decades of Rwandan cycling, because you know, we see what happens in other countries when they've got a major games or a major championships, and you know, all of these youngsters hopefully will be inspired by, you know, what they see, and hopefully we'll see more and more Rwandan cyclists coming to, you know, the highest levels of our sport.
Look at the front line here. Everyone's getting involved. Colombia drift up to the front. Brandon Rivera, Inga Manel, Tejada, Vargas. Britain are on the front as well. Not quite sure who they'll be working for today. I'm hoping that Tom Pidcock is back to his best. He looked a little bit second-hand earlier on today. Might have ridden back into himself. Oscar Onley, naturally enough, they are mobbing the front line. The camera's just trying to pick out Teddy Boccaccia here for you, there in the
bright green, not that far away from the golden helmet of Remco Evenepoel, almost monitoring each other at the moment. 2 minutes and 4 back to, or out to this, guys, the trio up front with the peloton sitting within range at the moment. But here we are at the peak. 20% is no laughing matter, Kigali. And
no tongue out.
Yeah, no tongue out, not yet.
Do you know that sight that I've just seen there? Do you know what? If this was in any other country, I don't think we would be seeing these sights here. Look at every spectator and fan outside the roads. What are they doing?
Watching the riders, not on a phone.
Encroaching in the roads.
Respecting
If
their
this was any
environment.
other race anywhere else in the world, I think they would be on the road encroaching the riders. They are showing the riders 100% respect.
Yeah, it's absolutely wonderful and great to see. You can have the atmosphere, you can throw your love and appreciation at the riders without laying a hand on them, waving flags into their mech. It's a whole new way of being and celebrating. I mean, we love the passion of cycling fans all over the globe. Some display it in more forthright manner than others, but don't put hands on the riders. It's fabulous. And look at this, a clear road for them to play with. A little bit of encroachment on one side here, but that's just by the sheer numbers, I think. Rather than any will to indeed mob the roads, they have indeed... they're going to witness something very, very special. And here it is, the charge into the climb. Now, this is for everybody to get onto the climb in short order, in good order, I should say. And America, the United States, want to be part of this. Security bikes coming through, just urging everyone to maintain their decorum, which they are doing absolutely brilliantly. And everybody looking at, not the cameras, but the riders. And you've just got to love that. Their emotions are being poured out into appreciation of what the athletes are doing. And there is a big, big drive to get onto this climb in a good position, and it's accounting for a trimming of the time. It was over 2 minutes before we got to this climb. It's now down to 1 minute and 47. Wait and see where Ireland are. They were at the front as well. So were Great Britain. So were quite a few others. Switzerland, Portugal, the United States. We mentioned the Irish. Meanwhile, it has an impact, Brian.
Yeah, job done. 150 odd kilometres on the front for Florian Vermeers. A bottle from the team car. Day done. What a job this man has done today for Belgium.
Well, he is empty, and it's almost a shame within the sport. I guess you might say that only one rider from a team, even at Olympic level, receives the medal. All other team sports within the Olympic movement, of course, each get a medal. I think there's something to be said for it. I think the winning team, the winning rider and his entire team should come to the podium. That would be lovely. But only one, of course, can wear the rainbow bands. And who will that be today? Quinn Simmons. Could it possibly be a surprise? That would be something absolutely magnificent. He's terrific at making us talk about him. And one suspects that that's precisely what we're going to be doing. Quinn Simmons, sometimes he takes on more than he can chew, but occasionally he feasts.
I mean, my legs are good, but I think like a lot of the peloton since the... Yeah, I think, I mean, my legs are good, but I think like a lot of the peloton since the tour, we have quite some fatigue in the legs at the end of the season here. So, you know, some days I wake up super good, some days I wake up quite bad. So, yeah, I hope for one of the good days today.
So it's on feeling, basically.
Yeah, I mean, we come here. The course should be over the limit for me on paper, but maybe the altitude makes it possible. We just have to see. At the end of the day, I've had my best season ever, so anything I do here is just extra, but of course we're motivated to finish it off well.
Thanks, Ben.
He has had a fabulous season. Took a stage in the Volta a Catalunya. He was runner-up on the stage into Normandy behind Ben Healy, who is somebody else on this kind of terrain that can go very well. That day it was 201 kilometres, one of the longest stages of the Tour de France. I think we were, in the early days, it was the 6th stage, I'm reminded. But if you actually look at the run from Bayeux to Vire-Normandie, there was a whole sequence of climbs pretty similar actually to today's parcours. So if you extend that by another 60 k's or so, you get the idea of what he's dealing with. And if you actually look at that day, Healy won ahead of Quinn Simmons, Michael Storer, Eddie Dunbar. You're getting the idea? These riders are here. Tadej Pogačar that day finished in 9th place. Remco Evenepoel in 12th place. Oscar Onley was one of the best placed Brits. Simon Yates did well, but Oscar Onley, who is also here, also had some fun. For some of the work, for those in the boiler room, they have done their stoking job on behalf of their teammates, and now it's time for the principals to realise their ambitions. And with 107.7 kilometres of the day remaining, the gap's down to 1 minute and 25. And this might get to be a bit of showboating, because by the time we get to the top of Monchigali, we're then going to come back past the crowds into town, and we'll have 6 laps remaining to find our champion. When we get there, well, it's anybody's guess who is still remaining, because a lot of those that have carried the early 9 laps before we actually got to this loop out of town have burnt themselves down. Have they popped a valve? Let's wait and see. Looking further into this group, and Italy, well, we keep wondering what their form will be like. This is Sobrero in the company of Fortunato, Mr. Lucky we used to call him. They're all for Giulio Ciccone. He's got Cattaneo and Baggioli. Cattaneo looked a bit second-hand earlier on, but I think it was a technical. Ciccone is their man, who's also had a great season. Possibly would have liked more, but then again, you say that to all professionals, and they feel pretty much the same way. 3Ks to go before we get to the top of the mount that's defining this day, really. I know that we have there's numerous laps, 15 in total, of our big circuit. However, we have the most focused percentages are just ahead of us right now. It's a matter of, 20% just towards the top end of this peak. And so, for the first time, the maps really go black. But I've got to also tell you that there is a little respite point that they have to bridge to. It's a flat zone of about 600 metres before we actually take on the full chat up towards the top. Off that, we'll have possibly the longest descent, or certainly the steepest as well, that we have within this race. Then it's back onto our circuit, and of course the cobbles that we are familiar with to introduce us to the 10th lap. We have to complete 15 in total, so there are 6 to be taken once we get over the top of this. And getting over the top is an over-the-top demand, and the questions are being asked already, Brian.
Yeah, Ivo Oliveira, one of the riders that really kind of instigated this first move. A couple of riders chipped across to the group, but you know, this was the rider that was actually shown more, riding more at the front, and I think we said it at the time, Ivo Oliveira, renowned for his track racing, his sprinting, his prologues, now renowned as a climber, and on the hardest climb of these championships, starting to drift away from the duo in front of Fulldager and Julien Bernard. Julien Bernard from France was one of the riders that came across to this move. Seems to be one of the strongest left at the front, but with the gap it's 1 minute and 20. This crowd absolutely enjoying their day today. It's going to be very, very difficult for these riders to stay away even before the top of this climb comes, but this crowd is dense. Mexico now come to the front. The Slovenians gain control again. It really is thinning out now. So Freya of Mexico, well, he's been doing a little bit of work already today. Mexicans came here with 3 riders. More importantly, one of the favourites, Del Toro. So just inside 2 kilometres to go to the top of this climb, as Carlton said. Possibly the hardest part of the climb still to come. We are currently at 9%, and Slovenia take control of the race. Pogačar sitting in second place, Evenepoel in third. Could this be the future of Rwandan cycling? Plenty of youngsters out enjoying their day. Domen Novak at the front for Slovenia. Del Toro and Juan Ayuso, teammates of Pogačar, up towards the front of this race. Kay Nutebrix for Belgium in the yellow helmet, just on the far side next to Del Toro. But these are incredible sights that we're seeing in this Mont Kigali with the crowds, especially the youngsters. And there they are, enjoying their day. So Domen Novak leads this peloton. The Swiss with Jan Christian and Mark Hirschi off to the left-hand side. Ben Healy in the green on the right, the darker green to the Slovenian outfit. In front of him, you can see the former Olympic champion, and that is Richard Carapaz. So one by one, the workhorses of Slovenia sliding out the back door. These are incredible sights we're seeing here in the Kigali World Championships. This peloton really has thinned out, and is that Quinn Simmons now on the drift at the back of the peloton? It does look like his style, the American. And we were talking about Quinn Simmons as a potential threat in this race, possibly an outsider, but it looks as if he was drifting on this climb.
We did actually hear from him just a few minutes ago as well, saying that he thought the course would ask some questions of him, and whether or not that could be successful or otherwise, depending on his legs on the day. And he actually declared his own form as variable in this kind of terrain. And that's an honest answer, quite frankly. You don't know how you're going to feel until you take it on, especially the sort of amount of work that you're demanding of your own body. This is Caetebo of Ecuador. He'll be hoping to stay there for Richard Carapaz. Not quite sure how much use he is going to be by the pointy end of the day. And Monaco, Victor Langelotti, you just saw him with the red and white stripes down his back, just towards the back as well. No team support. Sometimes you just got to help yourself. And Julian Bernard, if there was a combativity award in the world, maybe it would go to him. Is Matej Mohoric isolated by?
Yeah, more so going out the back. It's they are losing a lot of numbers, Slovenia. I know they started with 9 riders, but already losing a lot of riders. I know that Domen Novak is at the front for Pogačar, but looking beyond that, Primož Roglic, I would suspect, would be here, not that far away, and there he is. So we go from 9 Slovenians to 3 in quick order, because we lost Nisgets, Glevar, and of course Mohoric on this climb. So there's a lot of teams losing riders on this climb. As we get further up, it starts to get a lot tougher. And now we see a reaction. Pogačar has decided to go on the Mont Kigali, taking with him Evenepoel, Ayuso, Jan Christian, Kay Nutebrix. So he went with about 80 or just under 80 kilometres to go last year to win the title, and he's now going with 104 kilometres to go to the finishing line.
And there's more, and Evenepoel looks like he's in trouble. Look at this. He's going backwards. I don't know if he's just drifting to the back at the moment, preserving his energies and just getting the numbers right to be able to cope with this test. It's the biggest test so far, and he's gone. Oh, my goodness, what a statement. And boom, there goes the Olympic champion off the back. That has left life to Utebrix, who now charges in. And Evenepoel is being wound in and passed indeed by so many. Del Toro goes by him right now. Evenepoel in trouble. Perfect move by Tadej Pogačar, but he burned down his own team apart from anything else. Lots of sacrifice. There's Primož Roglic staying with this group, and Primož Roglic now coming by. And Tadej Pogačar, from this kind of distance, this is absolutely incredible.
Yep, He's not going in his own at the moment. He's got Juan Ayuso there. Keanu Brooks being distanced as well. Richard Carapaz was actually coming across there. Definitely Pogacar asking questions of so many riders, and it's only Juan Ayuso that can stay with him. Julian Bernard of the original attack. It's all come back together, but will it come back together over the top of this climb? We're getting very close to the top. The Juan Ayuso from Spain is the only rider that can match and go toe-to-toe with the Slovenian rider Tadej Pogacar. But Del Toro's coming up here for Mexico. I think it will come back together, but at what damage has it done already?
Huge. Shelmo's also got two riders extraordinarily familiar with each other. Don't forget, they are teammates at UAE Team Emirates, and a brace of them together showing this kind of perseverance and form is something very, very special. They represent different countries, of course, but they have spent a lot of time in each other's pockets. Ayuso himself is leaving UAE Team Emirates for Little Trek on a big contract, but nonetheless, I'm sure some affections and certainly knowledge of each other rest. But what sort of gap and how much do they want to indeed maintain it? Where on earth is Remco Evenepoel is the big question. The camera looking back, and there's so many riders have passed by him, and here he is, part of a trio that have been disengaged. Chris Juul Jensen is with him. Evenepoel is our time trial world champion, but it looks like this is too much, and he's pointing to the back here. I don't know whether he's actually indicating he's got some kind of technical problem, but on the descent, Ayuso, a brilliant descender in the company of Tadej Pogacar, and they have flown the coop, Brian.
Yeah, they are. It's whether anybody can come back. Del Toro's on their case. I think Del Toro will come back. Juan Ayuso for Spain at the front here. Just watch the corner there. That's Del Toro coming across. Three riders that ride for the same trade team, but we know from the Vuelta that Tadej Pogacar said openly after it was announced that Juan Ayuso was leaving the team that he wished that Juan Ayuso would leave the race. He didn't. He went to the end. Now we're seeing three trade teammates riding for different countries coming together at the front of this race.
So, any love lost between Ayuso and Pogacar? Let's wait and see. The pair of them, they're going to have company, yet familiar company. Del Toro has got to do it all on his own, the young Mexican. Not many teammates around him. Tadej Pogacar now all isolated, save for, of course, his former trade teammate with Juan Ayuso. And now Del Toro comes up to join the fun as well. Three from UAE Team Emirates. If ever there was a doubt what was the strongest team in the world at the moment, you're looking at it. Pogacar, Ayuso, Del Toro, the three amigos.
Yep, they are. There was 11 of the UAE Team Emirates started. Pogacar just looks back there. He sees Del Toro. Quick word between both of them. No word between himself and Ayuso, of course. She said no love lost between them, but they will ride, and they will ride trying to come to the finish. It's what's really happening behind it I'm interested in. We've got a long descent back towards the circuit in Kigali that we left. We've got another 6 circuits of that, but this is a chase group out the back of the other group. This is Evenepoel, you've got Honoré, you've got many riders here trying to come back, but this was the rider that tried to come across, Richard Carapaz. He tried to come across over the top of the climb. It wasn't meant to be, but this is the chase group now. And just looking, Primož Roglic is here, Jai Hindley is here. There's a lot of strong riders in here, Skelmos as well.
Mike Stora is part of that chasing group as well. Meanwhile, Tadej Pogacar, don't know what the word was exchanged between himself and Del Toro, but I think Del Toro essentially was going to go and take the head, force Ayuso to chase on. This serves very well, I've got to say, Tadej Pogacar. If there is a sense that Del Toro is working for Pogacar, they remain teammates, don't forget. Juan Ayuso forced out of the team, not happy. Meanwhile, look at those who are trying to bridge. This is turning out to be one hell of a day. We thought this might be an action point. We were hoping it would be, and it's turned out to be exactly that. All hell has broken loose, and we're now heading back to our familiar circuit. We've got 3 up the road. We've got some high-quality riders chasing into it. Here's the Mur de Kigali. cobble section. It's not part of our standard circuit, but my goodness, this is a grind. And at the moment, they are working over Ayuso. This is Pogacar and Del Toro, Mexico and Slovenia, trying to stick it to Spain and Juan Ayuso, the man who's leaving their combined trade team to go elsewhere to Little Trek. Meanwhile, a little guy with a big heart is Carapaz pitching in, and guess what? Tom Pidcock is here in the vanguard. He's on board with this chase group, which of course includes Remco Evenepoel. That's divorced now. Let us wait and see. Group 3, that is the Evenepoel group. Still at a margin of 36 seconds. Good to see that Tom Pidcock is in there. But look at this, it's blown apart, and it's the pair that have gone off and up the front. And Ayuso has been found out here because Del Toro and Pogacar, two riders that work together and work over the entire field by the looks of things. Can they push on? My goodness, they've suddenly detonated the race. They know each other extremely well. They share a trade team. They represent different nations. It'll be one of those flags by the look of it, if they have anything to do with it, that gets raised today. The defending world champion, Tadej Pogacar, and I'm afraid that Ayuso is tied up. Has he blown up? That's the question. And here comes a whole phalanx of hopefuls, including Remco Evenepoel, trying to get back in. I'm just having a look and seeing if he's part of this group. There's a modest gap right now. This is a regathering, if you like, of some of the greats. Healy comes through with Evenepoel's teammate. Still, we wait for sight of him and that group that also includes Tom Pidcock. What a day, what drama.
Yeah, absolutely. The crowd is excited at side of the road. We're excited, and you know, it's kicking off right in front of a fabulous crowd in the Mur de Kigali. Riders absolutely everywhere, but I tell you what, Del Toro is flying up there. He dropped Ayuso. Pogacar was able to stay with them. There's still a lot of riders in contention, but it's how many teammates they've got that can help them come back to the front of this race.
It's a massive call to go this far out. We saw the words exchanged between Del Toro and Pogacar, and they've worked over Ayuso good and proper. He's not finished yet, Ayuso, and I'll be bound that Evenepoel isn't either, but you know, these margins that possibly get magnified when we get onto our circuit at the end of today. And look how strung out things are, Brian. Everyone's going to feel it today. They're going to have their nose in the wind. Pogacar has a bit of payback here for Del Toro, that I'm sure it's only to reignite his fire in his belly. Do you remember what Del Toro said at the beginning of the day when asked the question, what if it comes down to the two of you? What was his answer?
Man against man, and that's what it is, and I think that's what it's going to be. But I think there is a bit of communication between Del Toro and Pogacar, a lot of mutual respect as well, and this is the perfect combination for them. They have 36 seconds on the Evenepoel group, and I think he's coming back to the group in front. It's all about numbers and teammates now. I don't think it's quite over yet, but this is a formidable duo. Pogacar on form, and he said he was, both mentally and physically. Del Toro, well, we know what sort of form he's on. It's what's going to happen behind. The French with Sivakov here, Pari Pantra, Healy, if they all ride, and I said that yesterday in the women's race, if they ride, they can come back. If they don't, then they're not coming back.
Let's see. Time for some sustenance here. This is Primož Roglic just getting a gel down. He knows that he can actually stay and almost have a magic carpet ride amongst this rather urgent group that need to get themselves back into the fray. The problem is that the margin is growing. It's 38 seconds right now, and it kind of feels that it might just continue to swell. So between Isaac Del Toro, who really should have won the Giro d'Italia, but just won about everything else he took on beyond that into this part of the season, could he take a world championship title on behalf of Mexico? Can you imagine that? Tadej Pogacar, of course, our defending world champion, he's going to want to keep hold of those rainbow stripes. There's not going to be any gifts between the pair of them, but they've offered up assistance to each other. They know each other extraordinarily well. Normally, Del Toro works for Tadej Pogacar and will do whatever he requires. This is a slightly different scenario, and they may well sprint each other for the finale. I reckon it's probably going to be worked out earlier than that. One or other will thrive today, and the money has to be on Pogacar.
Yeah, I think so. He is a favourite because these riders have been found out a little bit. They are getting their act together. Young Christian there, Skelmos, Sivakov, Ayuso starting to ride. I don't know what happened to Ayuso. He did look good in the Mont Kigali. It was in the Moor that he just lost a little bit. But they are riding Sivakov. This is the third group here. They're only, just over 12 seconds behind, led by Belgium. Tom Pidcock is in here, Michael Storer. You can see Baggioli. Michael Matthews is actually at the back of this group, but 45 seconds. These two, with 95 to go, they can go to the end. The two riders that are on form. It really all depends on the combination of the nations behind. I still believe that if these guys all ride together, they've got a chance. But just as I say that, Jai Hindley comes to the front, Ciccone, and at this stage, Carlton, you're on your, you've not got a lot left, and you're trying to recover after those couple of climbs in quick succession. You know what's coming, and you're trying to kind of hide at the back. It's not about hiding now. It's about trying to come back to the front of the race with Del Toro and Pogacar. But such as bike racing at the moment, there's a few passengers in here.
There is, of course, already a factor that we have to recognise, and that is just how much of the day we have already had. 172 kilometres. And it's been full-on racing. We've been on a circuit which kind of sometimes you understand, but indeed our circuit, which we're just about to rejoin, and indeed complete or indeed begin lap 10 of the 15 or 16 that make up this day. And then you've got to finish the job. And at the moment, on the ropes are just about everybody except for Tadej Pogacar and Isaac Del Toro. They are clear by a margin of 48 seconds. The big chase being invoked right now. Primož Roglič is part of that group but won't be doing any work because Tadej Pogacar, his fellow Slovenian, is up the road, and here he is in the bright green of Slovenia. Only one left, teammates-wise, for Pogacar. It might actually swell a little bit because there's a secondary group, including Remco Evenepoel, the likes of Tom Pidcock, Tiemann Arensman as well, starting very much at the forefront of our thoughts at the beginning of the day. That other group with a margin of around about 14 seconds, possibly less than that right now, 12 as you see it's come down to. Roglic, Hindley, Ayuso, Carapaz, Matthews, Mark Hershey, who blows hot and cold, but it could be a hot day for him, let's see. Ben Healy, Tom Squinch. I'm actually, though, starting to wonder, and there'll be a few of you out there as well, whether all those plus Sivakov, Seixas, Sjoerd-Nibernau as part of the original breakaway, whether they've got what it takes to close a gap on one of the greatest riders there has ever been, Tadej Pogacar, and what one of the greatest riders that potentially ever will be in Isaac Del Toro. Two amazing talents up the road, clear of a high-quality chase group that can't close the gap at the moment. They're amazing. It's up to 48 seconds now, and we're back on our familiar circuit. And for these guys, Brian, it's just a question of getting into the zone, staying together, maybe duking it out, mano a mano, for the last time of asking. I don't think Pogacar will want the company of Del Toro. I think he'll take the bell alone, but let us wait and see. The story is about to be told.
I think he welcomes the Del Toros there. There seems to be good communication with them.
I think he'll go on the
And I think being on your own, it's going to be very difficult. What I think should happen here is the two groups should come together here. More numbers, more teammates. This is Tejada here going for Colombia. Maybe not the best thing to do at this moment. I think with these two groups, they come together, then I think there's numbers here. There's definitely numbers here for Belgium, and I think Australia as well have got numbers for sure. Italy have got a few riders in here as well. So these two groups come together, which they have at the bottom of the cobble climb. This, once they go over the top of this, then they have to get organised and keep this gap down if they get any chance of coming back to the front of this race. But there's a few nations here with numbers. Ben Healy's on the front. But this is where you know, experience, communication comes into play, because if these nations don't get organised, then this gap could go over a minute very, very quickly.
But Brian, we both know it's extraordinarily difficult to organise yourself into a key seat force. There's no radios. It has to come down almost to instinct and professional expectations, and you don't know the limits of that have been reached by those around you either. And so it's a difficult thing to form a fighting force. Healy's doing his best to encourage others by leading by example, but sometimes you can burn yourself down by doing exactly that. You have to finesse the day in a certain way, unless you're these two, where you just brutalise it.
Well, they're committed, just like Pogacar committed last year from way out. You know, we were seeing a lot of his teammates getting distanced on the Mont Kigali, and that meant that Pogacar was the only really one big teammate left, and that was Roglic. He's in this chasing group, so I think this was definitely a plan. There's a few people were caught out, but this is not a case of attacking here. This is about getting organised, and it's very difficult. They're in panic mode at the moment. There's Del Toro and Pogacar, the favourites in front. They should be trying to get organised more than anything else, and they aren't.
Well, there's a swelling, maybe a cohesion. We'll wait and see to see who can possibly do some damage a little bit later on. Tom Peacock still at the back. Of this group, doesn't look like he's had the best of days form-wise for Del Toro, and results-wise for Tadej Pogacar up ahead of them. How are they going to get caught, Brian?
If they get organised behind, if they don't get organised, then it's game over. These two are the strongest riders in the break. That's why they're in front. This is a team in Arensman here. They've got Mollema, but look at the difference. Arensman, double stage winner in the Tour de France, deserved that, but Mollema just is at the back now. They're experienced riders, but they have to start communicating the different nations to get organised, and it doesn't look as if they're organised at all.
Italy have got themselves together. They're trying to bring Ciccone up to a decent place. 6 laps to go, and it's Tadej Pogacar that spears the line ahead of Isaac Del Toro. And they're kind of looking at each other at the moment, and Ben Healy just launches. He goes over to the side of the road. Now this is where the dogged determination of this terrier-like athlete can actually pay some. There'll be others from France notably as well that want to be part of this. And here we go, Ben Healy. He's the first really to start to put those electric cables together and power up a belief, really, including Evenepoel from this front group. He needs a smaller group than this, Brian. There's going to be too many passengers, but he needs an effective fighting force to come and join him and try and close this gap.
Well, the only passion that should be Carlton is Primož Roglic. Everybody else should be, you know, doing a little bit, getting their teammates to do a little bit as well, and that doesn't seem to be happening. So while these two are at front at 46 seconds, you know that there aren't nations with numbers. And did you see that before, where Remco Evenepoel was bouncing in his back wheel, thinking he might have a slow? That might have been the case. So he's decided to come into the pits area and organise that bike change.
A swift one, takes off his meter, goes for it. Looks like no number on this steed. He's off and underway. He did a little, bounce check as well, just to make sure that all was well. But yeah, maybe that was it. Let's wait and see. Let's see what he's got left. He looks supremely dialed in. Takes some ice here just to cool down, maybe cool the nerves as well. Gets back onto the back of this group. That's Utebrooks that has launched a bottle, nearly took Evenepoel out as he tries to get through. Meanwhile, Italy spark into action. This is great to see. Is Ciccone not that far away from the nose? Whereabouts is France? That's the other question as well. And Australia, lots of great nations here that can do something.
Yeah, this is what they have to do. I think it was Michael Matthews that came up to the front there and started to ride. Look at the size of the group. We have got 34 riders in that chase group. There's nations there with multiples. They have to get organised. They have, otherwise they're racing for the bronze medal today. So we're starting to see Australia, starting to see Italy, but like you say, where's France? Belgium will get numbers, but they're waiting for Evenepoel to come back. There is enough numbers in here. The only passenger, I say it again, should be Roglic, because Mexico haven't got anybody here. Slovenia have got Roglic. Everybody else, if they want to win this race, then they have to contribute.
Tadej Pogačar, that don't worry too much about that moisture. It's not sweat or spittle. It's actually the melting ice coming down from that little pack he's got between his shoulder blades. So a nylon sock essentially filled with crushed ice, which melts slowly, and cool water drops between the anterior and exterior jugular on either side of the neck. Meanwhile, looking at this group on the downhill section and wanting to play the game, it's great to see Michael Matthews actually back in the zone, and he's here on the back wheel of Primož Roglic, possibly issuing a few snatched phrases as well. Australia, Jai Hindley, Jay Vine as well, also part of the group. Meanwhile, you look further back here, and they're assembling, but is it only for bronze? That's the big question, Brian.
At the moment, I would say no. There is enough numbers in here to get some sort of chase organised, but just as I say that, they start fanning across the road and trying to chat to each other. You can see here that they're having a word. They have to commit. Jay Vine is coming up. They're trying to talk to, I think, Baggioli there. They're trying to get organised. Frigo comes up. There is enough numbers. If Frigo, Jay Vine, Matthews, Baggioli, Storer's coming up. There's enough numbers in it. And Belgium have got a few riders in here as well. If they commit to this, then they're still within a shout. But definitely the two strongest riders are in front. But yeah, they have to combine, get organised behind to bring them back if they can do it in the next 6 laps.
Those 6 laps may well fly by. Let's wait and see. This is the Mur de Kigali, and still the party. We've already dealt with this, don't forget, but some of these riders are going to find themselves way down by the time the gap. I think by the time they get to the circuit, so a lot of riders have been cast asunder. Meanwhile, casting the die, has it been cast by Tadej Pogačar and Isaac Del Toro? Looking behind, let's go through. And still the attrition rate. This is Domen Novak, who's done a job. Tadej Pogačar burnt his own team down. They did a great job of holding everything within range until he got to the point where he was going to allow himself to go for it. Ayuso sparked up, went with him. Isaac Del Toro had allowed his own teammates from Mexico of Freya and Ruvalcaba to empty themselves. An empty day as well, I'm afraid, for Egan Bernal. Here he is, having a bit of a chat in the pits area. Not going to be for that Colombian. And in fact, it's Harold Tejado who's the last of the Colombians out there. We have Richard Carapaz of Ecuador. He's part of this group, and when you hear these names like that, like those two, like the likes of Leknesund, Hershey, who's still very busy for Switzerland, Juan Ayuso, of course. I want to see what he's got left. Carlos Frigo and Garofoli. Tom Pidcock, the sole Brit, remained within this group. Looked a bit second-hand earlier on today, hoping that he can dig deep into the resources, and it's more than just a bronze medal later on. But as Belgium and Australia form themselves into a good fighting group, they also joined here by Italy, and everyone getting the taste now for a drive for home. Who else is represented up front? Gibishabier, one of the last of the Africans here, which is fantastic to see him thriving out front, but nobody more so than Tony Pogacar and Isaac Del Toro. The Danes with Honoré and Chelmos. We mentioned Italy with Baggioli, Frigo, Ciccone and Garofoli. Utebrechts, Hermans, Evenepoel for Belgium. And it looks like they may have been put to the sword. 51 seconds. This is where this pair, who know each other instinctively from, of course, their team, UAE Team Emirates, they are serving different nations today, but they could serve up an amazing 1-2 for their trade team and ultimately bring medals to both Slovenia and to Mexico. What colour will each of them secure? And indeed, are we preempting matters? Because the gap is down now to 49 seconds. I still believe that either one of these could win the day, even if it all comes back together. Such is the strength they've shown, Brian.
Yeah, it really depends on what happens behind, but we're talking about the quiet riders being from Italy. They've got 4 riders in this chase group, and they rightly should be committing. You're talking about the Aussies having 4 riders
will
as
each
well.
of them secure?
They've got Hindley, Matthews, Storer and Vine. Of course, there can only be one winner. You can't kind of hold back. If you don't bring Del Toro and Pogacar back, then you're riding for bronze. That's as simple as that. There's enough numbers in here, even for the Swiss of Christian and Hersey. So to Norway have Leknes and Svenstadt, so they have 2. But there's a lot of riders in here with just on their own. But even if they sit on the back and don't kind of contribute a lot, then you know they're hiding to nothing. So you've got 2 riders from the Netherlands, 3 from France. They've been doing a little bit of riding, but not for the moment. Belgium, well, they've got 3 riders, but they're committing Quinten Hermans. So you can see the Dutch sitting back there. Like, if you don't bring the 2 riders in front back, then you've got absolutely nothing to play for. You're going for bronze.
I am waiting to see what Sivakov does. He's on fantastic form coming out of the circuit racing that we've enjoyed in Canada as well. So one of the nearest, essentially, to those who have been busy and had great success. Australia have got manpower here, but how can they use it? Jay Vine's just taking himself a comfort break at the side of the road. I don't think he'd pulled the pin. He'd done we should wait and see, of course. Nothing is certain. And in fact, this does not look like a comfort break. This looks like day done for Jay Vine. Is it more serious than that? He's taking a relaxed toot on the bidon. I think he's called it a day. I don't think he wants to drive into his teammates, potentially. Maybe that's a factor, maybe not. But he's done a lot of work as Jay Vine. He's had a phenomenally successful season. Maybe he's going to leave it to Michael Storer, Michael Matthews and Jai Hindley to deliver the job. You can't all take time and indeed take respite and offer yourself up something later on. And Jay Vine, I don't think, is going to be a feature at the pointy end today.
No, which is disappointing for Australia. They did have 4 riders in there. Now they've got 3, and I think they needed all 4 riders. The gap's still holding at just over 40 seconds, and you know that was a really Jan Christian and Mark Hirschi. If you leave it all up to the Belgians, this is Quinten Hermans at the front. It's they aren't coming back, I don't think. Evenepoel, well, he's sitting second place now. Quinten Hermans is not going to bring this group back. So I think a little bit like in many other races, once the kind of stronger riders, the duo in front have gone, then who else is going to do the chasing? Tom Pidcock is in his on, so he can't rely on anybody to help. So it's a case of either you communicate with the other good riders in here and try and combine, because one thing you cannot rely on is your teammates, because you know, they're dropping like flies.
They are. You don't know the efficacy of what's left in the tank of those amongst you. Tom Pidcock picking it up. You see Carapaz as well in that chase group, just making himself known. But as Brian says, you can't work over the Belgians because you'll end up working over yourselves. Every great dish has a number of ingredients, and they're going to have to bring those together if they're going to, I guess, produce the cake at the end of the day and maybe eat it. Let's wait and see. Tadej Pogačar, Isaac Del Toro, they're the ones out front. They're the ones playing the game here in this magnificent country. We're back on the circuit, all familiar. That was a lovely little sojourn, great atmosphere as well, and huge drama, Brian. It's defined the day. We thought it might.
It's incredible, and you know, you can see Mohoric and Co. They've done the work today. This is going to, and I know we've got 80 kilometres to go. It was this moment that last year Pogačar decided to go, but you know, thumbs up from the Slovenians there. This is going so well for them. Del Toro is almost a perfect rider for Pogačar to have there. Trade teammate and someone that's got really good form at the moment. And you know, there's no combinations, no nothing. You get two Dutch here, Mollema and Armsman just sitting on. You get Ayuso's on his own for Spain. You get so many individual riders here. Belgium have got the whole team at the front here. Hermans, Keanu to Brooks and Evenepoel. But just look at everybody else just sitting back. Belgium are not bringing back Del Toro and Pogačar. I'm saying that as a fact. They are not bringing the two riders back in front. So that means that for all the other nations, and even Tom Pidcock, if Tom Pidcock wants to win, he has to start to talk to the other riders round about and say, look, if I ride, well, you ride. But there's teams in here. Italy, where have they gone?
Yeah.
Italy, I've got 4 riders in here. Yes, they're sitting back and allowing Belgium to lose second after second after second.
54 seconds it is now, and no help at all for Belgium. I'm actually wondering who's got the legs to help. We've seen some brave efforts as well. Wonderful kick by Ben Healy, which kind of illuminated a desire to chase on. We had a big coming together. What have we got? 30 riders, that kind of margin within the chase. But the numbers are starting to dissipate. Italy themselves, dare I think that they are back up to full strength, more or less. I think there's 5 Italians here. Baggioli, Ciccone, Frigo, Masnada, Garofoli. What are they doing? Maybe they haven't got the legs. It's as simple as that, Brian.
Masnada's not here.
Are you not there? Beg your pardon.
No.
But nonetheless, my screens are just out of shape at the moment. But
yeah, I think Pro Cycling Stats are saying Manaz is not there. It's the riders that are there for Italy: Baggioli, Ciccone, Frigo, and Garofoli. But you're just looking here, looking at.
Wow, he's not happy with something. I don't know whether it's just the day and frustration, but he was beating the hell out of his power meter there.
Yeah, maybe something wrong with a connection or something there for Evenepoel, but he's clearly not got the form he had in the time trial. But I just can't believe Italy with 4 riders in that group, and they're just sitting back and allowing. Well, hang on a second. He's waiting. He's waiting for him.
Yeah, he is.
He wants him. He doesn't. This time last year, he went from this distance, and he's just having a quick word with him. Look, just stay with me. Do what you can, and I'll try and nurse you through this.
Get you a silver medal.
Yeah. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. He's blown. He's absolutely blown.
Del Toro is out, and for the count, I'm afraid. He put so much into this, and so almost by default, Tadej Pogačar is now going to be forced to have to go.
Nope.
Now, let's see. Is he still waiting up for him? Offering up a wheel. This offers up an opportunity. Right, watch the clock. 53 seconds. Will it come back down? Portugal kicking on. into the gap here. It's Ulau that wants to be part of this, and Del Toro gets back on. Young man, don't forget, very much so. He's only 21 years of age, and he's now back onto Tadej Pogacar, his trade teammate. Can he believe and stay with? If he's suffering now, he may suffer again really, really significantly later on. Are they calling for sustenance from the neutral? Maybe he's just had a hunger knock. I don't know. Could be a misfeed. It's a very, very, very long day, this, don't forget. We're approaching 200 kilometres completed. There's 190 done, and a lot will get found out at this kind of distance. And dare I suggest, particularly a young man, of which, of course, Del Toro is. He's riding amongst the seniors. He could have been in the under-23s. He's 21 years of age, but because of his professional status, he has to race with the big boys. Maybe he's being found out. Evenepoel, certainly. He's let his nerves start to fray. He's not happy with the bike. He's not happy with the situation. I don't think he's going to be happy with the results because, quite frankly, the world time trial champion is in all kinds of bother. There are other riders here as well starting to struggle. What an amazing day.
Yeah, it's just when you thought everything was set, you know, Evenepoel asking for his team car as well. Jai Hindley coming up there. Eulalio was the rider from Portugal that was trying to do something. I just don't understand why. And they're not going to go across the two in front if they try and do it on their own. They need help. They need to get organised, and organised is not what they're doing.
No, I'm afraid not. But let us wait and see. Some that we thought were tailed off. Kevin Vermaak is still here, the American, but hanging just a little bit. Remco Evenepoel is absolutely livid. That can work for you. It can also very much work against you if it's a distraction. You can use the anger to push yourself to the absolute limit, but at the moment it seems that it's his equipment that is letting him down at the moment. Even if that is perceived or real, it's still an impact. Remco Evenepoel is losing his rag, Brian.
Yeah, he is. Nothing's going right for him at all. This is him putting his hand up for the team car for assistance, and it just doesn't look good for Evenepoel at all. Kane Uterbrooks is down towards the back on the ray, just in front. There's a lot of riders just kind of hanging on here.
Look, he's still shoving the bike around. He's getting very animated here. He's trying to send messages via the television screen as well. Now, those around him, he looked a lot fresher than China Uterbrooks, that is for sure. Pidcock still very much as part of this group. Ben Healy as well. Is he going to have another go? And Ben Healy does. He drifts to the centre of the road, and it's a question of catch me if you can. Chelmers will try and stay with him. Who else has got any kind of legs to try and be involved at the pointy end of today? If Ben Healy's racing for bronze, could he possibly race for more? Oh, and to the side of the road goes Remco Evenepoel, and everyone's screaming by him at the moment. He's screaming oaths into the sky, I'm afraid, and he puts himself to the side of the road, takes off the power meter he's just beaten the hell out of, and indeed now he will wait to indeed get a new steed here. In fact, is he leaving everything behind? Come on, out of my way, I need my bike, he says, and maybe the one that he handed over before. Desperate times for Remco Evenepoel, and he's seeing his hopes go up the road.
Yeah, game over, you have to think, for Belgium, unfortunately.
Oh, good Lord.
I feel for the team now. I don't know what happened to the bike, what problems he had. These two have got no problems, apart from Del Toro. They were asking for assistance there, and the Shimano Nutrition Service came up and offered them a bottle. They don't want a bottle, they want nutrition, food, as you already said, Carlton. And having Pogacar there and waiting Del Toro, saying to him, because if you can remember last year in Zurich, Pogacar went through a similar thing. Yeah, he went through a little bit of a difficult period, and he's trying to help Del Toro through that period.
Well, you know, a silver medal is something absolutely magnificent, especially if it's with your trade teammate, I guess you might say. But Tadej Pogacar, I think he needs Del Toro for a little bit of emotional support apart from anything else. It's still a long way to go, don't forget. 5 laps remaining. But it looks like they have a margin that nobody is capable of closing. And indeed, those that are finding themselves in trouble, including Remco Evenepoel, who's got a technical issue. Mark Hirschi coming through. part of the Swiss push with Jan Christen as part of the front group. Evenepoel shaking the head.
Yeah,
and the shoulders have down, Brian. That is not the pace of a man who's getting himself back in. The bike should be okay now, but he's not.
No, the positive thing is Remco's already got a gold medal from the time trial, so he's got something from these championships. Ben Herman's sent back to help out. Gareth Foley's there. We asked where were the Italians, because they had numbers, and everybody's in the back foot now, and you know, with the gap going up the whole time to the duo in front. And as you say, and we said it at the time, that Pogacar, he was waiting. He wants Del Toro to be there. Mexico have never medalled in the elite men's world championships. Artem, nice to see him up there in the neutral colours. But Jai Hindley going on the attack there, it just goes to show that no one is prepared to ride.
I think
these guys are racing for bronze now.
Yeah, essentially. And every time that they go, Brian, they're wanting company. I'm not quite sure they like the complexion of who it is that comes to join them, but I think we might get a separate battle for, indeed, a bronze medal. It might be something more than that, something more precious, because 38 seconds is the gap at the moment, but it's going to have to take. But who's got anything left? I think even if you have numbers and teammates around you, they're all empty.
No, they're not using their teammates. Like
Survival,
we said before, it's, you know, even some of the teammates have been dropped now, and just a shake of the head before from Evenepoel, and he's got some mojo back. He's trying again, whether he can come back or not. But yeah, Honoré, Sivakov, and Ben Healy are trying to go down the road. But I think it's a little bit a hiding to nothing now, because we saw it in the women's race yesterday. Everybody behind the leaders, they don't want to help each other. These two are helping each other and getting the benefit from that.
Well, let's see if they ultimately help themselves, shall we, to something very special. Here is the chase. Honoré, Sivakov, Healy, three of the pre-race favourites to do something special. Let's wait and see. Certainly as part of our thoughts going forward. And this is a very, very good unit. Now, whether they're good enough to close down 40 seconds, they've got 72 kilometres to do it, and normally we wouldn't even be pondering the question, but Tadej Pogacar is up front, and we know about his incredible abilities, especially in circumstances such as this. He goes from distance. He might have a knock. He'll be aware of that, having had to go back and almost carry Isaac Del Toro off that last climb. We've got moisture around. Some of it, the road looks like we may have had a little shower has come through here, but we haven't seen any falling rain. But we've seen this man falling down the order, I'm afraid.
I got a message on the course. Someone on the course messaged me just when we were out the Mount Kigali. They messaged me to say that there was some
drizzle.
Raindrops coming down.
Yeah, we've seen it on the camera lens. I was wondering whether it was just a splashed bidon. But here we go. Tuck in, get ready. Tadej Pogacar could be going on one of his famous missions here, and rainbow bands are at the end of the road. But on the case, and others starting to join the fray. Giant Indy has been very, very busy. He's got to do something if he wants to be part of a battle for any kind of medal. At the moment, Honoré Sivakov and Ben Healy. Sivakov, a terrific classics man, and we're getting into classics distance already. 71 kilometres then of the day remaining. We're at 196 kilometres completed, Brian. That's an awful long way, but there's still a lot of drama to be had, I think. But has one tale been told up the road?
Yeah, it's down to 34 seconds, and Ben Healy, Honoré, Sivakov, you know, they're trying. You've got Jai Hindley trying to come across. Looks like Mark Hirschi of Switzerland. Tom Squinch trying to come across as well. So they're not riding together behind. Although the gap has come down to 34 seconds, it's more of a case of they're racing each other behind.
Victor Campenaerts, you saw him in the pits, talking to the team. A man who, well, turns himself inside out on behalf of others. And I think Remco Evenepoel possibly been reminded of that. There's a whole team that are disappointed, just as disappointed as he is. And And away he goes. It's not worth chiding him, Brian. He sets himself very, very high standards, and it's a wave of disappointment has washed over him. He's kind of got to park it to one side, because with this kind of distance, Evenepoel is 1 minute and 20. He's 89 seconds down on the leaders of the day. He's actually much closer to a medal here, and if he can wrap himself back up in the comfort of having team support here, and he's still got support around him, maybe he can produce something today.
Twice it looked as if he'd given up.
Yep.
The bike change, no, that's it. Kicking things out the way.
Yep.
And then the shake of the head coming up towards the finishing line. Something's happened, whether it's Serge Powers, the team coach in the car, has said to him, calm down.
Yep.
There's a bronze medal up for grabs here.
Yep.
Don't give up now.
Quite right. And that's the way it should be. You win a bronze medal, Brian. You don't lose anything by winning bronze. It is a very, very high grade reward for a big day, and Evenepoel is not out of that game yet.
Well, what I would say at this point is look at the work that your team has done today.
Exactly
right?
that.
They've taken it on, right? And you're giving up.
Yep.
Right? Just because you're getting these couple of mechanicals, you're giving up. Don't.
It's precisely what I just
said.
Yeah.
Go on.
Exactly. Double down. Get on with it. Snap out of it. Do your job. You're a quality rider. Do it. Show us. And he is going to, I think. Let's wait and see. At the moment, he's 84 seconds off the lead, but much closer at hand, about 50 seconds from that chase group, the trio of Honoré, Sivakov and Healy. So, fully engaged and ready to deliver some vim and vigour, and Remco Evenepoel is powering back in. It looks like he's got the belief back, and he's with some quality riders here who will also want something out of the day, unless they start leaning on him, in which case they might all grab some dry sand and it'll crumble to nothing. The harder you grab it, the less effective indeed your grip remains. Here it is. Well, he's sailing through the cars. Looks like he's up for it, Brian, and that's good news.
Yeah, it's been such an emotional day for Evenepoel so far. You know, I hope he will get into this chase group. There is another small group just in front. You know, I think this is what he has to do. You know, he's been criticised in the past for kind of throwing the towel in and, you know, being controversial. But at the end of the day, this is the World Championships, and although he's got a gold medal, that, you know, he has to show what grit he's got in this race to try and do best by Belgium.
Catania goes. Garofoli's in the wrong group. Baggioli is in that chase group, trying to just get back to Honoré, Sivakov and Healy. Meanwhile, Evenepoel is coming up. He's got a teammate in Chan Udebrooks further up the road. Quentin Hermans has come back to help him out. Marco Matthews discussing what might have been, I guess, but an abandonment for him. We're seeing some of those who have abandoned, Brian, who are actually, after recovering, offering up some smiles because they know they've done a job today on behalf of their team. I think the broadest smiles are coming at the moment from Slovenia, their crew, and of course Mexico.
Yeah, we're not seeing from Mexico. I think there's a small contingent here. I would be surprised if there was anybody else. I wouldn't be surprised if the Mexican team were in the same team as the Slovenian team, put it that way.
Welcome to the table.
Well, that's what happens. When you go to World Championships, you know, when I went as a domestic rider, Robert Miller and now Pippa York wasn't in the same hotel. Sometimes you get the trade teams have their own hotel. So UAE Team Emirates, I would presume, have their own set-up accommodation, because some federations have been banging on about this the whole way through the World Championship. Some federations don't have the financial backing to be able to deliver what a World Tour team can.
Look at this. They're streaking down on some of the faster sections here, and it feels like, not that the party's over, but the invitations to a very exclusive table have been issued. And that top table has two guests at the moment facing each other. But Telly Bocaccio is the man that's serving up all the dishes. And I still think that Remco Evenepoel is now thinking, you know what, to hell with it. I'm going to get on that bleep podium, and I'm going to show what I can do. And here we go, Del Toro. So there may be a silver medal up for grabs because Isaac Del Toro, I'm afraid, has finally blown. He's a young man, only 21 years of age. I just think he's just a little bit too young for this kind of distance. Meanwhile, Tadej Pogačar has flown the coop. They've obviously had a chat. Pogačar's going to have to do it all on his own, and just short of a devil's distance, 66.5, neighbour of the beast. Away he goes. He's on his own. Anyone else, this would be an amazing challenge. Can he bring it in? Let's have a look. Wasn't a technical, I don't think, despite the fact we're looking at the wheels. How you doing? Is it going to happen? Sorry, mate, I just cannot do any more. It's the climbs, Brian. It was going to take a toll, and finally it has.
Yeah, waited for him the first time, can't the second, unfortunately. And yeah, another medal you have to feel goes up for grabs, because I think Del Toro got involved with the kind of heat of the moment. I don't think his strategy with regards to nutrition was the best today. You know, he looked really, really good, but that's a case of a bit of a kind of hunger knock, especially when Shimano come up there and offered a bottle, and I think it was Pogačar who was trying to help him. Yeah. He said no to the bottle. We need nutrition, and of course when you start to feel like that in a race like this, there's no way back.
Check this out. We have an intermingling, and it is Remco Evenepoel. You know what we said about using anger? Sometimes it can work against you if you let it defeat you, but other times you can actually work it into your advantage. And Evenepoel has clearly been reminded about what his responsibilities are. He's back to that significant group just behind Honoré, Sivakov and Healy. They're about to find Del Toro. It won't be too long. I don't think they've passed him just yet, but this will spur them on, because they're going to suddenly realise that there is a silver medal now up for grabs amongst this trio. That group behind contains Evenepoel. There he is. He's just bedding himself in. He's with some quality riders here. They won't all lean on him, because I think they've finally realised that they're all going to have to work at this distance, 65 kilometres out, to get something out of the day. But what a story this will be. If Evenepoel medals, that will be an achievement in itself, no matter what the colour.
Yeah, of course. I probably said it at the start of the day, but as a former world champion, you know, what you want is to come here and win that title again. But I do feel sorry for Del Toro here. I just think strategy and his nutrition, he got it wrong today and cracked a little bit.
Strategy, not the first time he's tripped up this year, Brian.
No, but I think that was team orders the last time here. It was probably due to, you know, you got to remember, with 3 riders in the race, you don't have your own team car. You have to rely on the support at the side of the road, and I think Pogačar was trying to help him, maybe try and get him a gel, but that wasn't the case, and Pogačar now finds himself alone at front, 53 seconds up. I think given the choice, he would have rather had Del Toro here, but now he's doing what he did. How many times have we said this year, you know, Pogačar has gone for it, he's on his own, and he did it last year in the Worlds from a little bit closer. You know, these guys went from the Malt Kigali, which was about 100 kilometres to go.
Ben Healy screens round the corner, and he's in good company here. Mikel Honoré is with him, and Del Toro is about to join them. I don't think he's going to be able to hold on to this quartet. Let's wait and see if he can re-find himself. I don't know whether it is just a feed issue or whether it's something more significant. Screaming down behind them, and may well even come into camera shot in a few moments' time, as Honoré, Sivakov, Del Toro now, and Ben Healy form a quartet. And there, just behind, guess who? Remco Evenepoel is charging into the gap. This is fantastic. He's got, is it Baggioli? Pidcock, certainly. This is brilliant. We have a proper battle on our hands. Has Pogačar gone too early? 54 seconds he holds. Remco Evenepoel seems to be entirely reinvigorated. His mood's in the right place. What can he do?
Yeah, it's an amazing turnaround. You think here, but I think on the flip side here, you cannot do it all on your own. No. Just when you were giving it up twice, you have to ask the questions. You've got Ciccone here for Italy. You've got Eulalio for Portugal, and Pidcock. I think the others are coming back now, but you cannot do everything. You have to think smart about this. The silver medal, bronze medal are still up for grabs. I still believe in Pogačar can hold this off. From what I see, there's nobody strong enough. They're not riding together well enough. And Evenepoel has gone from, right, I've given up, to, you know, within a chance again.
Absolutely remarkable. Evenepoel's got to believe that what happened in the time trial could indeed happen again. If it is, you know, in the mind games and in the physical sense as well, that Remco Evenepoel, he's beaten Tadej Pogačar here in Kigali. He wants to do it again. He's got 58 seconds, but more than that, he's got 62 kilometres to do it. He's had, I guess you might say, a kick of adrenaline due to the anger that has washed over him. And he's just about to get over to the Healy group here. This is absolutely remarkable from Remco Evenepoel. Pidcock's also in the frame here, don't forget. Sivakov, quality rider as well, especially in this kind of circumstance, on this kind of terrain. And here comes Evenepoel, and this is a to-hell-with-it ride at the moment. And it's in a handcart, potentially, for some others. This is amazing. What a drive by Evenepoel, and he's coming straight through. And guess what? Tom Pidcock's on his wheel. Ben Healy now needs to grind in and stay with them. What a trio that would turn out to be, amongst others as well. But Tadej Pogačar, has he bitten off more than he can chew at the moment? He is chomping into the course. He's eaten up, unfortunately, the efforts and the ambitions of Isaac Del Toro. He might re-find himself, let's not forget, but he's not here where Evenepoel is. Healy is. Pidcock struggling to stay with this. This is brilliant.
Look at Evenepoel. He's not even asking for any help whatsoever. I just fear that he's trying to do it all himself. That anger, that fire in his belly is roaring, and you know, he really needs to kind of ask for help. This is the only way back for them. You can see that Pogačar, just a moment ago, he put it into the big ring there, and you know, put the power down, and you know, the gap is going up now. Pogačar against Evenepoel is not going to happen. Ben Healy's there, Skelmos. He needs all the help he can get. He cannot just do this all on his own.
Evenepoel is driving this on, but unfortunately he's driving nails into some of those behind him, including Tom Pidcock, who's just now drifting ever so slightly. Here we go. It is Tadej Pogačar beasting the course and everybody else. 58 seconds. Can he get up to a minute? He's absolutely sailing up here, but we saw in the time trial, he suddenly hit a wall, essentially. And the man who came up and papered all over the gaps and indeed set himself a beautiful victory poster was Remco Evenepoel. He's chasing at the moment. Evenepoel, Skelmos, Pidcock and Ben Healy as a quartet, but I think that's thinning down as well. Here it is. No, in fact, they are solid as a quintet right now. And Jai Hindley, as part of this group that have set sail, everybody else are now suddenly realising that it's drifting away from them. Evenepoel has got some very fine riders around him. He's got to share the duty. If he does, then others behind might well come into the fray. But he's kicking on. At the moment, it is Evenepoel versus Tadej Pogačar. Evenepoel chasing down Tadej Pogačar. Evenepoel dragging others along with him. Evenepoel needs to call for help. I'm not quite sure how much can be offered up by those who are around him. 60 kilometres to go. Others coming to try and bridge over and join the fun, but my goodness, this is hell on a plate for these guys. Royal Entertainment as well as they clear the cobbles once more, and we start to enter into the last 4 laps of this race, and it will be Tadej Pogačar that spears across the start-finish line for the remainder. With a margin of around about a minute, we'll get a definitive on the line. Del Toro is still part of this group. Roglic coming through as well. Brave riders everywhere. Mark Hershey just coming up here as well. And Carapaz still hasn't given up the ghost. What an amazing day, but what a phenomenal ride it has been by Tadej Pogačar. But it's not over yet. 4 laps to go. And here we go.
Yeah, not over yet in come distance, but I think it's all over for the world title. I don't think this man is coming back. He showed it in the past, and I think he's showing it now. I think Evenepoel, well, I think he has to ask the question of the others, and he has now. So it's what the others have got left, really. You know, Healy, Jai Hindley, Skelmos, I don't think Skelmos has hit the front yet at all. Tom Pidcock, you can see, is in Sexas, trying to come across here. They're all over the place. Ayuso, well, he's still fighting for Spain, but I just look at the way that these guys are riding. I don't think they've got a lot left. Already, I think these guys are thinking silver and bronze. Even Pidcock just moved to the side. Healy moved to the side. They're not following on. They're leaning on Remco Evenepoel a little bit too much now, which goes to show you that I don't think they've got a lot left to do the chasing.
I think they'd help if they could at moments like this, especially with this sort of distance remaining. Look at the glisse arms here on Remco Evenepoel, and he's letting them come through, but what sort of turns are they taking? Jai Hindley almost wobbles across the line here. Now as the carnival goes on, some of the stunt riders doing their thing, but just to the side of our start-finish line, something that's been bridged here by Tadej Pogačar. Now the gap is at 1:01. There are storm clouds up ahead. That's just about the only thing that's going to stop this man, maybe a lightning strike. But Tadej Pogačar, look how calm he looks, Brian. This is a man in control of his destiny.
Yeah, it looks super good. Look at everybody else. You know, Jai Hindley, mouth open. Evenepoel, well, it doesn't look as if he knows what's happened to him today. He's not at the best of luck, but even on the climb, the Mount Kigali, I don't think he had the legs either. So this man is on a mission. He's been on a mission ever since he became a professional cyclist. And
there we go.
I don't think anybody's bringing him back today.
Do you know, the one thing that's missing from the group that's around Remco Evenepoel is that anger, that fire in the belly, as you call it, Brian, and he is displaying it in buckets here. And I'm afraid it's Tom Pidcock that's been found out this time by kick-off by Remco Evenepoel again. It's like, guys, if you're not going to share the duty, I'm going to leave you behind. And he's kicked again. Healy's gone with him. Jai Hindley stays with it. Shelmos hangs on, and Tom Pidcock, by the skin of his teeth, he's got nails only on the cliff edge here as Tom Pidcock, but he's still in it. But who's going to win it? It looks like Tadej Pogačar. Finally, they all wake up to the fact that they've got to get down and get busy with Remco Evenepoel. It's no good punishing one man, because essentially then you're going to have to engage with about a quarter of the workload. If there's 5 of you, then it's 20%. Do you want 25%? Another 5% more work? That's what you've got to figure out, Brian. How you balance the work rate in a situation like this. Keep something back for yourself, naturally enough, and deal with Remco Evenepoel at the end, if indeed you all get there together.
Like, there's a lot of thought in the process here. I think everybody knows that Pogačar is in front. If I was to say, of these 5 riders, you give it absolutely everything. I think there's something in everyone if they give 100% to bring Pogačar back, but at what cost? That's what you're saying. That's they're all thinking about. Can they bring Pogačar back, make that big effort, and maybe lose out on a medal, or is this a case of, right, we'll ride through and off, but at the back of my mind, I'm thinking of that silver and that bronze. So these 5 riders are competing against each other, irrelevant of Pogačar in front at 1 minute or 1 minute and 1 second. They want to try and kind of stay away from the others. I think the only one that's thinking about maybe trying to win this is Evenepoel. He's already won the world title. Second, third, what's that mean to him in all grand scale of things? Of course, Belgium would love to take a medal. I know that Serge Pauwels would be encouraging him to take a medal. But at the end of the day, everybody in this group of 5 have to commit 100%. And of course, you don't communicate with each other because you're in rival nations. How are you feeling? Are you okay? But I tell you what, if you're having a rough patch, I'll do more now, you do a bit later, and help each other. That's not the case in cycling, especially at this level. So what they are doing at the moment is riding through and off. Just, I'm not saying save grace, but they have to. They know they have to ride and be seen to ride. but they're not going to give 100%.
Well, threat of rain is dissipated. We're into the evening. The remaining cloud is now either dumped elsewhere or indeed been burnt off by the evening sunshine. And right now the shadows are getting very long. This has been a very long day. They've already been just over 5 hours in the saddle, Brian. This is tortuous. Some can sustain it, some can't.
I'm just trying to work out how many people are going to finish. You know,
wondering myself, yeah.
We might not get too many. And in fact, looking at the numbers that are still left,
I'm thinking 30, something like that.
Would you continue to ride just to finish? You know, I think most
Top
of the riders
25,
in here,
maybe that's the term.
I think most of the riders, this within 2 minutes and 58 seconds, there are 32 riders.
There you go.
I know that when I first went to the Worlds, it was about trying to get round it. Second World Championships, I got round in 45th place, beating Sean Kelly. And I was kind of pleased at that. I could say on that day I was 45th in the world. But I don't think any of these guys here are thinking about that kind of situation. That they want to be, you know, 30th in the world, 25th or 20th. I think the way this is split up, this race, you know, we could see no more than 20 finish.
Let's see. Might well get to be that, especially if someone will get timed back. As it stands, we have, 91 seconds, blanketing 15, 16 riders. One rider alone up front, and he's got the biggest margin of all. He's got 1 minute and 2. And that ranges back to a different smorgasbord. This is the chase of Seixas and Juan Ayuso. Ayuso himself, well, he had his moment, but likewise with Del Toro. Ayuso now is in front of Del Toro, but only by a margin of 10 or 12 seconds. Great meandering through the plain here, this river. Oxbow Lake's about to be formed here.
I tell you what, Seixas is doing a good ride here for France.
Yes,
he's the best of the French riders here, and he won the Tour of l'Avenir recently, and you know he knows how to ride the World Championships at a lower level. So now the first opportunity for him to ride at this elite level, 19-year-olds. I think he's done a very good job.
Sails around here, skirts the corners, he's hitting all of the apexes. Well, the fifth hour of racing, it's been extraordinarily busy. The last hour has been amazing. When we went up and over Mount Kigali, the atmosphere was absolutely electric. Well, this man is just steam powered away by the looks of him, and it's for the chase to try and get back to him. It looks like that chance is kind of hanging by a thread at the moment. It would take an entirely different complexion to this chase group here to close this gap. They're not hanging about, Brian. Equally, they cannot afford to go all in right now with still over 50 kilometres to go. They never know whether they're going to hit their own buffers, energy-wise. And so there's got to be some preservation. And when you do that, you move further away from gold.
Exactly that. I don't think anybody's going to commit 100% here. It's a case of doing what's right, and doing what's right is do your turn at the front, swing over, let the other rider come through, because for some of these riders to get on the podium here is going to be something special for them, and there's 5 of them with only 2 other medals up for grabs. I think if they all go flat out, then they can get a lot closer to Pogacar, possibly catch him. But at the end of the day, it's about preservation and trying to get what's left in this race. Unfortunately, you know, it's a difficult to be in this group of 5, because of course you want to be in it to win it, and with a minute behind you know you can. Whether we're going to see Remco Evenepoel on the next climb really put the pressure on and try and do something, I don't think even Remco Evenepoel can go across to Pogacar on his own.
I don't think Remco Evenepoel or anyone else within this group knows whether they can do it or not. And I think the belief, if they have any, has got to be shaken by the fact that Tadej Pogacar is just hanging out there. There's no way he is going to let this gap come back down, and you feel that he's got something left This is a little bit earlier on, all the animation and the trials and tribulations that Remco Evenepoel has gone through. I think this is the second bike swap. We saw the banging of the bars as well, the pounding of his power meter, and indeed the frustration raining down upon him. Look at that. This is, he was, by the way, a footballer. Could have represented, in fact, I think he captained the junior national team at football. Chose, of course, cycling. You often get exceptional sports people transferring within sports. We know about Primož Roglič and his winter sports credentials as a ski jumper. Right now, Remco Evenepoel has parked up the anguish and has just got on with the job, and he is the fighting force within this group. He's prepared to do most within it. He might actually get boxed out of all of the medals because of the anger that's pushing him on, maybe spurring him to put a bit too much into this cause. That would be almost a tragedy if he comes in with this group battling for silver and gets no medals at all.
Well, he's putting the pressure on, which is putting the pressure on the others. But when you look at that sequence, he had the toilet break earlier on, he had to change at the pit area, and then he was asking for support. Neutral service tried to stop, he waved him away. He kicked a bottle out the road, got his bike, shaking the head, coming up to the line. That would suggest he just, like, game over. But I don't know where it came from, but whatever happened in his mind has made this race a little bit more interesting for me.
Can you imagine this could be a roll away? But because of Remco Evenepoel and his mood swings, whatever recentered him, I think it was just, come on, do it for the team. We're all here for you. You've already got one world title. Finish this job. And he has actually speared through the field. He spent more time with his nose in the wind than just about anybody else here, because Tadej Pogačar, of course, had quite a sequence of exchanges with Isaac Del Toro. Not something in the gift of Remco Evenepoel, because every group he got to, he's been forced to work, Brian. He's doing it again now.
Just a moment ago he said he just went down, eased it into the big ring, got out the saddle, went, and looking at the faces of the four other riders behind, Remco Evenepoel is putting them in the hurt locker, and he just has to be wary, because I really do think that he's the strongest of the group of five there.
Easily.
And I really do think he can take the silver medal, which would be something for Belgium. Not too sure how Evenepoel would think about it after being a world champion, but he's the time trial champion, of course. He's double Olympic champion. You know, what else has he got to prove? But I think saying about what else has he got to prove, I think he's proven something to himself today, that no matter what's thrown at him, he can still turn it around in a race and perform at the highest level.
Very much so. Listen, if he comes to the Worlds and he gets a world title, so a gold and a silver, that's actually more than Tadej Pogačar. Let's not forget that. He was fourth in time trials, Tadej Pogačar.
Yep.
Remco Evenepoel can possibly, in his own mind, claim to be the best in the world if you coagulate all of the titles. And look at the riders who've been left in the wake here.
Oh, there's top riders here. This is Sivakov coming up to his young teammate now, but you know, such is the life and tribulations of professional athletes. You go through a lot of different emotions. We're talking about one-day races, and it's in the past, sometimes we've seen Remco Evenepoel just throw his toys out, moan at riders for not doing what was expected. You know, I like that. He's definitely a character. He definitely believes in himself, plenty of confidence. But in the highest level race, the World Championships, in the moments, you could see his emotions. You could see the shaking of the head. You could see the frustration. Tadej Pogačar has had zero to contend with. Absolutely nothing, right? But to see Remco Evenepoel, these things thrown at him, he's had to jump over a few hurdles today, and he's still come out the other side fighting for a medal here.
He's jumped over hurdles throughout his career. It's almost the nature of the game, I think it's fair to say. Some of the bottle takes here leave something to be desired. No surprise, there's an awful lot of fatigue here, which affects everything. Least of all, your juggling capabilities, which sometimes you need at moments like that. This is the group with the likes of Primož Roglič. He's just caging a bottle. Looks like they may have done their job. But this still is only a minute, you know.
Third group now. So the 6S group, with Sivakov and things like that, it's all come back together. So we've got, I would say, the Remco group at 1 minute and the Roglic group at 2 minutes.
Yep, exactly that. So Seychelles, Sivakov and Ayuso being absorbed by the Roglic group. Meanwhile, the Evenepoel group, nobody would deny who's the lead singer of this band. There he is. He dispatches a bidon. He's got now support to get whatever he needs. But what he needs is a minute, Brian. How do you find that?
Not very easily, not against Pogacar. You're hoping that Pogacar has a difficult time, moments, and that can happen. But I just think that they are riding. The person is doing the most in this group is Evenepoel.
There's two riders here, isn't there? There's Evenepoel versus Pogacar.
Yeah, and you know that battle's been already won in my eyes. I think when he get dropped in Mount Kigali, that kind of psychological blow didn't help him. But this is all about experience and knowing yourself. We heard from Pogacar, and I actually read a few things that some people were possibly kind of writing Pogacar off. He's not mentally there, he's tired, he might not be good. And then we heard the interview with him. He said mentally and physically I'm great. In fact, he said mentally I'm very good. So he's just shown us how good he is. That might have been a little bit of a blip in the in the all grand scale of things in the time trial. He came from Canada, he came over here, maybe he had less time to acclimatise. He's had another week, Carrollton, to acclimatise.
He has. I'm not quite sure whether it was acclimatisation, but I tell you something, Remco Evenepoel is hoping that these 4 seconds they've just closed back down may well be reflective of what happened within the time trial. Tadej Pogacar was found out, don't forget, in the time trial. It wasn't that long ago, just last weekend. And a 2.5 minute gap was found by Remco Evenepoel over a very short distance, shorter than what we have left here. And so, if we're now in time trialing mode, and that's what Remco Evenepoel must be hoping, then something quite remarkable might happen. As it stands, Tadej Pogacar is getting all of the cheers on his own, and by a margin of just over a minute. In fact, that clock can't quite decide where it wants to be. It was at 56 seconds not that long ago. It's now seated at 1 minute and 5. So it ebbs and it flows. Tadej Pogacar needs to just maintain what he's doing at the moment. Let's for 1 minute then just think that Remco Evenepoel gets over to Tadej Pogacar. If it's a 2-up sprint on the final climb, your money has to be on Pogacar.
Yeah, I think Evenepoel is getting stronger in sprint is what you've got left in the legs, but exactly. I think that scenario is not going to happen. I was just about to say when the gap was coming down, you've got to remember that if they're riding a little bit behind and the downhill, Pogacar will be taking it a little bit easier. You know, he's got this course in his mind where he can hold back a little bit, push on. He's pushing on now, and you know, come the finishing line, this could be 115, 120 by the time we get there.
Let's see, he's digging in. He's coming up through the cobbles. And it's started to fray. This is great. This is Jan Christen, I think, who's come out of the Roglic group. And there is Roglic behind him, actually wondering whether to mark this one out. I'll be bound. So he's gone off. Seychelles has been extremely lively so far today. No sign of him, I'm afraid. But he will be within that group. But good to see Jan Christen as well. Suddenly thinking, well, I've got 45 kilometres here. What he's got to do is find, what, 1 minute and 10 seconds. So he'll be within a medaling group.
Yeah, he's trying to come across to them. It's one of these things in this cobble climb here, you can see them. Whether he can go across on his own is a bit of a tall order. The reason why he's in this back group is because he cannot go with the guys here. So it's a real interesting one now.
Jai's off the back. Oh, that's desperate. That's what, 20 bike lengths? That doesn't feel retrievable. Jan Christen will be finding him on the road if this carries on. So Jai Hindley shares a sponsorship with Tom Pidcock. Tom Pidcock stays with what is now a quartet including Pidcock. Ugh, I say that. It's now a trio. Goodness me. Evenepoel doesn't want passengers. I don't think this is almost by design. His mind is further up the road, focused on this man, the big green meanie, and away he goes. And let's see, a minute and 8, we'll get a definitive clock as they cross the line, but it is Tadej Pogačar that will hit it first now, and the clock begins. Here we are then, Tadej, today, in charge all the way.
It begs the question what happened in Mount Kigali. He couldn't go with the leaders over the top, Pogačar and Del Toro. Then he started kind of bouncing around. Did he have a slow then? Did that affect him? We'll only know afterwards. But he has turned it around, and he's going to come up to the line over a minute down on Pogačar. I just thought earlier on that he just cannot just do everything. He has to ask the others for a little bit of support, but he's actually killing everybody in these climbs.
He is. Pidcock staying doggedly with it. I thought momentarily there, because the foreshortening of the camera, that Ben Healy was going to go on the attack. Here comes Evenepoel. Do you know what? He's such a fantastic rider. I mean, part of his problem is the fact that Tadej Pogačar exists. Because without that, we'd be talking about him as the greatest rider on the planet. Someone like Tadej Pogačar comes along once every few lifetimes. It's been a long time since we've seen such domination, and the way he rides, not only stage races, not only world championships, but classics as well. He wants it all, and he's capable of winning it all as well, Brian.
He is. There was talk about burnout, after the Tour de France. I think he still has these goals in mind. I think he still would love to go back to Paris-Roubaix and try and win it, and win the Tour de France 5 times, possibly 6. He is all about records, and he has to get his motivation from somewhere. But at the bottom of the climb, the gap went down to 56 seconds. At the finishing line, it went up to 107. So it just goes to show you that on the climbs, Pogačar is making a difference.
Evenepoel says, I'm out of here. If you're not going to work with me, then I'm going to work against you. And away he goes. Chelmo's Ben Healy. Tom Pidcock is disengaged by 6 or 8 seconds. We'll see whether he gets back in. There's a camera bike here, which is filming these guys. It might well offer up some kind of tunnel for Tom Pidcock to get into. Jan Christen just rounds the corner. We have Jai Hindley, also not that far in arrears, and a group that, are they thinking about a top 10? Is that good enough? Well, at the moment, that's 3 minutes down. That's going to be about the best of it, where they indeed sit within what is a very, very high-quality finishing group. Tadej Pogačar is often up front. He's got 1 minute and 3 on Evenepoel, Chelmo's, Ben Healy. Tom Pidcock has just dropped 10 or 12 seconds, according to timing. We'll see whether he's back on. But Evenepoel has just been offered a turn by Healy. And it is a trio only, which means that Tom Pidcock and Jai Hindley have been trimmed off. Jan Christen in no man's land as well. Healy reaching for a gel, starting to dream about silver or bronze here. It'll be fascinating to see how these guys mix for that. Still 1 minute and 2 with 42 kilometres to go. Less than 3 laps now, Brian.
Yeah, it's an even more difficult situation. There's 3 of them. There were 5. They're still just over 1 minute down, and this man here, I think he's well in control. It might come under at 1 minute at some points, because there's 3 of them behind riding. They're riding harder in the kind of easier parts of the circuit, and that's where Pogačar will possibly ease a little bit, and then when it comes to the climbs, put the pressure on. So I think Pogačar definitely has this one. Evenepoel looks the strongest, and Chelmo's and Healy are a wee bit. They're trying to hold something back, because they know that Evenepoel is going to power on all the climbs.
Well, blowing his cheeks out like Dizzy Gillespie. This is Tom Pidcock with his own chit-chat going on in his head. He's a fabulous open book, is Tom. When you ask him a question, he often ponders it and gives you a very, very honest answer. Sometimes you might not like it, but that's absolutely the mark of the man. He's very straight up and down. And at the moment, he's down by just over 10 seconds, I'm afraid. In fact, it's expanded. It's now 27, 28 seconds down on Evan Bolt, Shelmos and Ben Healy. What a performance by Ben Healy as well. If he can medal here, that would be exceptional.
He's got every opportunity now by the looks of things. You know, we were talking about Healy as an outsider contender going from distance, but he never got that choice, did he? Because Pogačar decided that, well, he was losing all his teammates. It was a case of 100 kilometres to go from the top of Mount Kigali. That's a long, long way, but it's just blown this race apart. That in the Mur de Kigali, that small part of this course today just killed everybody.
What about Ayuso? How must he be feeling as well? He's made a decision, of course, to leave UAE Emirates. He was almost a thorn on the cactus, wasn't he? But it was ingrowing, it seemed, and it was uncomfortable for everybody. It was almost a relief to Ayuso that he found himself a contract at Lidl Trek. He'll be leaving at the end of the season. It's essentially already done. He's going to do the Worlds and then the European Championships. He will take part in Lombardia for the end. I think that will draw out his time. But for next year, he will be with Lidl Trek, and it's a long contract as well for him. Part of the problem for Ayuso, and I suspect possibly for many in UAE Emirates, is Tadej Pogačar. He's the man that everyone has to fall in behind. And it's almost like when the king is not at the top table, then a riot breaks out as all the dukes decide to duke it out to find out who's best behind Tadej Pogačar. It's not a pleasant environment sometimes to operate within, although highly successful. And the team, UAE Emirates, they gave themselves the best chance of taking as many stage wins as they possibly could. That didn't really work out for the likes of Ayuso. It was a late call, and the disquiet came to the surface during La Vuelta, and it's left with Juan Ayuso leaving the party. Same thing, incidentally, more or less happened to Primož Roglič in Visma Leasebike. He himself found himself rubbing up against Seb Kuss and Jonas Vingegaard in a battle for a pecking order. Roglič lost out. Seb Kuss was declared Vuelta champion 2 years ago, and indeed Roglič left the scene. So that's the way of it. Roglič is back here as a national support for Tadej Pogačar, and Roglič might well indeed get himself a decent finish today. He is in a chase group that is detailed at 2 minutes and 52 down. Tom Pidcock is at minute 49. You can see by the blowing out of the cheeks of Tom Pidcock that he realised his day is done. I don't think he was at his absolute best at the start. He's had a hell of a year, Tom Pidcock. Podium in the Vuelta was brilliant, and I'm not surprised that there's perhaps something missing from the tank. But at the beginning of the day, we had high hopes for him. It didn't look good, and then we started to believe. He was in it was up towards the pointy end of the race. He's ebbed and flowed, but I'm afraid he has ebbed away from this chase group of 3, chasing down this man with 38, just shy of kilometres of the day remaining, and the gap is absolutely rock solid.
Yeah, he's riding at the same pace, the group behind, nothing more, nothing less. He's looking at this course and he's breaking it down. He knows where he can relax a little bit. He knows where he has to put the pressure on. And of course, with the chase behind, he doesn't really have to. He's getting table service at the top table here, and he's well in control of this one. He doesn't have to push on 100%. If the gap comes down to 45 seconds, then he'll push out a little bit. So it's all controlling at the moment, and he looks nice and relaxed, and well in control of this one. These are the 3 riders battling it out for the last 2 medals. I think Tom Pidcock, you saw him there, he kind of looked back. I think he realises that I don't think he's interested in maybe finishing, what, 5th in the World Championships. I think he's just looking at how can I get to the finish as easy as possible. He'll be looking around to see if there's any riders coming up, and that's what sometimes happens. You don't want to be in your own. You look around and maybe combine with someone else to make it easier just to get round this. I can't say that there are 33 riders still in the race. The last one on the roads through the finish. I'll say that again, it's 40 now. 40 riders. Fausto Masnada is the last one across the finish line, and more coming in. Yeah, Fausto Masnada is the 43rd rider still on the road at 9 minutes and 53 seconds.
Here we are. Check it. Even gaps, and now it's 2 minutes to Tom Pidcock. That was what we were saying about the Roglic group. They're now over 3 minutes down, so it's almost minute margins. Well, he was his 2.5 minute man in the time trial, was Pogačar for Remco Evenepoel. The hope of him closing this down is now just ebbed. So it looks like Pogačar, you just saw Tom Pidcock there, is at 2 minutes and 5. Unless something dramatic happens up front, I think Tom Pidcock is going to be out of the medals. But you know, a top 5, if he was to be blessed with that, he'd probably take it. It's been an amazing season for Tom Pidcock. What about Tadej Pogačar? Well, he has some big holes in the season. He designs them in. That's not to say he doesn't go all in. And when he turns up, well, he usually wins. He won at the UAE, then went to the Strade Bianche. He won the Strade Bianche, had a blip in the San Remo, finished 3rd. Then he won Flanders, runner-up in Paris-Roubaix, runner-up in Amstel Gold Race. Then he won Flèche Wallonne. Then, of course, he won Liège-Bastogne-Liège. Goes to the Dauphiné, wins that. Goes to the Tour de France, wins that. Comes back for the GP Quebec, 29th. Goes to GP Montreal, 2nd. Comes to the time trial, this is out on the medals, and thinks, you know what, I need to just step it up on the final day. It looks like he's heading for the rainbow bands, so important to him. Something you can wear every day on the road for the rest of the season. He's loved doing it, and of course he's worn the bands as part of the Tour de France. He reminds you so beautifully.
You talk about bands, Carlton. I think that's an elastic band he's got in the back of his jersey there. That might have catapulted him up the Mount Kigali.
Brian is, of course, joking. He's done it all himself. Meanwhile, back in the pits, time for some contemplation. Louis Verweyker is watching. Can't hear our voices coming out of his telly, and it has been a tough day for everybody. France started with some very high hopes, Brian.
Yeah, Madouas on the right-hand side, Paris Pantra there as well. It's been a real tough day for everybody, and not many people are going to finish this one, but it's where they're going to finish. Although this is a good performance from Tom Pidcock here, he's talking to Mark Bramia, the manager of the British team. He'll be wanting to know who's behind them, what, you know, with 35 kilometres left, a little bit more for Tom. Of course, Mark will want him to finish well up in the placings, but having been a world champion in other disciplines, you know, what else is there to prove? You said he's had a good season already. I would agree with that. But I think finishing 5th would be worthwhile, and I think that's what Matt Brammer is trying to say. Just keep on going, try and get the best out of this, because he's absolutely in no man's land at the moment.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, Evenepoel kicking on. There's a few getting a bit animated. One saying he's always going to blame someone else or something when he's lacking. He was dropped on the climb, not good enough today, the end. Well, he's picked himself up as Remco, and I actually really enjoy his honesty to himself. He shows his emotions, Brian, but yet underneath all of that prickliness is it's like a prickly pear. It's so sweet on the inside. He's just a genuinely nice guy, is Remco Evenepoel. Has said himself, he's almost been dropped into greatness. I think sometimes expectation levels are absolutely enormous, and he bears it well. Inside there's a really nice guy who turns himself into a predator, and he suffers, I think, the brickbats that a professional sporting life can actually offer up to you on occasion. And he lets his emotions come through. And how nice is that to see? We don't want to watch robots, Brian. And for him to come through and be in a potential medaling position, if he gets silver, that will be an amazing achievement considering the ill fortune that he's had today.
Well, his former sport was football. I'm not saying he's going to score the winning goal today, but I think what he's done today is shown us that no matter where you are in sports, that if everything is going against you, you have to keep on going, keep on trying, and hopefully the tide will turn. And you know, it has turned. Okay, he's not going to be winning the race today, but to go through what he has gone through in quick succession, getting dropped, that doesn't help. And then having the mechanical, changing the bike, having to wait for the bike, the car not being quick enough there because of the different groups when it was all kind of kicking off. It just happened at the wrong time. The shaking of the head, just everything wasn't going his way. But somewhere, whether it was from the car or from the side of the road or within, he's turned it around, and that's kind of testament to a true champion. When everything's going against you, you get bounce up, shake yourself down, and focus again and what the goal is. The goal is obviously for everybody to try and win the world title, even for Evenepoel, but he's gone down fighting today, and he's going to try and get a medal, and I still believe by the looks of things he could be getting silver.
That would be truly amazing. He's up against very accomplished Matty Schelmers. We'll see whether Ben Healy's got something left in the tank. We always say that about Ben Healy. He can quite often look slightly ragged. You think surely he's on the absolute limit. And then he produces some magic. There's still a minute. And by our old rule of thumb, that should be closable, especially with 3 chasing 1 and 32 kilometres to go. But that one, where's number 1? And he has been just about in every race he's taken part in. It's Tadej Pogačar. Brian,
Anyway, such a difficult course. It was just surprising to see the Pogacar going from 100 kilometres out. And I think the reason was he lost quite a lot of teammates on that climb and decided to kind of test it out. He was hoping that Del Toro would have been able to stay with him. He did try to kind of nurse him through at one point, kind of waited on him, but there's only so much you can do, and he's pushed on, and he's got 120 now, well in control of this World Championships.
Anybody else would say a minute and 20. This is still up for grabs with just shy of 29 kilometres to go. But it isn't just anybody, is it? It's Tadej Pogacar. And when he's in this kind of mood from this kind of distance and after this kind of day, he's in his element, Brian.
Yeah, clear that he wants to keep a hold of that world title. Won it last year. It was quite difficult to watch at times. He went through some tough times in front on his own, and such is the nature of these kind of one-day races now, that a lot of these riders going from distance, and this man is not shy of trying to go from distance. He's just getting some support from the car, as you would, and they must be loving it as well. Such a small nation, but such a big nation in cycling. Decided last year that he wasn't going to go to the Olympics. His partner wasn't selected, so he decided that, well, if you're not selecting her, I'm not going either.
I wonder what the selectors thought of that.
Still struggling, Remco Evenepoel there. You can see the facial expression. Just what else could I have done? It kind of went against me today. I went through a real bad patch there. Nothing was going well for me, and what else can I do? I can't catch this man here. Can't go for the world title, but I think he's keeping his demons at bay, and trying best by his team, and I think his team are demanding that he gets a medal today, and that medal should be silver.
Well, as it stands, it won't be a medal for Tom Pidcock, but what a brave ride. 3 minutes and 36 down. Haven't seen Jai Hindley for a while, neither Jan Christen, and indeed we wait to see as they cross the line. The Roglic group will come through. Giulio Ciccone still up there with Seychelles and Sivakov, I believe. Tom Squinch is bravely holding on, possibly. Knowing Tom Squinch, you'd be looking for a top 10 position, and that would be worthy of the man. He's been a great rider. By the way, well worth following on social media. There's a wonderful sense of fun about him, Tom Squinch, the man from Latvia. Well, he's carrying his rather fetching burgundy-coloured jersey. Along is the 34-year-old, now reaching that point within his career where we start to talk about turning leaves. Well, we are in the autumn. We found where the swallows have gone to winter up. But these guys here in Rwanda are thinking about sharing the spoils and something else that will shine brightly, and that will be a silver or a bronze medal. No shame in that. It's just a shame, in a sense, that one of these guys, by the looks of things, is going to miss out on a medal.
Yeah, I was thinking that myself. It would be nice, of course, for Remco to say, well, I've been a world champion, I've been on the podium, I'm currently a world champion.
No.
Well, there you go, there's silver and bronze, but he's not going to do that. I know that they are going to fight it out, and I think Remco would be the best, but like you say, it's either Healy or Skelmos that are going to miss out on being on the podium. I can say that Jai Hindley is about 30 seconds behind Pidcock on the road in 6th place, and then we've got a group of 10 riders. Ciccone, Sexas, Eulalio, Del Toro, Roglic, Sivakov, Jan Christian, Tejada, Honoré, Squinch and Ayuso, and they're at just over 5 minutes, so they're about 40 odd seconds behind Jai Hindley.
Well, I reckon we've got about 35, possibly 40 minutes to go of this effort. Depends on how...
What else do you know about Pogacar?
I know an awful lot about Tadej Pogacar, and you know what? It is just a basket of the impressive. I mean, I remember when I wrote my first book, Magic Spanner, and we were talking about some of the dominance, and things come in waves, and we were talking about the wave, of course, of British riders. Still enjoying some of those waves, of course, reaching the shore. But it was almost a tsunami of success, it seemed, from Great Britain. And there was a cycling nation, of course, in Slovenia that are absolutely nuts about all things cycling. And it was the only language that translated my book into their home language. And it was really nice when I liaised with the person who was doing the translation. And we spoke about the great riders that Slovenia had, of course, as well. And at that time, of course, primary in our thoughts was Primož Roglič, and of course the likes of Matej Mohoric and Luka Bezget, etc. And the editor said, "And what about Tadej Pogacar?" I said, "Oh, the youngster," because he was such a kid at the time. And he said, "Yeah, we all think that he's going to be the greatest ever." And I didn't chuckle or anything, but the belief that had washed over from his performances, even as a sub-junior at club level, was so exceptional. Go over to Paul, just apologising. Didn't mean to get out of shape in the corner there. It wasn't about upsetting the apple cart of the trio that are chasing. But yeah, they talked about me in glowing terms, and of course everything they said about him came to be. That was well before any of the successes, the racing successes, of which he's had so much, came to pass. He's 27 years of age now, Tadej Pogacar, and it seems like he's been around for decades, but he hasn't, Brian. And it's not over yet, this story.
No, not at all. I think one of the first times I covered the Crow race, the Tour of Croatia, and I was tipped off by a few kind of local people that, you know, look out for this young lad called Pogacar. He did okay, not brilliant. And then, of course, a couple of weeks later, he went on and won the Tour of l'Avenir. And that gives us a little bit of a guide. But even then, I think he's just progressed very, very quickly through the ranks. And I think at the moment, he's in his pomp. The only weakness I've seen this year was burnout mentally. He addressed that this morning in an interview, saying that he was more than good when it comes to the mentality. Physically, he was good. I don't think he was too worried about the time trial. He said at the time, maybe if he'd have known he was within, you know, a couple of seconds of the bronze medal, he might have, you know, tried that a little bit harder. But he does what he does as long as he keeps kind of focused on the goals that he wants and enjoys what he does, because there must be a certain element that you need to have your downtime. You need to have time to enjoy yourself. I know that he does train with just white kit on or black kit on. He doesn't want to be kind of recognised, because when you're a superstar like him, and cycling is #1 sport across many countries, are up there with football, gets recognised everywhere. And you've seen a little bit of that when you're working with Sean Kelly. All he wants to do is go out, spend time with his partner, Ursula, and just have a normal life. But I don't think he can have a normal life because of what he does in cycling.
Campaign Against Genocide Museum, and the building itself showing some of the scars which have been left to remind us of the conflicts that took place here. don't know whether these indeed impact marks are indeed recreated, or it doesn't matter. Quite a sight indeed. And a reminder of the dark times that have passed over this nation back in 1994, but also acting as almost a pivot, how this nation has renewed itself and brought such joy to the world of cycling. And you come here and miles of smiles. They call it the land of 1,000 hills, but 1,000 smiles as well. And we have had such fun as far as this amazing World Championship is concerned, and we thank the good people of Kigali in particular, of Rwanda most definitely, and the UCI for taking the decision to bring it to Africa for the first time. It has been an amazing festival. This day as well, although it seems set, you just never know, but let's see how it pans out over the next 20 kilometres or so. Tadej Pogačar, well, his first real big noise that he made when he beat the drum was the Tour de l'Avenir, as Brian was mentioning, back in 2018. And look at the riders who are around him as part of that cohort: Arnsman, Mada, Vlasov, Champuzan, Souza, Almeida, Dunbar. You know, these are proper rivals, yet he maintains.
Just one thing, just as you're going through that, Arnsman is the last man in the road at 8 minutes and 56 seconds in 31st place.
There you go. So the top two back then in 2018, when he was still a teenager. I can't remember whether he was 18 or 19, Tadej Pogačar, back then. Right now he's 27. And in fact, he's only just turned 27. That was, what, a week ago today, actually. So it wasn't much of a birthday when it came to the individual time trial. But boy, oh boy, he's blown the candles out today, hasn't he?
Yeah, he was 20 when he won the Tour de l'Avenir. So, but even just before that, he was showing signs when he was 18, 19.
In Ljubljana.
Yeah, he wasn't like Remco was. Remco, I think, was a little bit better when he was younger, because he was winning everything at junior. He went to Junior Worlds, but here he goes. He's off for silver.
I'm out of here. This is a silver medal up for grabs, and I don't want passengers anymore. Now then, 1 minute and 17. Let's see what happens to this gap, shall we? Because this, essentially, is going to be a 20-kilometre time trial by Remco Evenepoel to limit the damage and the gap that he has suffered in this race at the hands of Tadej Pogačar. Fabulous. Lights up the blue touch paper and goes the light blue touch paper, I think you might say. That's not an instruction, that's a colour. Meanwhile, what about this pairing? One of them right now is thinking, well, does it have to be bronze? And it looks like that. Think of it as rose gold, and you can kick on, but kicking dust in the face of those around him. Remco Evenepoel, he's dug in for a little bit of glory. Runner-up in the road race and time trial world champion. I think you probably take that after all the difficulties that he has suffered. And the gap comes down. He finds very short order, 11 seconds. So here we go. Maybe we have got a battle on our hands for the very title. He's got 19 kilometres to get back at Tadej Pogačar, who I believe has not been going fully all in for the time being. He'll kick on if there's a danger of Evenepoel getting close, but it's going to be fascinating watching this one play out.
So he said in the time trial it takes 2.5 minutes back. He's only a minute behind. It's a different scenario in a road race, but did you see that Skelmos and Ben Healy? No reaction at all.
Couldn't do it. Could not do it. Well, the time trial, don't forget, was over a distance of 40 kilometres. This is half that distance. Well, if he can find half the time that he gained, he will still do it.
So he's going to win by 4 minutes?
No. He's got to, he's going to, let's see, Tadej Pogačar's time deficit on the day was 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes 37. He's got half the distance to do it, half of 2 minutes and 37, minute 15. He might win it by 10 seconds if he repeats the feat. Let's wait and see. Some very rudimentary maths there. Sorry for the bruises on the paper because of my pencil. It's just snapped. Meanwhile, so is this man's mood. He is going for it, and I'm loving this. This is where all he has to do, he has to rekindle his time trial mode, get into that place where he parks the pain and just digs in. We thought that Tadej Pogačar might be winning this by about a minute and a half. It doesn't look like that may well be the case right now. We'll see how dialed in Pogačar. Any kind of margin will be good enough for him. As it stands, Pogačar has responded to Evenepoel's attack. Don't know how he's getting the information. There will be a car close at hand, I feel certain. But it's a minute and 7 between them. Here's Tadej Pogačar. He's going to come up to take the bell once he's dealt with these cobbles, Brian.
Yeah, and it's, you know, a bell that we'll be looking forward to here. 107 back to Evenepoel. He'll know that, but his fans are out. He's in great spirits, and I think he's going to go round this final lap and take victory. But, you know, hats off to Evenepoel for keep on going after what he's had to bear with today. But I don't think there's any way of coming back to this man here. He just looks as if he's in total control.
Absolutely remarkable. Tadej Pogačar sailing away. The Roglic group, by the way, is now detailed at over 5 minutes. There's Tom Pidcock actually at 5 minutes, possibly even further back. Tom may well find himself as part of that Roglic group. Chelmos and Healy are now at a minute 25, a minute and 7 back to Remco Evenepoel from Tadej Pogačar, who's out front and has now just engaged in the climb. It's a climb that may well see a little bit of an expanding of the gap between Remco Evenepoel here as he hits the cobbles. Had already made a smooth gear change before he even reached them. Last thing he needs now is yet another technical. He's had enough technical issues today. He's probably bruised his own time. And they're cheering, chanting, "Poggy, Poggy, Poggy." Tadej Pogačar fans seemingly everywhere. They're in good voice, good spirits, and you can understand why. He looks like a world champion in waiting. He'll take the bell and he'll have 1 lap to complete.
Yeah, you can also see the Belgian fans cheering as well. It's, you know, that they're cheering something very special and someone very special. He maybe never won the time trial, but, you know, he's going to win this road race hands down, going from a longer distance than anybody in history has ever gone.
Quite remarkable. Well, there you are, a minute and 9 now. We thought there might be a little bit of an expansion on the climb. Evenepoel, though, is going for silver. I guarantee you, when he gets to the podium, he will offer warmest congratulations to Tadej Pogačar, if indeed it all draws to a close. Still got a lap to go in that order. Evenepoel will realise what a great ride he has done for silver, and of course taken the time trial title as well. Not the road race this time, because the road is owned by Tadej Pogačar.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gold and silver in the 2 events he comes to in the World Championships. You know, I don't think, you know, anyone's done that in recent years as well. So he is a battler. He did look as if he threw his toys out a little bit, but he gathered them up again and thought, right, no, I'm better than this. And you don't often see that in races. Normally when riders' heads go, it's very difficult to turn that around, especially when you're having to change bikes, and what he's had to deal with it. But the biggest blow came, I think, in the Mount Kigali when he got dropped. That's a big blow for when you think that you're a major contender to win and you're getting dropped. After all the effort his team made today to ride, and they did more work than Slovenia did, let's be honest here. But when you're up against this man here, it made me laugh when I heard Vingegaard saying, well, if I wasn't in the Pogačar area, I'd be winning 5 Tour de France's. Yeah, that made me chuckle a little bit. You know, Pogačar said, oh, I would have won my 2nd world title if it wasn't for Pogačar. You have to deal with what's in front of you, and unfortunately for everybody, if I was born in another era, I might have won many races. Can't think like that. So, Evenepoel, the 2 big favourites of the day, are on their own, and they're getting plenty of encouragement from the fantastic and probably best crowd at the side of the road.
Absolutely wonderful. Well, it's been a festival of cycling, that's for sure, and we've already offered up our thanks, but we add to that our sheer appreciation of what's involved in bringing something like this to the table. UCI do it year in, year out, and they've provided another magnificent competition, and a brave decision, some might say, to bring it to Africa, and it's been paid back 10,000-fold, I think, by some amazing fans and a wonderful welcome, brilliantly organised, and indeed a potential magnificent history-making title being taken by the defending champion Tadej Pogačar. Comes to the line, he takes the bell, and so will start his victory lap. How wonderful is that? He can spend time thinking how on earth he's going to celebrate, Brian, without technical. We don't want any of that getting involved. As it stands, the clock is ticking against Remco Evenepoel. It's red, of course, for everyone behind this man, dressed in green from go, and he went with 100 kilometres to go.
It's mind-boggling when you consider what both of these riders are doing. It's, you know, to go from to go from 100 kilometres to go. Okay, he had Del Toro, but along the road,
or maybe varied terrain. Yeah, amazing. And look at the flags of nations that have come here to fate the greats, and Remco Evenepoel is one of the greats. Double Olympic champion, treble world time trial champion, former road race champion. Not going to be this time, and he still looks angry.
Yeah, he still looks angry and still looks as if he's suffering as well. It's going to be disappointment for one of these riders. You know, for me, Denmark have had success. Probably Ireland have had good success, but maybe not as much as Denmark over the years. But this is going to be intriguing to see what happens. Of course, my granddad being Irish, I would favour the Irish, but I think both of these riders deserve it. You cannot split a bronze medal. And in fact, it has happened before, Carlton. Can you remember?
It was a long time ago, and wasn't it between... Oh, no, sorry, I'm thinking of a split in Flanders, which was a double declaration. Go on, then.
Geelong.
That's right.
Under 23.
Yeah, dead heat.
Michael Matthews won.
Yeah.
John Degenkolb was second. And Taylor Finney and Guillaume Bovan shared the bronze medal.
Yeah, didn't go down to thousands, and they couldn't split them.
Yeah, they couldn't split them.
Yeah, there you go.
So maybe we could organise that for Denmark and Ireland. What do you think?
It's hard. You can only almost achieve that by accident, quite frankly, on the photos. If they can't split you up by 1,000th of a second, it's a dead heat. 2 bronze medals. I guess they had to find one or chop one in half. Meanwhile, I saved for the last time. It's Tadej Pogačar up front. I've got a bit of a tick, as you may well have heard. I say meanwhile too often. I need to iron it out. Meanwhile, flattening this course is Tadej Pogačar. And here we are, 43 kilometres per hour. Brian, he's been so consistent, not only throughout his career, of course, but particularly today, when he's taken on the duty of imposing himself. He's done it brilliantly.
Yeah, he's got a sticker on his bike. I think it's the Incredible Hulk, and he has been that today. But looking at him there, this is not going to be easy. We were trying to put it in perspective there, at averaging 42 kilometres an hour at altitude in this humidity. Over this distance, you know, you mentioned everything. That's incredible. It's not a flat course today as well, so he's grimacing. I'm looking forward to the interviews afterwards, because this hasn't been easy. It looks easy. You know, 100 kilometres to go. I tell you what, I'm going to give it a go. I tell you what, Del Toro, stay with me. I will look after you. He's been super today. Remco, well, there's been quite a few things thrown at him. He's still there. He's still, he'll probably finish a minute and a half down. Second place, winner of the time trial. It's been nice to see his fight from the adversity. That's all I'm going to say. And then for the bronze medal, well, Denmark against Ireland, everybody else is out of it because, you know, they're over 5 minutes down. The two of them came into these championships as two kind of ranked outsiders. You see Serge Pauwels just giving Evenepoel plenty of encouragement. You still have to try and believe that something can happen, but silver medal and a gold medal, you'd have that all day long for Belgium.
Certainly would. Just trying to remind myself, because I can't, before we actually start, I always mark up the riders as to what I think their effectiveness would be. And I was trying to see if, when I pondered it last night, how far ahead I had either Chalmers or indeed Healy from each other. And I had Ben Healy as a higher ranking, to be honest. Giving him 3 stars and 2 for Chalmers. Chalmers was my big choice out of Denmark. And I've got to say that Ben Healy, of course, was my choice for Ireland. But I gave 3 stars to Ben Healy and just the 2 to Chalmers. And I don't think it was my own gene pool speaking to me here, because my very name is Danish, actually. A Carlton means somebody from a free settlement, so a free man in Danish. There you go. So there's that, but also got Irish genes as well. But I don't think that entered into it. Ben Healy has been such a fantastic terrier and a great servant of the sport. It's been brilliant to watch him delivering. But yeah, likewise, Chalmers, fabulously entertaining and a good rider. I don't know who's going to win bronze.
Well, his girlfriend's waiting for him at the finish.
Well, how pleasant is that? To have yourself almost the ultimate prize. .3 kilometres to go, 1 minute and 29. Well, here we are. The chase 3 is for the bronze medal, and it is, of course, between Chalmers and Ben Healy. Man out front. Well, we've been saying for a while that he's hard to close down, and he's extending the lead now, Brian. It is up to 1 minute and 30. Absolutely remarkable.
Yeah, no real surprise there. I was just looking at where Urska Ziegard finished yesterday. She was just outside the top 10.
Yeah, I think so. Possibly 9th. I'll double check in a moment's time.
She's just waiting for her partner, Kari Pogačar, at the finishing line there.
Chalmers and Ben Healy, a battle for bronze. They're going to start cat and mousing. They've got a little bit of a cushion to endure or enjoy this battle. Still don't know who's going to get it. I would say from distance, Ben Healy would be the favoured one, but Chalmers, he's got a bit of a kick on him. He's not a bad time trialist in his own right, let's not forget. Ben Healy also got a bit of a time trialling head. It's how they cope with the climb. Because there's not going to be much kick left between the pair of them, Brian, at the end.
No, I think he's going to have the strongest legs in there. I'll just update because we're concentrating on the medals at the moment, but going across the line behind the Healy Skelmos group was another group containing Ciccone, Ayuso, Squinch, Del Toro, Eulalio, Roglic, Sexas. Was just behind. Pidcock was at 6:33. Away back to Jan Christian now, 17 riders, 7.5 minutes. So even Tom Pidcock has gone further back. So there's a group of 5 riders: Eulalio, Del Toro, Squinch, Ayuso, and Ciccone.
Well, it'll be a top 10 that they will be thinking about, and I think that counts for an awful lot. Possibly even a top 15 or 25. You go figure. It might be that 25 is about the cut-off today, because it's all going to be on timings. Anyone who's still active, I think, will get a finish, because there is no laps to be repeated. We are coming up to our finish, and Tadej Pogačar is going to ride this one home. He's got 7 kilometres to complete. It's been a very, very long day, an arduous one. Some say the hardest World Championship course that there has ever been. Over 5,300 metres of altitude gain, extended over an enormous distance of 267.5 kilometres at altitude, with humidity, and with a fantastic field of riders, all determined to give their very best from whatever nation they come from. Some, of course, have higher expectations, and none heavier than the defending champion. And Tadej Pogačar has stood up into the spotlight and has shone brilliantly, a green light on everything.
Yeah, he has. You know, you're talking about all the negatives of altitude, humidity, you know, probably the hardest, the elevation gain, everything like that. They're already kind of celebrating their second world title, but what they have had is probably one of the best crowds at World Championships I've ever seen.
Been amazing. Absolutely amazing. I'd like to say I think Yorkshire probably had a good crowd, but it got washed out by some torrential...
Yeah, there was that a little bit, but I just think that the Rwandans have just been celebrating cycling instead of just, you know, concentrating on the Rwandan cyclists. They're just happy for this event to be here, and you know they've been doing this all day, all week. You know, for everybody, yeah, everybody that I've been in contact, I've been here, is the crowd's been amazing. And the support. Normally, you come to a World Championship, you support, you know, your country. Well, they're supporting every country.
They are. There was a moment there where I thought Remco's head had dropped, and he was not issuing an oath, but just getting a little bit upset. He needs to be proud of what he's achieved today. This has been absolutely magnificent. It's been a privilege to watch him. Nothing is easy, especially in the world of absolute elite sport, and that's what we're watching at the moment. There may be a big gap between Tadej Pogačar and everybody else, but Remco Evenepoel had the beating of him in the time trial, and indeed is potentially heading for a silver medal here, provided nothing silly still happens to him. He's got a margin of getting on for 50 seconds, around about that, between himself and the battle for bronze. And here it is, Chelmos and Ben Healy. Ben Healy been hanging on the back wheel for a while. This is quite a way out to be already in this position, but you know, they'll feel like they're closer to home than perhaps they are, Brian. There's still quite a way for them to go in this little battle.
I can remember watching the Worlds last year, and I was kind of dipping in and out, as you do in a long race, and you can see that Pogačar went through a difficult patch. Well, I don't think he's done anything wrong today. He's looked infallible, saw no weakness whatsoever.
Healy's testing. He's actually come to this climb, Brian. He was sitting on the back wheel for quite some time. This is an attempt to shake off Chelmos. I think he'd quite like to finish without having to put up with the sprint. And this is his first move. There's 2 bike lengths, possibly 3 bike lengths. Oh, and there's bye-bye medal for Chelmos by the looks of things. And Ben Healy, he knew that he had to shake him off. It was a question of when he was going to do it. He'd taken an awful long time to hang on the back wheel of Matej Chelmos, and I'm afraid for the Dane that this looks like he's been outthought here by Ben Healy, who's kicked on. It's just a question of legs, you might say, but it's a little bit more than that. You've got to have some planning in there. You've got to be ruthless as well. And Ben Healy has struck out here for a bronze medal. He wants to be on that podium, and he's going to earn it. What a fantastic move it was, Brian.
Yeah, he did this in the Tour of Luxembourg. I did just before this race, where both of these riders were riding, but that's just what Healy does. He just goes to the front and starts to grind away. At this stage of the competition, it's about what you have left in the legs, and Ben Healy's just got that little bit more left in the legs than Chelmos, and you know, he'll be wanting to grab this bronze medal for Ireland.
Yes, he will. That familiar riding style of his, where he just tips his head towards one side, and in fact imposing himself brilliantly here. Chelmos, not all over for him, but 4.2 kilometres it must feel like it. His national car and his team came up to have a brief word, trying to instill a sense of urgency to him, but it may only be displayed as a modest margin, but it's getting bigger here, as you can see. And it is a widening gap, and we have medals defined by the looks of things. And as always, it seems to be on the climbs of this circuit, Brian.
Yeah, it's been an amazing championship. A display of dominance from Pogacar. He's taken back-to-back victories. You know, you have to say that Evenepoel has been through the rack, you know, come out the other side, but it's been a long, long wait for Ireland to get onto the podium in this race. Wow. The last time was
Sean Kelly back in the day.
You talked about it earlier. 1989 in the Chambéry with Greg LeMond winning from Dmitry Konishev. So way back in Chambéry when that happened, that was 36 years ago.
Sean
a long wait.
Whenever we go there, Sean Kelly still gets upset. Thought he would have won that day. Greg LeMond said he had bad legs and turned it round into very, very good legs. Well, what a piece of achievement to celebrate. Ireland have been on the top step, of course, in the past as well, Brian.
2 years before, 1987.
There we are. Well, right now, Ben Healy, it's been a long old gap for a medal at the Worlds, and he's going to get one. So it'll be Lincoln Green, I guess you might say. Actually, that's in England. What am I talking about? What do they call the Green of Ireland?
Emerald.
Thank you.
Emerald Isle.
That's right, the Emerald Green. Thank you very much. We have the green of Slovenia that is going to come to the fore, though, however. 2.3 kilometres to go until this man turns green into rainbows. Absolutely remarkable. Remco Evenepoel is, as predicted by Brian, with his amazing crystal ball, a minute and a half down. It might well be that Tadej Pogacar wants to make this as big as possible. If he can make this 2.5 minutes, that would be a real statement after the time trial.
It would be, but probably a little bit more, just to dig in a little bit. But yeah, no, the crowd at the finish awaits. So does Urska Zegard, his partner. She had a credit to her. She had a good ride yesterday in the women's race. She was in the thick of it towards the end. But she's waiting for her champion. Over the last year, we've only ever seen him in a leader's jersey or the world jersey, and it's going to be another year like that, you feel.
Remco is enjoying this little bit of respite on the descent. He's now got to power himself up to bring it home. He's going to come to the cobbles here. He's being shown the gap on the chalkboard. Meanwhile, already engaged at the top part of this climb is Tadej Pogacar himself. Remco holding station around about a minute and a half down, and the celebrations amongst the Slovenian crew have already begun. Congratulations to them. They had a big battle plan. They came here with the biggest team, 9 riders, 8 plus the world champion. That's what you're allowed. They brought them all. They used them absolutely beautifully, but still the big question has to be answered, and part of it began to reveal itself with 100 kilometres to go. What an amazing tale. Tadej Pogacar does it again, and from distance, an amazing gap.
Yeah, it's, and I can remember the scenes last year. Okay, it was different conditions. Today it's nice and sunny. The whole team were there, throwing Pogacar in the air. You know, they won the world title for the first time ever. You know, they're celebrating. They came here with high expectations. Okay, the time trial didn't go as well as expected, but this has gone absolutely to plan.
Absolutely remarkable. He's had a hell of a season as Tadej Pogacar. Tour de France, of course, went his way. He pulled out of La Vuelta very, very late on. Wanted to concentrate on retaining the rainbow bands, which, of course, it looks like he's going to be wearing next year as well. What on earth can stop him? He could probably run it home from here. But he's on the cobbles for the last time. On the rack, you might say, the entire field behind him. He is going to finish alone, and he is going to finish from such an incredible distance where he started this drive for the line and for glory. And look at the smile It is a smile that's bursting through the grimace here, Brian.
Yeah, I think, you know, the first time you win a major title, I was fortunate to win a British title twice. The first time, it's great, you know, it's new. But the second time, it's about taking it in more. And I think that's what Pogačar is doing. He's got that a minute and a half. He can take it. He can breathe a little bit. He's done the job for the second time. And I think this will be kind of slightly extra special from him. You know, he did go through the emotions last year. He went through a difficult period. But for Pogačar to come back, you know, from last year and win this in a dominant fashion, this is extra special.
Tadej Pogačar is bringing home his second consecutive World Road Race title. So much has been placed at the table of this man, but he has to pick it up every single time, and he did so from an incredible distance. 100 kilometres out, he imposed himself on this race, as he has done on the entire world of cycling. Ever since, as a young man, he rocked into our consciousness. He has stayed there, rock and roll all the way to the line. Tadej Pogačar in charge of his own destiny constantly, it seems. He measures himself against the very best and finds himself in clear space with nobody around him. It's become something perhaps he should get used to, but it doesn't. Him enjoying the moment.
No, it was amazing. I just like the fact that they stopped the vehicles to get that clean shot at the end. No vehicles in the background, and his whole team already showered, changed, ready to welcome their champion again for the second year in a row.
Let's welcome another champion, shall we? Our time trial champion, and really a champion of our hearts as well. Remco Evenepoel. He's had his troubles, of course he has. He is a man who often wears his heart on his sleeve. Sometimes, indeed, he looks precocious. Sometimes he looks just downright upset and crestfallen. But his challenge, he has already taken one World Championship title. He may be shaking his head here about what might have been had it been technically a little bit difficult, but in terms of spirit, he has achieved greatness. A silver medal for Remco Evenepoel, quietly accepted now. I am certain there will be a smile upon the podium. And what about the last medal that we will award in these World Championships? It will be hung around the neck of Ben Healy. What a tale this is as well. It's been decades since Ireland had found themselves in a medaling position. Ben Healy had to shake off Schelmoser. He also had to shake off any doubts that he had, coming from a small team. But such a great run. This comes in small packages, and Ben Healy is one of those. He is a terrier. He terrorises those around him, and he punches the air. He knows he's going to be sharing a podium with some magnificent riders, of which he can count himself one. Bronze medal. One bronze medal. And from
well, this is the other shot of the day. What could have been, as you said. I still think Pogačar would have won the race and taken the world title for the second time, but Evenepoel's beaten himself up, and he'll continue to do this. He got round it in the race, of course, but yeah, still disappointing about what happened. It was just a critical point of the race, and he was found wanting, had some problems. But Ben Healy, to share the podium with two of the best bike riders, in the world, with Pogacar and Evenepoel here. I think you saw the Irish flag and, punch in the air. Ben Healy was over the moon at finishing in third place.
Right here, right now, Ben Healy is one of the top 3 cyclists on planet Earth. How nice is that?
Oh, it's fantastic. 36 years since Sean Kelly took the bronze medal. Okay, a couple of years before that, Stephen Roach won gold, but it's been an outstanding day for a lot of riders. This man here, this is no surprise. I think he was the favourite by far. Okay, the time trial didn't go well for him, but this is no surprise to anybody that what he has did. But to go from 100 kilometres out to average what he did over this terrain, Remco, well, let's see where he goes from here and what he's like in the podium. But what he did to do was another astounding ride.
Absolutely amazing. What a privilege to witness. Well, some prices are bigger than others. But what we've had here at the Worlds is a whole load of love just poured over cycling. It's been a privilege. We thank you, Rwanda. Well, there are tears of anger and regret, but Remco Evenepoel will realise what a brilliant World Championships he's had. He wanted it all. It didn't quite happen, but amazing performance as well. And to come back from, well, 3 stalls essentially and still get a silver medal, that speaks volumes. The number of professional victories at the age of 27 years and 7 days. Eddie Merckx, 166. Next in the history of our sport entirely, Tadej Pogacar on 105. He's ahead of Bernardino, Roger de Vlaeminck, Francesco Moser, and everybody else, save for Eddie Merckx. And you just never know. With the extension of careers and indeed the longevity of cycling these days and veteran status, Tadej Pogacar may well indeed be the greatest of all time. Eddie Merckx thinks it's a distinct possibility. Meanwhile, for some, there's a race to be finished here. And this is Tom Squinch coming in. He wants a decent finish, and he is a very, very handy rider, and he carries his national jersey with pride. Regularly a Latvian national champion, and he's come home here, Brian, for another spectacular result.
Yeah, it's great. Chigoni, Del Toro, Ayuso. I was just looking at the lap times, the lap speeds for Pogacar there. The last 3 laps, around about the same, just over 42 kilometres an hour, which were the fastest 3 laps that he did.
Absolutely superb.
Eulalio for Portugal, nice ride from him.
Look at the crowds. This is what cycling means, and this surely is its future.
Incredible, isn't it?
Amazing.
That's the biggest crowd I've seen at Worlds.
Never seen anything like this. And this is the man they come to fate. Tadej Pogacar. I can't wait for the cheers when indeed the ceremony begins. He's done it again, Ryan. Tadej Pogačar takes the world title ahead of Remco Evenepoel. Ben Healy is a bronze medalist for Ireland. Matty Shelmos in 4th place. Tom Squinch rounds out the top 5 at these World Championships for the men's elite road race, finishing ahead of Giulio Ciccone. Isaac Del Toro, the Mexican, in 7th place. Juan Ayuso of Spain in 8th, ahead of Eulalia. While we wait to see in possibly quite some time, I was just about to say, we're going to see different nations in the top 10, and I believe we are. Tom Pidcock throws the bike at the line just to edge Primož Roglič, and so it is that every single one of our positions in the top 10 are held by different nations. That is absolutely remarkable. Slovenia, Belgium, Ireland, Denmark, Latvia, Italy, Mexico, Spain, Portugal, Great Britain. That's your top 10. What a roster, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Everybody fighting for, the best position possible. There's been a few riders ebbing and flowing. Sivakov was, well up there in the top 10 there, just faded a little bit to the end, just like Tom Pidcock.
Tom Pidcock just throws the bike at the line to get 10th place, finishing just behind Eulalia. Juan Ayuso in 8th place, Isaac Del Toro 7th, Giulio Ciccone in 6th place, Tom Squinch gets a top 5, Matty Shelmos is out of the medals but finishes 4th, brilliant. Ben Healy for Ireland takes the bronze, Remco Evenepoel, despite all the adversity, the silver, and our champion is Tadej Pogačar again. And how many more times might we say that in a career that still has an awful lot to run? What a result. 6 hours, 21 minutes, and we'll be hearing from Tadej Pogačar in just a few moments' time. He seemed fresh as a daisy, to be honest, when he came to the line and was offering up his thanks to his own team, who had a master plan today, and it was delivered. He burned down his teammates one after the other. They then took to their own little hot seats or cool seats and just enjoyed watching their man bring it in. And he did so from a margin of 100 kilometres out. It was a spectacular performance, as we have ever seen, in one of the finest World Championships there has ever been. On the biggest of all of the continents. We are here in Africa, and we have absolutely loved our time. Brian, it's been brilliant.
Yeah, I echo those words. Been brilliant from the time trials last weekend. Even some surprises this week, and in almost every race that we've seen possibly the favourite come to the front. Yesterday, maybe an outsider, a bit of a surprise, but I think the crowd have enjoyed themselves. I think we have, and the riders, well, after they finish, I think they'll be satisfied that this torture is over.
Yeah, indeed. They continue to cross the line here, and Eritrea, I believe, the best placed African nation, and it's Mani Gebrselassie who comes home in 30th place, and all credit to him. 12 minutes off Tadej Pogačar, but with some great riders behind him. Riders like Aronsman, Richard Carapaz. I could go on and name those, but Gebrselassie rounding out the top 30. That's a great achievement in itself. Africa, continent of the future as far as this sport is concerned, and we've come here to fight them as they have indeed hosted us. And it's been an absolute privilege to have witnessed it. Rwanda, we thank you. Tadej Pogačar is our champion, and we will wait for him to be fated upon the podium. This is how your top 20 rolled out. Roglic just beaten to the line by Pidcock, but the top 30 indeed completed with Mani Gebrishabier of Eritrea, the top African rider after this amazing World Championships. Well, there's not much room down there. The podium is going to be raucous. Quite frankly, I can't wait. There's going to be a massive roar. The people of Rwanda can be extremely proud of what they have produced here. It's been just a whole sequence of wonderful days of racing, and what a way to finish. With the man himself, Tadej Pogačar, going on an all-out assault from 100 kilometres out. It left some bruises out there, not least, of course, with Remco Evenepoel. Del Toro played his part. Ayuso got shaken out. Ultimately, the same fate awaited everybody as Tadej Pogačar went on to take the title.
Today, world champion again, but you wanted to do it even better than last year in Zurich, taking off with 105 kilometers to go. Spectacular.
I think the parcours was designed for this, but I was hoping that a small group would form like we did with Juan and Del Toro. Perfect combo. I was like, okay, this is like dreams, no, to ride together as far as possible as a trio, but Juan had a problem quite soon on the Moor of on the cobbles, and Del Toro had some stomach problems, I think, after the race. I mean, in the race, so I was left alone quite early, and was solo over like like last year, just fighting with myself. But I'm so happy I made it.
Were there moments where you doubted?
Well, for sure, yeah, because the climbs were getting harder and harder every lap, and also on the downhills was not so fast. You still had to like pedal quite a lot. So yeah, the energy resources was going towards the end, and it was so hard. The few final laps, and of course you doubt a bit, but you have to push through and hope for the best.
To do it here in Africa, to do it on this course, under 30 riders finished, makes it even more special.
Yeah, no, it was an incredible experience altogether, and let's say it was a successful week.
Enjoy the podium.
Seb Piquet asking the questions of a great man and a great champion, Tadej Pogačar. We now wait for him to receive the gold medal, share the podium, of course, as he will with Remco Evenepoel, who I am certain must have cheered up, having realised just what he's achieved in these championships. World Time Trial champion, runner-up to Tadej Pogačar here at the Roads. The most successful rider, I guess you might say, of indeed these championships is Remco Evenepoel. A gold and a silver to his name, something that can't be matched by Tadej Pogačar, but Tadej has of course taken the big one, the elite road race and he'll wear the bands with pride for the remainder, and indeed the rest of next season, and possibly beyond. Who on earth is ever going to unseat him? Remco gave it a good go. Ben Healy with a bronze medal. And we're going to meet them again in just a few moments' time. Wait for the trumpets.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the award ceremony of the 2025 UCI Road World Championships in Kigali. Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à la cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde route UCI 2025 à Kigali.
Ikaze kuri mwese muteraniye hano, tubaye ikaze mwese mudukurikiye, ikaze mu biro byo gutanga ibihembo ku bakinnyi bitwaye neza muri shampiyona y'isi y'amagare mu 2025 UCI Road World Championship iri gukinirwa ahangaha i Kigali.
That is absolutely astounding.
Award ceremony of the 2025
What a welcome.
UCI Road World Championships Men Elite Road Race. Cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde route UCI 2025, course en ligne homme élite.
Hagiye guhembwa abatsinze muri shampiyona y'isi y'amagare 2025 mu bagabo Men Elite Road Race.
The bronze medal will be presented by Monsieur David Lapartia, UCI President. La médaille de bronze sera remise par Monsieur David Lapartia, président de l'UCI.
Umudari wa bronze ugiye gutangwa na Perezida wa UCI Bwana David Lapartia.
In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Ireland. À la troisième place et vainqueur de la médaille de bronze, représentant l'Irlande.
Umudari wa bronze ugiye kwegukanwa n'umukinnyi ukinira Ireland,
Ben Healy.
It's a rock star atmosphere here, and Ben Healy is part of it. He's taken a bronze medal for Ireland. That is magnificent.
The silver medal will be presented by His Serene Highness, Prince Albert II of Monaco. La médaille d'argent sera remise par Son Altesse Sérénissime, le Prince Albert II de Monaco.
Umwanya wa kabiri n'umudari wa feza biratangwa na n'igikomangoma Albert wa kabiri wa Monaco.
In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Belgium. À la deuxième place et vainqueur de la médaille d'argent, en représentant la Belgique,
ku mwanya wa kabiri n'umudari wa feza yegukanywe n'umukinnyi ukinira Ububirigi
Remco Evenepoel.
He is, of course, also a champion, having won the time trial. And I think he will contemplate this ultimately and realise what an achievement it is. No shame in runners-up, especially the manner of which he took silver. That was an amazing ride.
The rainbow jersey and gold medal will be presented by His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda, and Monsieur David Laportien, UCI President. Le meilleur arc-en-ciel et la médaille d'or seront remises par Monsieur Son Excellence Paul Kagame, Président de la République du Rwanda, et de David Laportien, Président de l'UCI.
umwambaro w'uwatsinze n'umudari wa zahabu biratangwa na nyakubahwa perezida wa Repubulika y'u Rwanda His Excellency Paul Kagame na perezida wa UCI Bwana David Laportien.
In first place, UCI World Champion and winner of the gold, Tadej Pogačar.
Slovenia.
Tadej Pogačar.
What an amazing champion, and what an amazing atmosphere as well. It's almost hard to quantify. Just in Rwanda.
The Tissot watch will be presented by Monsieur David Laportien, UCI President. La montre Tissot sera présentée par Monsieur David Laportien, Président de l'UCI.
Impano y'isaha ikorwa n'uruganda Tissot igiye gutangwa na Bwana David Laportien, akaba ari umukuru wa UCI.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champion, we present the national anthem of Slovenia. Mesdames et messieurs, en l'honneur de notre nouveau champion du monde, UCI, nous vous présentons l'hymne national de la Slovénie.
Mudufasha nanone gushimira uwegukanye shampiyona y'isi y'amagare mu gukomeza kumuha icyubahiro. Twese duhaguruke mu gihe yaririmbwa indirimbo yubahiriza igihugu cye cya Slovenia.
You got me fucked up. Something's just holding me back. You think I'm stupid, yeah. And it's by
stars, so yes, he'll be happy.
I am certain of it. We most certainly are. Well, we'll be hearing from Tadej Pogačar as he is interviewed as world champion in just a few moments' time. He's surely going to have to bite the medal again. No gold teeth, but plenty of gold medals, and indeed our appreciation as well.
Yes, mukanya gatore tugiye kwakira DJ Ira nibutsa ko dufite Bwiza ndetse na Chris Easy. Nimujya kurera tugiye gutangira mukanya.
Well, we've got a DJ coming on called Chris Busy. I can't wait to hear the Wheels of Steel once they get engaged. Meanwhile, the protocols and the interviews and the congratulations roll on for this amazing man.
Similar.
Very well done.
Thank you. See you soon.
Can we just do that?
See you soon.
Thank you so much.
Well, it's nearly time for us to fly home. Thanks to you at home as well for joining us. If you've been here from the start today, give yourself your own medal. That is quite an achievement. A very, very long day, but extremely enjoyable. And indeed, for this man, extraordinarily profitable as well.
Thank you, good man.
Ao toque do pareu.
Take my watch and my gorilla. Let's hear from the World Champion, shall we? Good day at the office. 6 hours, 21 minutes and 20 seconds was all it took him to complete the task today. Plus the bit on the bike at the beginning of the day, of course, and the sign-on, but you get the idea. 267.5 kilometres completed in that time.
Today, world champion for the second consecutive year, there was no way you were going to give up that jersey.
Yeah, I mean, it's a privilege now that I don't need to change my whole closet again. And yeah, I was chasing this the whole year again because I mean, especially after the tour with the rest, with some just it was big goal, and I'm so happy to retain this beautiful jersey.
How special is it to do it here in Rwanda, here in Africa?
Yeah, it's quite special. It's been a long trip to here. It's been an amazing last few days, and yeah, just incredible experience. So in overall, and I'm yeah, super happy and so proud of this week.
You knew you were going to attack at the top of Mount Kigali. That was the plan?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know our plan was not like this, but and all the experienced guys in the team told me not to go, but yeah, I was feeling really good, and I was especially on the top when I saw Juan is following, Del Toro is close. I was like, then I knew it's a good move to go with these two big engines and try to go as long as possible together. But yeah, I did not plan to go alone again so far.
You enter history even more. Now the goal is to carry on making history and to win in Montreal, a place that you know very well.
Yeah, I think next year is going to be really, again, one incredible experience in my opinion. Really looking forward for that one. And yeah, let's first enjoy another year in Rainbow, and we'll see next year.
Bon voyage, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ale.
Thank you.
And we add our congratulations as well. Well, what an amazing week of racing. Every single one of the world champions, and indeed all of the medalists, deserve our appreciation. And we'd like to say thank you as well to those of you who have been listening to both myself, Carlton Kirby, and of course to Brian Smith throughout these entire championships. Brian, enjoyed it?
Absolutely brilliant.
It's been a privilege, hasn't it, to see so many amazing races in your good company at home. So thank you for sharing the ride, and I sincerely hope that we can indeed come together again in the near future and enjoy yet more of this amazing sport that we love so much. We'll bid you a fond farewell. For now, though, from Kigali and from Rwanda, stay safe. We shall see you next time as this amazing sport continues to spread throughout this beautiful planet of ours, made, of course, distilled into magnificence here in Rwanda.
Voilà, merci beaucoup, Président. Oui, le feutre et le couleur de Seigneur. Hein? Ah, voilà la mascotte de Montréal. Bruno, oui. Tu prends la 17?
You got me fucked up. Something's just holding me back. You think I'm stupid, girl. And it's me. I am everything that I am.
마지디에 우러나 우리 지우콘 소체 우지나 웬이네 회선이 지치고 테라 알아왔어 미워라 비가라가라 니나 꿈으로 군다 우다 해서그래 ngukunda every day bivuga everyday bibwira buri wese nabigeze nk'itangazo urukundo nashyinguye hirya y'umutima wanjye wararuzuye banza ariyo mpamvu rwiyongera buri gihe shenge uko niko kuri ibihe byiza ngendirana nawe ibibi byahise banza ariyo mpamvu rwiyongera buri gihe uko niko kuri yaba nagukunda kabiri icyarimwe ndetse nakabikoze nuko bitanyorohera amasaha menshi nyamara niganirira nawe twatugambo mbwira turanyubaka
You got me fucked up. Something's just holding me back. You think I'm stupid, yeah. And it's by